a rough-hewn two-room log cabin. They wore homespun, a coarse hand-woven fabric, farmed their rocky soil, and survived primarily on cornmeal mush. When Marshall was nearly 10, the family moved farther west to a valley known as the Hollow, now called Markham, in the shadow of the Blue Ridge Mountains. This is where he lived until age 18. He and his family shared a wood-framed two-room cabin measuring barely 400 square feet with a half-story loft. There were few neighbors, and the nearest towns, Warrenton and Winchester, were more than 20 miles away, roughly a day's trip on horseback. At a young age, Marshall was schooled in the conservative values of self-reliance, individualism, and property ownership that shaped his jurisprudence. Marshall's father, Thomas, came from a modest background. Lord Fairfax, the largest landowner in Virginia, hired Thomas and his friend George Washington to survey Fairfax's more than 5 million acres in the northern neck of Virginia. The two young men worked side by side, surveying and selling plots. Fairfax then became the patron of the Marshall family, and Thomas slowly acquired more land. Before John Marshall turned 18, the family moved to a larger farm at Oak Hill, a short distance away. As Thomas prospered, he became a respected leader in Fauquier County. Eventually, he was elected to the House of Burgesses. Marshall's mother, Mary Keith, was descended from two of Virginia's leading families, the Randolphs and the Ishams. She was the granddaughter of William and Mary Randolph, the Adam and Eve of colonial Virginia society. Marshall's relation to the Randolphs was tainted by scandal, however. His maternal grandmother, Mary Isham Randolph, was a free spirit who could not be constrained. At 16, she eloped with a poor Irish workman with whom she had a child. Members of her family chased her down and allegedly killed her husband and child. The trauma caused Mary to suffer an emotional collapse. Later, she had an affair with an unsavory Scottish minister, James Keith, who was 17 years older than she was. After they were caught in flagrante delicto, the Randolphs banished Keith from his parish. When Mary was old enough to marry Keith without her parents' permission, she did so. The Randolphs refused to pay her dowry and cut Mary out of any inheritance. The cloud of scandal turned darker when rumors swirled that Mary's first husband was, in fact, still alive, casting doubt both on the legality of her second marriage and the legitimacy of her 8 children, including John Marshall's mother. Perhaps as a consequence of this scandal, John Marshall rarely acknowledged his relationship to the Randolphs. His grandmother's shame and the lack of a dowry undoubtedly made it more difficult for his mother to find a suitable husband. Marshall's mother was a first cousin of Thomas Jefferson's mother, so Thomas Jefferson was Marshall's second cousin. Jefferson's father, Peter, was, like Marshall's father, a farmer and surveyor. Peter Jefferson befriended William Randolph, the eldest brother of Marshall's maternal grandmother. When William Randolph died in 1746, he did something unexpected. Rather than naming one of his relatives as his executor, he chose his friend Peter Jefferson and placed him in charge of the family's ancestral home, Tuckahoe. This was where Marshall's grandmother had been raised. In addition, William Randolph explicitly disinherited Marshall's mother and grandmother, so much of the Randolph property that otherwise might have flowed to John Marshall's family ended up in the hands of the Jefferson family. As a result, Thomas Jefferson grew up at Tuckahoe with 500 slaves. There he enjoyed enormous privilege and wealth. His cousin, John Marshall, and his 14 siblings grew up on the frontier, working the stony soil on their father's modest farm. It is one thing to grow up poor. It is another to grow up bearing the shame of an ancestor, and the knowledge that your family's wealth was irrevocably in the hands of a distant cousin. Yet Marshall responded to these circumstances without resentment. His upbringing allowed him to identify with the common man, and also gave him the aplomb to associate with his social superiors. He did not become a prisoner of either his bloodline or the economic class he was born into. He moved fluidly between classes. The narrative of the Marshall family's fall from grace also endowed him with the boldness to lift himself up and the confidence of knowing that this was possible. Marshall's father taught him to read and write, and his mother, Mary, who, unlike most frontier women, was literate, inspired an appreciation for reading in all her children. By the age of 12, Marshall could transcribe Alexander Pope's Essay on Man. Lord Fairfax provided Thomas with books for his oldest son. One of Marshall's favorites as a young man was William Blackstone's Commentaries on the Laws of England, which may have influenced his decision to practice law. When Marshall was 14, he was sent to a grammar school about 100 miles away in Westmoreland County that was run by a strict Anglican minister, Reverend Archibald Campbell. That was the only year of formal education that Marshall received. Campbell's school stressed mathematics and Latin. It was there that Marshall befriended his classmate, James Monroe, whose friendship would turn bitter in later years. The next year, John Marshall returned home, presumably for financial reasons. The local minister, Reverend James Thompson, moved into the Marshall household and tutored Marshall and his siblings in exchange for bed and board. From Thompson, Marshall mastered Latin and read Horace and Livy. After that, Marshall had no teacher other than his dictionary and the few books his father brought home from Lord Fairfax's library. Growing up in the relative isolation of the frontier, Marshall had little opportunity to socialize outside his family. His peers were his younger siblings, who looked up to him. At a young age, Marshall had to assume substantial responsibility for raising the other children. Other boys his age were, he thought, entirely uncultivated, but he enjoyed spending time with them in hardy athletic exercise. He patterned himself after his father, whom he once described years later as my only intelligent companion and affectionate, instructive friend. Marshall's characterization of his father is curious, given the reality. His father may have been a strong role model, but he was neither affectionate nor encouraging. By modern standards, both parents were distant and strict, which is understandable. With 15 children to raise on a struggling farm, his parents had little time to spare. After Marshall left his family home to join the Continental Army, there is little evidence he corresponded with or visited either parent. Yet, over the course of Marshall's life, his expression of admiration for his father, like his attitude toward Washington, suggests that at an early age Marshall attached himself to authority figures. These two qualities, a natural predisposition for leadership and a respect for authority, shaped his philosophy and his career in public service. Marshall's childhood was influenced by the French and Indian Wars, which ended when he was 8. Virginians on the frontier were made uneasy by the proximity of Indian tribes and French garrisons. Even boys as young as 14 typically carried guns slung over their backs for protection. Though the triumph of Britain in the war removed the French threat, the war also taught people living in the Piedmont that they needed to be ready to defend themselves, and that they could not rely on the British Army to protect them. Thomas Marshall took this lesson to heart. He prepared his oldest son for service in the local militia unit and taught him to be an excellent rifleman. When they heard the news that the first shots of the Revolutionary War had been fired at Lexington and Concord in 1775, Thomas and John Marshall volunteered for the 3rd Virginia Regiment. Why would men such as John and Thomas Marshall, living in the isolation of the Virginia frontier hundreds of miles from Massachusetts and struggling to support their families, concern themselves with colonial politics? Why would stamp taxes or tea concern men who had little use for either? And why would the events in a place as remote as Boston raise any alarm to someone who had never ventured beyond the western edge of northern Virginia? Virginians living in the Piedmont were motivated by local concerns to join the struggle for independence. Virginia in the 1770s was struggling with a long-term economic crisis triggered by a steep drop in tobacco prices and a string of bad weather that devastated crops. As immigration surged, there was a shortage of land, and after George III decreed that settlers could not move farther west into Indian Territory, many Virginians felt that their opportunities were limited. On top of that, poll taxes were raised to support the presence of British forces, squeezing the middle class especially hard. Most Virginians in the northern and western counties resented the wealthy gentry who owned the Tidewater plantations and dominated colonial politics. The Tidewater elite lived like the British gentry, and they were obsessed with wealth, gambling, drinking, and horse racing. By the 1770s, many of them were living far beyond their means, and their indebtedness to the Scottish traders who controlled the tobacco market threatened the colony's economy. All this was alien to the toilsome life of the Piedmont. Most Virginians did not aspire to ape the affectations of upper-crust Englishmen. They blamed the Tidewater gentry for the colony's moral decline. By the 1770s, nearly 1 in 5 Virginians had joined Presbyterian, Baptist, or Methodist congregations. They resented the taxes they were required to pay for the support of Anglican ministers, whom many saw as immoral. These frustrations of ordinary Virginians were ignited by the appointment of Lord Dunmore as royal governor of the colony. Lord Dunmore was only the second royal governor to reside in Virginia, and he was ill-suited to the job. He was an obstinate bully with no patience for the people's elected representatives in the House of Burgesses. Given the hostility Virginians felt toward the Scottish tobacco traders, it hardly helped that the governor was a Scotsman. Dunmore, one wit commented, was as popular as a Scotsman could be in Virginia. In March 1775, Lord Dunmore canceled the colony's elections for representatives to the Second Continental Congress called in Philadelphia to discuss British colonial policy. The following month, Dunmore seized 15 barrels of gunpowder from the public magazine in Williamsburg to keep them from falling into the hands of rebels. These 2 incidents sparked fears that the unpopular governor was planning some sort of military action against Williamsburg. The fact that this happened as British troops marched on Concord and Lexington to seize colonists' arms inflamed the public. Confronted by angry colonial leaders, the governor impetuously threatened to arm slaves against white Virginians. White Virginians had a long-time fear of a slave insurrection. Some slaves had already revolted, hoping to win their freedom in exchange for supporting the British crown. When Dunmore ordered the arrest of Patrick Henry, one of Virginia's popular political leaders, local governments resolved to prevent Henry's arrest by force of arms. Some Virginia politicians, such as Richard Henry Lee, fanned public outrage by falsely alleging that the British planned to kidnap members of the Continental Congress to prevent them from meeting in Philadelphia. By June, Governor Dunmore had lost control of the situation. He fled Williamsburg on a schooner and returned later with a British fleet to suppress the incipient rebellion. Though many Virginians still hoped for reconciliation with Britain, the final straw came when Lord Dunmore issued a proclamation in November 1775 that freed all slaves who were willing to bear arms against the rebels. John and Thomas Marshall and their fellow Virginians were now prepared to fight for their independence. Like most white Virginians, they saw no irony in defending both freedom and slavery under the same flag. On a warm spring morning in May 1775, 19-year-old John Marshall arrived by foot at the local militia's first drill in Germantown. He carried a tomahawk and a rifle, and wore a beaver hat, hunting shirt, and white-fringed pants that were a faded shade of periwinkle blue. The regiment met on a quiet farm field 12 miles from the county courthouse. When the regiment's captain failed to appear, Marshall, who had practiced with his father, volunteered to lead the drill. He assumed the leadership of the company with a naturalness that seemed remarkable for such a young man. After the drill, Marshall extolled the men to join the newly formed regiment to defend the colony against Lord Dunmore. He described the recent outrages imposed on Bostonians and warned the men that the same could happen in Virginia. Though Marshall had probably never traveled much farther than 20 miles from his home, he already had a sense that Americans shared a common destiny. Later that summer, the Virginia Convention met illegally to plan the defense against the British regulars commanded by Lord Dunmore. They formed battalions of Minutemen. The most important of these were the Culpeper Minutemen, who were charged with the defense of the western frontier in Fauquier County. Marshall quickly volunteered for the Fauquier Rifles, a company of about 300 sharpshooters, and he was commissioned as a first lieutenant. The company marched under a flag bearing the warning, "Don't tread on me," and an image of a menacing rattlesnake. The men did not have cannons, bayonets, or uniforms, like the British redcoats. Instead, they carried their own tomahawks and muskets. They wore homespun Osnaburg hunting shirts embroidered with the words, "Liberty or Death," fringed deerskin trousers, and Indian boots. Their rustic appearance left no doubt that this was a homegrown battalion of local farmers and craftsmen. In September, under the command of his father, who had been commissioned as a major, Lieutenant Marshall and his men marched to Williamsburg, where Patrick Henry, the commander of the Virginia militia, was preparing to attack Lord Dunmore's forces in Norfolk, Virginia's largest city, which was 60 miles south, near the mouth of the James River. Norfolk seemed impenetrable. As the city was surrounded by water and marshland, the only way to attack Norfolk would be to storm across the Great Bridge, a narrow 150-yard wooden trestle that crossed the Elizabeth River. At one end was a British fort guarded with a dozen cannons. In early December, Lieutenant Marshall took part in a lightning-quick raid across the bridge, but they were easily repulsed by a hail of British fire. 5 days later, the British launched a poorly executed counterattack. Marshall and the Culpeper sharpshooters, positioned on the high ground above the river, shot dozens of redcoats as they charged over the bridge. After suffering massive casualties, the British withdrew and ultimately abandoned Norfolk. The Great Bridge was Marshall's first taste of combat and was a signal victory for the Virginians. While the city was now back in the hands of Virginians, the townspeople were Loyalists, and a significant British fleet remained in the harbor. Marshall's regiment fired on the fleet, but could do little more to drive them away. On New Year's Day, 1776, Lord Dunmore gave the order to the British fleet to bombard the city. Cannonballs ripped apart the great port. It was a terrifying attack. Before the rebels retreated, they joined in the destruction by setting fire to the homes of wealthy Loyalists. Marshall watched helplessly as British and American forces together incinerated Virginia's largest metropolis. Soon black smoke blotted out the sun. Not a single residence was spared. Marshall later described the burning of Norfolk as one of those ill-judged measures of which the consequences are felt long after the motives are forgotten. The Revolutionary War was a formative experience for the young frontiersman. It brought Marshall out of the isolated valley of his rural upbringing and exposed him to the wider world. He experienced firsthand the failure of state government and the need for a strong national government to defend against foreign adversaries. The ghastly image of that once great city reduced to smoldering rubble disabused him of any romantic notion of warfare or revolution. Instead, the young frontiersman, so skilled in the use of a gun, would later pursue the art of diplomacy. Death and destruction demonstrated to Marshall the essential fragility of the social contract. It was easy for Jefferson to write about revolution since he had never experienced war firsthand. Marshall's military experience taught him to eschew facile ideologies and resort to violence. The elements of Marshall's conservatism were now formed: a belief in ordered liberty and a respect for property, national defense, moderation, and the need for reconciliation. Chapter 2. A Revolutionary Capital. In 1776, Richmond Town was an indistinct village along the James River. At the time, it consisted of a rope factory, a tobacco warehouse, and an open-air market in a pasture along Shockoe Creek. The town had little more than 100 households, 2 brick buildings, 1 homely church, no paved streets, and herds of cows and pigs. Visitors were greeted by an insalubrious odor that rose from a slaughterhouse. Out of 600 inhabitants, about 40% were enslaved, many of whom toiled at the warehouse to earn wages for their masters. There were also about 40 free black tradesmen. There were no rich or poor neighborhoods, white or black. Houses were scarcely more than shacks scattered over 2 hillsides. Only a handful of the whites could afford to own more than 3 or 4 slaves, and only 70 households could afford a horse. The town included 5 barbers, 1 schoolteacher, 2 doctors, 1 chemist, and 1 lawyer. In short, Richmond was an unlikely location for the capital of the largest state in the Confederation when Governor Thomas Jefferson decided to move Virginia's capital there. Jefferson despised the colonial capital of Williamsburg when he was a student at the College of William and Mary. He was intimately familiar with the governor's palace there. As a student, he was a frequent guest of the royal governor, who was a family friend. In fact, Lord Dunmore retained Jefferson to redesign part of the interior of the palace. Neither man could have imagined how soon fate would cast them on opposite sides of a revolution. But the charm of the college town and the pomp of the royal governor's palace suited neither Jefferson's aesthetic ambitions nor his Republican tastes. As governor, Jefferson scribbled a damning indictment of the capital city in a marginal note to himself. Williamsburg never can be great after 100 years' experience. Jefferson dreamed of building a magnificent, classical capital, cleansed of fussy Georgian buildings. Privately, Jefferson also hoped that moving the capital to a more central location would reduce the power of the Tidewater gentry. And there was another personal consideration. Richmond was half the distance of Williamsburg from Monticello. The threat of a British invasion of Williamsburg convinced some legislators to move the capital farther west, and so Jefferson's proposal squeaked through the General Assembly by a single vote in 1779. One might imagine that in the midst of war, the last thing on the governor's mind would be constructing a new capital. But Jefferson loved architecture, and his preoccupation with the design of the capital may explain his utter failure to prepare the state's defenses against a British invasion. After fighting in the fierce but unsuccessful battles at Brandywine, Germantown, and Monmouth, Marshall was promoted to captain in the 11th Virginia Regiment. By the end of 1779, his men had all quit the army. Marshall had to be furloughed while the army tried to enlist more soldiers. Marshall visited his family in Yorktown, where his father was temporarily stationed. Their neighbor was Jacqueline Ambler, who was soon to be the state treasurer. Though the Amblers had lost much of their wealth as a consequence of the war, they were still considered the cream of the colony's social and political elite. Ambler introduced the lanky captain to his 3 eligible daughters, and Marshall, now 24, instantly fell for the charms of Mary, the youngest, a pale, shy girl of only 13 who was known as Polly. Marshall impulsively decided he would wed her when she was old enough. First, he needed a suitable profession. Since he had served as an advocate general in the Army, he decided to enroll in law school in Williamsburg. It also gave him a convenient excuse to remain near Polly. Marshall began at William and Mary in the spring of 1780. He attended the lectures of the university's venerable chancellor, George Wythe, the first professor of law in America and a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Wythe, a classics scholar, Virginia Attorney General and judge, trained many of the great Virginia lawyers for a generation, including two of Marshall's friends, James Madison and Bushrod Washington, and the men who would become his rivals, Spencer Roane and Thomas Jefferson. The basic texts for the course were British, Matthew Bacon's A New Abridgment of the Law, and Blackstone's Commentaries. Blackstone had transformed legal education in Britain by presenting the common law as a unified and rational system of rules. In addition to Blackstone, Marshall read Montesquieu and David Hume. Marshall was particularly influenced by the latter, who rejected Blackstone's idea of a natural law and argued instead that society's rules derive from state power and common experience, rather than an abstract idea of justice. This was Marshall's only exposure to higher education. He worked hard, diligently copying rules almost verbatim from his textbooks, but he had little patience for law school. His mind was restless, and his thoughts kept turning to the prospect of marrying Polly Ambler. In the margins of his notebook, he frequently scribbled her name over and over as if it were a mantra. 6 weeks into his studies at William and Mary, Marshall abruptly quit when Ambler announced that he was moving his family to the new capital of Richmond. Marshall decided that he, too, would move to Richmond. But first he took an examination for the bar and was granted a license to practice law. The license was signed by Governor Jefferson, who would rue the day that Marshall became an attorney. The government in Virginia dithered for months over how and whether to raise more troops. Governor Jefferson had little interest in such mundane subjects, and Marshall soon lost patience with the state's ineffectual government. He decided to rejoin the army in Philadelphia, and he walked the 250 miles from Richmond to there. When he arrived, General Washington could spare no men to defend Virginia, but he sent General Steuben to command the local forces in Virginia. Together, Marshall and Steuben lobbied the Virginia legislature to expand the militia, but Governor Jefferson and his advisers were not sympathetic. The legislature refused to appropriate money for arms and uniforms. Yet by Christmas of 1780, Marshall and Steuben, acting on their own initiative, somehow managed to recruit 1,500 volunteers. That same month, 1,600 crack British troops under the command of General Benedict Arnold, who by now had defected to join the British, sailed up the James River to attack Richmond. Marshall and Steuben were stationed in Petersburg with only 800 men available to defend the Commonwealth. Governor Jefferson had advance warning of the attack, but he gave it no credence. He did not summon the militia, and he waited almost until it was too late to evacuate the city. He and the legislature frantically fled to Charlottesville, leaving behind most of Richmond's terrified residents. Arnold was astonished to find the capital of the largest state in the Confederation undefended. Not a single shot was fired at the British. British troops blew up a powder magazine, torched 4,000 barrels of tobacco, public buildings, factories, and homes, and looted the governor's extensive wine cellar. Many slaves escaped with Arnold's troops. After the British withdrew, the looting started. People smashed homes and looted their neighbors' furnishings. By then, Marshall and his forces had finally arrived. It took days for them to restore order to the capital. Jefferson and the General Assembly remained in Charlottesville, as Arnold's forces continued to rampage through Virginia. When General Steuben demanded the governor's support to build fortifications to defend the capital, Jefferson procrastinated. Jefferson was too distracted, perhaps still sketching plans for his classical new capital, to worry about a foreign invasion. Besides, he had only a few weeks left before the end of his term in May 1781. He was preparing to leave office just days before the British forces stormed Charlottesville. Instead of focusing on the defense of the temporary capital, Jefferson made arrangements for sending away his family and most of his slaves and horses. He spent the day before the British arrived hiding his personal papers and silver at Monticello. When the British reached the undefended provisional capital, Jefferson took off. The British spared his home at Monticello, and only a few of Jefferson's more than 100 slaves escaped. But Jefferson's reputation was badly damaged by neglecting the defense of the Commonwealth. The General Assembly, spurred on by Patrick Henry, voted to investigate Jefferson's failure of duty. After General Charles Cornwallis surrendered at the Battle of Yorktown, the General Assembly abandoned the inquiry, but Jefferson never again sought state office. In February 1781, Marshall resigned from the Continental Army in frustration. He felt thwarted by the state's complete failure to raise sufficient troops for its own defense. His military service taught him that a nation of 13 independent sovereign states could not defend itself. Marshall's disillusionment with state government led him to conclude that the nation's survival depended on a strong federal government. As the courts remained closed due to the war, there was little opportunity to practice law. With few prospects for earning a living, Marshall decided to run for the Virginia House of Delegates in the spring of 1782. He was elected to represent Fauquier County, which his father had also represented. There's no evidence that Marshall had political ambitions prior to that, but it gave him a convenient excuse to remain in Richmond, where he could pursue Polly. At 27, Marshall did not quite cut a dashing figure as a suitor to the youngest daughter of one of Virginia's leading families. He dressed casually in ill-fitted clothing, and his manners were polite but unrefined. But Marshall's intense dark eyes, winning smile, and genial personality overcame his lack of social graces. He won Polly's heart with poetry and humor. When she turned 16, he asked Polly to marry him, and to his shock, she refused. Devastated, he left her home and began riding back to Fauquier County. Almost as soon as Marshall disappeared, Polly abruptly changed her mind and began sobbing hysterically. Her cousin, John Ambler, galloped after Marshall and persuaded him that she regretted her decision. To prove her sincerity, Ambler gave Marshall a lock of Polly's hair. Marshall returned to Polly's house, and in January 1783, Marshall and Polly were married at the Amblers' home in Richmond. Marshall gave Polly a locket containing that tress of hair, which she wore until the day she died. As a young lawyer with few clients, the only home Marshall could afford for his bride was a small 2-room wood-frame house down the hill from the Amblers. As a wedding gift, Thomas Marshall gave his son 3 horses and a slave, Robin Spurlock, who would serve as Marshall's manservant his entire life and would become a close confidant as well. Despite his humble origins and awkward manners, Marshall was welcomed into the Ambler family. He quickly adapted to his new circumstances. As the son-in-law of the state treasurer, he settled comfortably into the highest social circles in the capital. In the House of Delegates, Marshall found common ground with the conservative Virginia Tidewater establishment. The gentry understood the need for a strong military and a centralized national government to protect property and contract rights. Marshall's military experience taught him that the bonds of society are brittle, and that men need government to curb their natural passions. He often found himself allied with the Lee family and their circle, especially Richard Henry Lee, as well as his schoolmate, James Monroe. Monroe and Marshall enjoyed the theater together and discussed politics over cards in their favorite tavern. During this period, Monroe and Marshall were the closest of friends, despite any political differences. Marshall's colleagues acknowledged his geniality and intellect early in his legislative career. Governor Randolph thought Marshall was a promising young gentleman of the law. After only a year of service, he was elected to the powerful Council of State. It did not hurt that he had the backing of his influential father-in-law. The council functioned as Virginia's executive branch, with the power to approve or disallow any action by the governor. The council was generally reserved for the wise old men in the House of Delegates. Marshall was the youngest man ever chosen, and some of the establishment, such as Edmund Pendleton, the president of the Virginia Supreme Court, grumbled that he should wait his turn. Though Pendleton thought that young Mr. Marshall is clever, he felt that Marshall should rather have earned the position as a retirement and reward by 10 or 12 years' hard service in the Assembly. This frontier soldier seemed like a bit of an upstart to some. Still, no one doubted his intellect and judgment. One of the first issues to confront the council during Marshall's tenure concerned the power of the governor to remove a justice of the peace, John Price Posey, for misappropriating the assets of an estate he was responsible for overseeing. The governor's action was authorized by an act of the General Assembly, but Marshall argued that the act violated the spirit, if not the letter, of the state's constitution. In Marshall's view, the Commonwealth's constitution was supreme over any state statute. The Virginia Constitution represented the supreme permanent will of the people, rather than merely a transitory act by the people's representatives. His colleagues on the council concurred and issued a strongly worded rebuke to the legislature. The council would not permit the removal of the local magistrate. Some people questioned the power of the council to strike down legislation, but the legislature and the governor ultimately deferred to the council. Though Posey proved unworthy of the council's respect, he was later hanged for burning down a jailhouse and a county clerk's office. The idea that a legislative act is subordinate to a constitution was now established as the foundational principle of judicial review. Marshall would later inscribe that principle into the federal Constitution in his most famous opinion as Chief Justice, Marbury v. Madison. For the first year of his married life, Marshall struggled to support his wife on the small salary as a legislator, and he had few legal clients who were able to pay. Since becoming the capital, Richmond had quickly doubled its population, but the capital, like the rest of the country, was in a deep recession. Marshall's cousin and fellow legislator Edmund Randolph became the state's governor in 1786, and he sold Marshall his more established law practice, which Randolph had in turn purchased from their cousin Thomas Jefferson after Jefferson became governor. Ironically, Marshall became the proprietor of a law practice started by Jefferson. Marshall's practice ranged from simple transactions such as leases, deeds, wills, and contracts, to complex criminal and civil matters before judges throughout the state. He soon earned a reputation as a talented oral advocate. He could closely tailor an ungainly argument to appear more elegant and seductive. Just as important, he was always generous to his opponents in court and never condescended to juries or judges. He quickly became known as a rising star in the Virginia bar. When James Monroe was considering a legal career, he was strongly advised that you will find it a disadvantage to come after Marshall. During this period after the Revolutionary War and before the Constitution, One fertile area of litigation concerned the indebtedness of many Virginians to British creditors from transactions that had preceded independence. By the end of the war, Virginians owed around $15 million to British creditors, equivalent to around $270 million today. This created a lucrative opportunity for lawyers, and by 1790, Marshall was considered the most successful attorney in Virginia in the defense of debtors. Under the 1783 Treaty of Paris, state courts were obligated to enforce the rights of British creditors over U.S. debtors. Marshall's willingness to defend debtors from discharging their legal obligations was inconsistent with his strong belief in property rights. But Marshall desperately needed work, and he appreciated the fact that it would have devastated Virginia's economy to repay this staggering amount. Virginia merchants and tobacco farmers who owed money to British subjects felt that they had been unfairly exploited by British traders who had underpaid them for their goods. And many Virginians felt that they should not have to repay debts to the British, who had refused to compensate them for the loss of hundreds of slaves freed by British soldiers. Marshall was a hired gun. His advocacy of debtors' rights was not based on principle. He was equally comfortable representing British creditors seeking to enforce their rights against Virginia debtors. Needless to say, this latter role was not a popular position in post-Revolutionary Virginia. Marshall's most significant client was the estate of Lord Fairfax, the largest landowner in Virginia, who was his father's former employer. During the Revolution, Fairfax was sympathetic to the American cause. Nevertheless, the General Assembly expropriated the property of British loyalists, including 5 million acres of Fairfax's land in Virginia's northern neck between the Rappahannock and Potomac rivers. Fairfax, a lifelong bachelor, died in 1781, leaving this property to his nephew, Denny Martin, who lived in Britain. Under Virginia common law, Martin, as a non-resident alien, was ineligible to inherit property, so the property arguably passed to the state. In 1785, the General Assembly confiscated the property in direct contravention of the Treaty of Paris, which guaranteed the property rights of British loyalists after the war. From England, Martin retained Marshall to defend his property rights in Virginia in a series of cases that stretched on for nearly a quarter of a century. One of these cases, which would eventually reach the Supreme Court, involved a dispute between Fairfax's estate and a tenant, Yost Haight, concerning the boundaries of Haight's leasehold. Haight's attorneys, including Marshall's law partner and cousin, Edmund Randolph, challenged Fairfax's original title, which had been granted by King Charles II. While Marshall lost the case in court, the Virginia Court of Appeals implicitly acknowledged that Fairfax had good title to the rest of his property. By the time the legal question of Fairfax's title reached the Supreme Court 2 decades later, Marshall would be presiding over it. The court's eventual decision would be one of the most important in its history. As Marshall's political and social network grew, he established himself as a bright young man with a command of both the details of the law and oral argument. Within 3 years of beginning his law practice, Marshall emerged as one of the leading members of the Richmond Bar, with an active social and political life. He belonged to the Masons, the Formicola's Tavern Club, the Jockey Club, and the Coit Club. Bit by bit, he acquired wealth and property. His father deeded him property in Fauquier County, and his father-in-law gave him a half-acre lot to build a home on in the Court End neighborhood of Richmond, where other state officers and delegates had settled. Marshall designed a handsome 2-story Federal-style brick house. Marshall wanted his home to be a showcase where he could entertain the wealthiest and most powerful men in the state in a relaxed and informal atmosphere. The house featured an exceptionally large dining room that could accommodate as many as 30 guests. Marshall used the room as his law office until a separate brick structure was built behind the house. Once a month he invited all the prominent attorneys in Richmond to meet for dinner and cards. Marshall's new home announced that he had arrived as a significant figure in the social as well as the political life of the capital. Despite Marshall's success, all was not as it appeared. His home life was complicated by the delicate state of Polly's health. Marshall's zest for entertaining and politics was too much for her frail emotional state. In July 1784, Polly gave birth to a son, Thomas, and the birth nearly killed her. She was bedridden for weeks afterward. A daughter, Rebecca, was born in 1786 and died days later. Polly never completely recovered from the loss of her first daughter. When she lost another child the following autumn, she had an emotional collapse. Her hysterical outbursts, which Marshall had first encountered when he proposed to her, now became a regular occurrence. Though Polly would eventually have 5 healthy sons and 1 daughter, she lost 4 children in infancy. For most of their married life, Polly's series of nervous breakdowns, severe migraines, wild mood swings, anxiety, and depression dominated their household. But Marshall devoted himself to her. He assumed most of the household responsibilities that usually fell to women, such as shopping and cleaning the home. Visitors describe his meeting them at the door with a broom and a dustpan. When Polly spent days in bed, Marshall insisted that everyone in the house must speak softly and avoid making any loud noises that could disturb her. Throughout their married life, Polly's emotional health remained a constant concern to him. By 1786, it was apparent to Marshall and others that the country could not survive as a loose confederation of 13 sovereign states with no power to tax or regulate commerce, no executive to enforce its laws, and no courts to adjudicate controversies between states. The nation was gripped by economic crisis. Each state imposed tariffs on the goods of every other state. Tobacco shipped from Virginia to New York would be taxed each time it crossed state lines. Commerce was being strangled. States struggled to pay off the mounting interest on their war debt. Politicians responded either by printing paper money intemperately, as they did in Rhode Island, or by raising taxes, as they did in Massachusetts. Both strategies proved disastrous for different reasons, and the resulting controversies affected Marshall's views on the necessity for constitutional reform. In 1786, the Rhode Island State Assembly was elected on a populist pledge to print paper money. The state issued a staggering quantity of paper money, which it lent at low interest to farmers to pay off their debts. As a result, Rhode Island's economy was inundated with worthless currency. Prices soared. Merchants wanted hard coins and refused to accept paper. To compel merchants to accept the state's paper, the state imposed a penalty of £100 that could be imposed by a judge without a jury trial. Many merchants preferred to close their shops, go into hiding, or flee the state. Opponents in other states called for expelling Rhode Island from the Confederation, or dividing the state among her neighbors. One day, John Trevett, a cabinet maker, went into John Whedon's butcher shop in Newport to buy some beef. Trevett's pockets bulged with crisp bills freshly issued by the state's printing press. Whedon refused to accept Trevett's currency and demanded silver coin instead. Trevett filed an action against Whedon for violating the state's currency law. Whedon's attorney argued that the Rhode Island law was unconstitutional because it denied Whedon his right to a jury trial, and that the court had the power to strike down such state statutes. This was a novel argument. Rhode Island had no constitution at that time, and Rhode Island's Royal Charter of 1663 did not mention either a right to a jury trial or the power of courts to review the constitutionality of legislation. Indeed, there was no precedent for courts striking down legislation. Nonetheless, 4 of the 5 judges on the court voted to dismiss the case against Whedon on the grounds that the law was unconstitutional. The Rhode Island Assembly was outraged that judges would presume to strike down their law. After all, judges were appointed by the Assembly for 1-year terms and could be removed at its pleasure. The Assembly retaliated by refusing to reappoint the 4 judges who voted for dismissal. Trevett v. Whedon shocked lawyers and the propertied classes throughout the country and had a profound effect on the creation of the American Constitution. First, the Rhode Island Assembly demonstrated that printing paper money with abandon would only create greater economic hardships. Second, by creating a precedent for what became known as judicial review, the Rhode Island court demonstrated the value of an independent judiciary armed with a constitution that limited the power of government. By punishing the judges, the legislature only reinforced the value of lifetime tenure for judges. The controversy shaped the views of the men who drafted and ratified the Constitution, including John Marshall. For Marshall, the popular movement to deny creditors their rights was a sign of moral as well as political failure. Marshall later wrote of this period that the restlessness produced by the uneasy situation of individuals, connected with lax notions concerning public and private faith, and erroneous opinions which confound liberty with an exemption from legal control, produced a state of things which alarmed all reflecting men, and demonstrated to many the indispensable necessity of clothing government with powers sufficiently ample for the protection of the rights of the peaceable and quiet, from the invasions of the licentious and turbulent part of the community. Trevett v. Whedon rumbled like a warning thunderclap across the nation. That same year, the outbreak of Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts swept across New England with gale force. In Massachusetts, the legislature, confident that the economy would recover on its own, did nothing to relieve the suffering of the people. Instead, the legislature tried to balance the state budget by imposing onerous property and poll taxes. The taxes forced large numbers of farmers and businesses into foreclosure, and the number of bankruptcies tripled. Impoverished farmers petitioned the legislature and the courts for redress, to no avail. Many Boston merchants ignored the gathering storm of protest, determined that they would not be driven out by the mob, as the Rhode Island merchants had been. In the autumn of 1786, Massachusetts farmers surrounded the Northampton County Courthouse armed with muskets, swords, and bludgeons to prevent further foreclosures. That single incident inspired a spontaneous uprising throughout western Massachusetts. Daniel Shays, a farmer outside Amherst and a former officer in the Continental Army, emerged as one of the leaders of the uprising. Shays' rebellion was aimed against the Boston elite, who governed the state without representing the interests of the distant western counties. The rebels were known as regulators because they wanted to reform the state government. They objected to the influence of moneyed interests in state government and the lack of accountability, as much as they opposed the foreclosures on their land. Eventually, up to 9,000 regulators took up arms. At the request of Governor James Bowdoin, the Continental Congress sent more than 1,000 soldiers to suppress the uprising. Shays and his men boldly marched on the Federal Armory at Springfield. There the militia launched a decisive counterattack in the winter of 1787 and crushed the rebellion. The beleaguered rebels scattered across the barren hills of western Massachusetts. The Massachusetts legislature passed laws requiring that the regulators be whipped 39 times and imprisoned for 12 months. They imposed capital punishment against the militia officers, including Shays, who joined the uprising or even spoke in defense of it. 18 men would be sentenced to death, though most sentences were later reduced. Shays' rebellion dramatized the urgency of reforming the Confederation. To some, the rebellion was a godsend that would push popular opinion in favor of a strong national government. Others were less sanguine. Washington wrote that, "I feel infinitely more than I can express for the disorders which have arisen." James Madison later commented that these popular outbreaks threatening landowners and merchants alike contributed more to that uneasiness which produced the Constitution, and prepared the public mind for a general reform, than the impotence of the Confederation. When news of Shays' rebellion reached Richmond in January 1787, Marshall was sickened. "All is gloom," he wrote. He speculated whether Shays was a British agent sent to overthrow the government, or whether it was an attempted coup by John Hancock and his supporters. Whatever the cause of the rebellion, they deeply affect the happiness and reputation of the United States. And he feared that Shays' rebellion was only the beginning of the end of the Republic. "These violent, I fear bloody, dissensions," he warned, "cast a deep shade over that bright prospect which the Revolution in America and the establishment of our free governments had opened to the votaries of liberty throughout the globe." Ordered liberty was under threat. Sounding like the great British conservative Whig Edmund Burke, Marshall concluded that the present unrest may prove that man is incapable of governing himself, and another revolution was imminent. Both the assault on the judiciary in Rhode Island and the popular uprising in Massachusetts left a deep imprint on Marshall, whose conservatism and skepticism of democracy were already apparent in his legislative record. These two incidents reinforced the lesson of Valley Forge, that only a national government was equipped to secure the well-being of the people. Marshall, like his colleague James Madison, was convinced that a mere amendment to the Articles of Confederation would not do. A new federal constitution must be formed to quiet the unruly passions of the masses. Marshall believed that reason had to temper passion, that the radical extremes must yield to the center, and Marshall's conservatism would prove revolutionary. Chapter 3. Debating the Constitution. Purple buds on Old English lavender signaled the start of a hot, dry summer. The long drought left fields of withered crops. The James River was low enough for a man on horseback to ford it. On Monday, June 2, 1788, with John Marshall in attendance, the Virginia Convention call to ratify the proposed federal Constitution opened at 10 a.m. in the hulking Capitol designed by Thomas Jefferson. Marshall wore a new pair of breeches, a fresh linen shirt, a handsome new waistcoat, and shiny new shoes, yet still somehow looked characteristically rumpled. Fortunately, he attended more to his preparation than to his appearance. He had closely studied both the Federalist and Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia. He had been elected as a delegate from Richmond, where his election as an outspoken supporter of the federal Constitution was far from assured. Richmond, like most of Virginia, was suspicious of the proposed federal Constitution. Marshall had barely defeated a staunch anti-Federalist candidate by 11 votes out of nearly 400 cast. Despite his controversial views, his local popularity helped push Marshall over the top. A formidable corps opposed the Constitution, including former Governor Patrick Henry, Marshall's boyhood friend James Monroe, Richard Henry Lee, a signer of the Declaration of Independence, William Grayson, a prominent war hero and lawyer, and the legal titan George Mason. Marshall's allies included James Madison, the principal draftsman of the federal Constitution, Edmund Pendleton, president of the Virginia Court of Appeals, Governor Edmund Randolph, and George Wythe, Marshall's former law professor at William and Mary. There were also some less well-known legislators supporting the Constitution, such as George Nicholas, Francis Corbin, and Henry Lee. Anti-Federalists, such as Patrick Henry, feared that a powerful federal government would threaten liberty and states' rights. Federalists, such as Marshall, believed that a strong federal government would strengthen the nation's economy, fortify its borders, and protect property rights against the popular will of the majority. Richmond was packed with delegates and curious onlookers. Men of property usually traveled by private carriage, but the city could not accommodate a large number of them. So some of the gentry were forced to travel by stagecoach with the middling classes. To accommodate so many out-of-towners, extra coaches were brought in from Williamsburg and Fredericksburg, and coaches began arriving a day early. As the delegates gathered, a cloud of dust hung in the motionless air like a curtain. Behind it, the blazing sun glowed red. A line of carriages drew up to the Capitol, and somber-looking delegates climbed out. Their carriages and dress revealed the social class of the delegates. Edmund Pendleton arrived in an elegant phaeton wearing a powdered wig and a silk suit, as if he were dressed to attend Parliament. Most townspeople had never seen any vehicle grander than a wagon, and many did not own a horse. Inside, the assembly chamber was crowded and stuffy. There were too few windows for ventilation. In his design of the building, Jefferson had been more attentive to the exterior appearance of the building than he had been to the interior comfort. Marshall and Madison were strange bedfellows with contrasting styles of argument. Madison was Jefferson's protégé and rarely acted without first consulting his mentor. At 37, Madison did not look or sound like a man of any importance. Unlike Marshall, he was painfully shy, dryly intellectual, and socially awkward. He seemed more like a philosophy professor than a politician. He had a pallid complexion, an oversized head stuck onto a short, reedy body, and a thin, nasal voice that was barely audible. In this assembly of Virginia's finest, he could be easily overlooked. While Marshall was easygoing and gregarious, Madison was neither popular nor personable. Throughout his life, he was either sickly or hypochondriacal. He was easily exhausted and avoided physical exertion, stress, or travel, even to the tidewater, where he feared the dampness. In addition to frequent stomach ailments, he suffered from blinding headaches and seizures that were erroneously diagnosed as epileptic fits. In brief, the father of the federal Constitution had a poor one of his own. Given these shortcomings, it is surprising that Madison ever commanded anyone's attention. That he was elected to the Continental Congress and was able to persuade men of greater stature and experience to his point of view can be explained only by the fact that Madison was the most brilliant man in the room. The Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia was originally called in 1787 for the narrow purpose of suggesting amendments to the Articles of Confederation to be considered by the Confederation Congress. Madison, however, ignored these instructions. He arrived in Philadelphia with a draft of a new constitution, based not on the principle of state sovereignty, but on the principles of federal supremacy and the separation of powers. The delegates in Philadelphia had no legal authority to consider a new constitution, let alone to propose a process of ratification that bypassed the Confederation Congress and went directly to popular conventions chosen in each state. The Articles of Confederation could be amended only by the Confederation Congress, with the approval of all the state legislatures. Madison's proposed constitution provided that it would come into effect if it was approved by 9 state conventions, not even 9 state legislatures. For these reasons, anti-federalists could argue that Madison's constitution was literally unconstitutional. It is universally understood, Marshall later wrote, that the great revolution which established the Constitution of the United States was not effected without immense opposition. At the Virginia ratifying convention, it hardly looked like a fair contest. Madison and Marshall did not have the gravitas that men such as Henry or Mason could convey. While Pendleton and Wythe were persuasive speakers, Pendleton was elected president of the convention, and Wythe was chosen as chair of the Committee of the Whole, so they were both effectively sidelined for much of the convention. If only General Washington were there to defend the Constitution. He was by far the most popular man in Virginia, and could have swayed most of the delegates. But Washington's absence was calculated. Everyone, except perhaps John Adams, assumed that Washington would be the first president of the federal government. He did not want to campaign openly for the Constitution because he did not want to appear to be campaigning for himself. When asked if he was interested in the presidency, Washington coyly replied that "It has no enticing charms and no fascinating allurements for me," but he added, "It might not be decent for me to say I would refuse to accept or even to speak much about an appointment which may never take place." If Virginia failed to join the Union, Washington would not be eligible for the presidency. Without Virginia's ratification, the federal Constitution did not stand a chance. Washington was quietly working behind the scenes through Hamilton and Madison to coordinate support for the Constitution around the nation. Marshall spoke only a few times on the floor of the convention, but he privately lobbied the other delegates with persistence and charm. Jefferson, like Washington, was conspicuous by his absence from the Virginia ratifying convention. He was then the U.S. envoy to Paris and witnessing the unfolding of the French Revolution. Both sides in the debate invoked Jefferson and claimed that if he were present he would be supporting their argument. Jefferson's own views on the Constitution were at best ambivalent. He was alternately hostile, neutral, or cryptic. His initial response to the Constitution was chilly. "I confess there are things in it which stagger all my dispositions to subscribe to what such an assembly has proposed." He thought that all that was needed were 3 or 4 simple amendments to the good old and venerable fabric of the Articles of Confederation. There was no need for a whole new Constitution. In his view, a Constitution was as superfluous as setting up a kite to keep the henhouse in order. Later, Jefferson would claim either that he had no opinion on the single most important issue of his generation, or that he would have supported the Constitution, but that he wanted it amended first to add a Bill of Rights. It was tempting to think that by adding a Bill of Rights, the proposed Constitution would enjoy broader support. However, there were tactical considerations. Madison and Marshall recognized that in order to amend the Constitution, there would have to be another National Constitutional Convention, and then the revised document would have to be resubmitted to the 8 states that had ratified before Virginia. This effort could postpone the Constitution indefinitely. Moreover, time was not on their side. By the end of June, the General Assembly would convene in Richmond, and it included more Republicans who were hostile to the Constitution. For these reasons, Marshall and Madison believed that the Constitution must be ratified first, and then a Bill of Rights could be added later. On the second day, the convention, now overflowing the Capitol building with nearly 170 delegates, was convened at 11 a.m. in a more spacious building nearby that had been erected by the Chevalier Quesnay de Beaurepaire and modeled after the French Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris. In the Francophile style, it was pretentiously christened l'Académie des États Unis de l'Amérique, and was intended to foster arts and sciences. Here the fiercely independent Virginians debated their national constitution in a building dedicated to importing the ideas of the French Enlightenment at precisely the moment that France was descending into chaos. The air was heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and acrimony. The issue presented to the delegates on the second day was whether delegates could propose amendments to the Constitution before they voted on it. Patrick Henry argued that the Constitution was fatally flawed, that it squints toward monarchy. Against Henry's high-flown oratory, Madison, Marshall, and their allies carefully focused on one clause at a time, which played to Marshall's legal talent. Madison's intellect was breathtaking, but his speaking style tried the patience of the other delegates. He appeared unprepared and spontaneous when he rose to speak. He nervously shifted his weight back and forth from one foot to the other as he glanced down at a few scribbled notes hidden in the hat he clutched in his left hand. Madison was ill with the bilious indisposition that he frequently suffered from during stressful periods. He could barely raise his voice to be heard, but it hardly mattered. Even at the peak of health, Madison could not match the rhetorical heft of Henry. Fortunately, Madison could rely upon others, including Marshall. On the third day of their deliberations, Henry rose to lay out his broad argument against the Constitution as a whole. Virginia's most famous radical now fiercely defended the status quo. He argued that the people were tired of change. They were not demanding a radical new form of government. Was the real existence of the country threatened, or was this preceded by a mournful progression of events? This proposal of altering our federal government is of a most alarming nature, he warned his fellow Virginians. You ought to be extremely cautious, watchful, jealous of your liberty, for instead of securing your rights, you may lose them forever. When Henry spoke of liberty, he was talking about more than a mere abstraction. Just as the Federalists argued that a national government would best conserve the rights of landowners and creditors against popular uprisings like those in Rhode Island and Massachusetts, the Anti-Federalists were also concerned about how best to protect their property rights, in particular, their rights to hold slaves. Liberty, to Henry, included the liberty to enslave others. Though the word slavery rarely appeared in any ratification debates, Henry bluntly warned that if the Federalists succeed, they'll free your niggers. Henry's outburst was discreetly excised from the records of the ratification debate. Patrick Henry, the patriot who famously said, "Give me liberty or give me death," saw no inconsistency in opposing tyranny over white Americans in defense of slavery over others. Marshall waited a week before responding to Henry's bombastic assault. He stood before the delegates in his customary dress, a wrinkled summer suit that hung limply on his tall, narrow frame. His manner of speaking was as casual and offhand as his dress, and contrasted sharply with his piercing logic. When he spoke, he often shook one arm awkwardly, as if he were scolding his listeners, or he would raise both arms over his head like a preacher calling on the heavens to punish the wicked. Other times he would lean so far forward into his audience that he appeared to be toppling over and had to grab hold of a chair for support. As his argument reached a crescendo, he would be so transported by his own words that he would screech in a high-pitched voice that jangled people's nerves. Yet, despite his careless dress, gawky manner, and sometimes shrill voice, much like those of another frontiersman, Abraham Lincoln, Marshall's eloquence and his dramatic flair transported his audience. Listening to Marshall, people could excuse his unceremonious appearance. He appealed to their intellect with such clarity and respect that even his opponents praised his arguments. One of the leading Anti-Federalists, James Monroe, wrote to Jefferson that Marshall's perspicuity and force were greater than ever. Marshall focused on two principal clauses: the President's powers as Commander-in-Chief under Article 2, and the authority of the federal courts under Article 3. He stressed the need for a strong central government to defend the country. Protection in time of war is one of its principal objects. A defenseless country cannot be secure. He warned the delegates, "The powers of Europe are jealous of us, and that, if we invite them by our weakness to attack us, will they not do it?" His experiences in the Revolutionary War had proved to Marshall that the National Army could not rely upon the states to provide voluntary support. The inability of Congress and the failure of the states to comply with the constitutional requisitions rendered our resistance less efficient than it might have been. The delegates gathered in Richmond needed no reminder that only 7 years earlier, British troops had burned the capital city and chased the General Assembly to Charlottesville. When the Anti-Federalists charged that Congress could pass laws that infringed on the rights of Virginians, Marshall asserted that if Congress adopted a law contrary to the Constitution, a Supreme Court would not consider such a law as coming under their jurisdiction. They would declare it void. Following the Rhode Island court's decision in Trevett v. Whedon that struck down a law denying a right to a jury trial, Marshall affirmed the principle of judicial review as a central feature of the federal Constitution. Though nowhere in the Constitution did the framers mention judicial review, Marshall said such powers were implied. In essence, Marshall anticipated his own opinion asserting the power of judicial review in Marbury v. Madison. As the ratification debate dragged on, Marshall entertained many of the delegates in his nearby home with punch and ices. He would sometimes drop in on the delegates after dinner at one of the popular local taverns, usually Formicola's or the Swan, where a quart of Madeira cost only 6 shillings. Marshall amused them with his stories as he had amused his comrades at Valley Forge. Marshall understood that building personal relationships was essential to winning people's confidence. While Madison was the master architect of the Constitution, Marshall was a more effective salesman. Delegates would much prefer sharing a glass of Madeira with the gregarious Marshall than a pint of ale with Madison. Marshall targeted anyone he thought might be persuaded. The delegates from the Kentucky Territory, for example, were still on the fence until Marshall convinced them that the Constitution would protect their property rights and open up the frontier for development. By the end of June, Marshall's steady lobbying began to pay off as more and more delegates declared in favor of the draft. On June 24th, Patrick Henry made one last valiant effort to kill the Constitution. He gave one of the most passionate speeches of his career, opposing the document as an invitation to tyranny. It occurred during a swelling storm that pummeled the meeting place with ferocious gales and booming thunder, which rattled doors and windows and unnerved the delegates. As bolts of lightning illuminated the darkened chambers, Henry concluded his arguments against the Constitution with a dire warning. "I see the awful immensity of the dangers with which it is pregnant. I see it. I feel it. When I see beyond the horizon that bounds human eyes, and look at the final consummation of all human things, and see those ethereal mansions reviewing the political decisions and revolutions which, in the progress of time, will happen in America, and the consequent happiness or misery of mankind, I am led to believe that much of the account will depend on what we now decide. We have it in our power to secure the happiness of one half of the human race. Its adoption may involve the misery of the other hemisphere." Henry's rant was in vain. The next day, the convention rejected his motion to ratify the Constitution only on the condition that some 40 amendments be added to the 7 articles that made up the original Constitution. 2 days later, the Constitution was adopted by a razor-thin margin, 89 to 79. Proponents and opponents accepted the outcome with magnanimity and grace. There was no bonfire illumination, etc., Monroe reported. The opposition would have not only expressed no dissatisfaction, but have scarcely felt any at it, for they seemed to be governed by principles elevated highly above circumstances so trivial and transitory in their nature. According to Marshall, a critical number of delegates were persuaded in the end that with General Washington as the presumed chief executive, they had nothing to fear. Conversely, if Virginia failed to join her sister states, the Union would most likely be led by a Northerner, possibly John Adams. The vote to ratify the Constitution was, in part, a vote for Washington against Adams. The delegates appointed a committee to draft a list of recommended amendments to guarantee the rights of individuals and states. The committee included both Marshall and Madison. Within the week, Marshall and Madison drafted what became the First, Third, Fourth, Fifth, and Eighth Amendments to the Constitution. Though Marshall was never credited, he was as much the father of our Bill of Rights as Madison. Though Madison, Pendleton, Wythe, and Edmund Randolph all deserve enormous credit, Marshall's role in winning ratification was critical. Not only had Marshall triumphed in these debates, but he had succeeded while maintaining his friendship with Henry and Monroe. He was relatively unknown beyond the narrow confines of Richmond when he entered the convention. He emerged weeks later as one of the national leaders of an inchoate and as yet unnamed political party. If Marshall had quit public life at that point, he would still deserve to be remembered as a champion of the federal Constitution. Henry warned the delegates that Marshall was promulgating a revolution as radical as that which separated us from Great Britain. He was right about that. Marshall's defense of property rights, federal supremacy, and national self-defense labeled him a conservative, but his conservatism would prove more progressive than Henry's defense of states' rights. Henry feared that slaveholding could not survive a federal union, that the power of the states would be supplanted by Congress, and that the federal Supreme Court would always have the final word. Years later, Marshall's dynamic interpretation of the Constitution would prove that Henry's fears were well-founded. Chapter 4. Slaves and Hypocrites. After the Constitution's ratification in 1788, Marshall's friends and colleagues urged him to run for the new Congress, but he resisted. The newly elected President Washington nominated him to be the U.S. Attorney for Virginia, and the Senate approved his nomination even before Marshall was aware of it. But Marshall politely declined the appointment. He had a growing family, a sickly wife, and a burgeoning law practice that included some of the most prominent figures in Virginia. He had no interest in sacrificing his income or moving his family to Williamsburg or Charlottesville, where the federal courts met. Power and fame had no temptation for him. Marshall was content practicing law in a provincial capital like Richmond. In 1792, Hamilton again urged Marshall to run for Congress, and again Marshall declined. Marshall's popularity worried Jefferson. Though Jefferson was now Secretary of State, he viewed Marshall as a rival for power. Jefferson confided to Madison, "I think nothing better could be done than to make Marshall a judge," words that Jefferson would no doubt later regret. Marshall's professional success as a lawyer enabled him to avoid the more common route to wealth and influence in 18th-century Virginia as a slaveholding planter. Still, slavery was an inescapable fact, and Marshall could not avoid involvement in that institution, both personally and professionally. Managing a growing household without modern conveniences required a household staff. Marshall owned between 7 and 16 household slaves at any time, which was slightly more than the average household in Richmond had. Nearly half the population of Richmond was black, and more than 90% of them were slaves. Virginians of Marshall's generation saw no contradiction in their fierce advocacy of equality and their dependence on slavery. Slavery made it possible to regard all white males as equal, regardless of their social status. Tradesmen saw themselves as the social equals of wealthy plantation owners because they were both white. Unlike Europe, where class identity divided rich and poor and posed a constant threat to the social order, in 18th century Virginia, the underclass was all black and mostly enslaved. The general condition of household slaves in a city such as Richmond was less constrained and less violent than that of most plantation slaves. Though they were still exploited and sold as chattel, urban slaves possessed certain freedoms unknown on plantations. Slaves in Richmond typically were able to enter and leave the master's property, and were not subject to an overseer's capricious cruelty. Though urban slaves could not marry legally, they often lived together as married couples in their own houses that were no different from the houses that white, working-class families lived in. Urban slaves could cultivate small plots of land where they raised vegetables, which they could sell for their own profit with permission from their masters. Slaves in Richmond often worshipped alongside their masters in church. Some slaves were educated to read and write, and some mastered a trade. Masters might permit their slaves to stay out late in the evenings and attend social events, such as the theater. However, state law prohibited any blacks, free or enslaved, from visiting taverns, playing cards, gambling, or attending cockfights or horse races. Slaves who violated these prohibitions faced 30 lashes. In this perverse way, the law held slaves to a higher moral standard than their masters and mistresses. Marshall acknowledged that slavery was a terrible evil and that nothing portends more calamity and mischief to the Southern states. Yet he distinguished himself from most of his fellow Virginians who seemed to cherish the evil and to view with immovable prejudice and dislike everything which may tend to diminish it. Marshall, like most Southern Federalists, opposed the slave trade, supported manumission, and wanted to outlaw discrimination and unnecessary regulations on African Americans. As a member of the Supreme Court, he forcefully condemned the slave trade as a crime against natural law. Yet, paradoxically, Marshall upheld the right to own slaves in the slave states. Marshall was not free of racial prejudice, and he did enjoy the comforts that his household slaves provided to him. Marshall's attitude toward African Americans was paternalistic. He viewed his slaves as family members who needed his guidance and support. There is no evidence that Marshall ever separated families or mistreated or whipped his slaves, as Thomas Jefferson did. It appears that Marshall treated his slaves humanely, and on at least one occasion he paid for a doctor to care for a slave woman who was ill. But like most white Virginians, Marshall feared what might happen if 400,000 slaves were suddenly emancipated. In 1791, slaves successfully revolted in a bloody revolution in Saint-Domingue. The very real threat of a race war was a constant fear of white Virginians. In August 1800, a slave named Gabriel Prosser, who worked as a blacksmith on a plantation just north of Richmond, conspired to lead hundreds of lightly armed slaves in an uprising to seize Richmond. The insurgents planned to kidnap the governor, James Monroe, and hold the capital in exchange for their freedom. Another slave disclosed Gabriel's conspiracy only hours before the attack was to begin. Monroe sent the militia to crush Gabriel's army. At least 70 slaves were prosecuted and dozens were hanged. Monroe's brutality toward the slaves threatened to become an issue in the 1800 presidential election. Jefferson worried that hanging so many slaves would hurt his electoral chances in the North, and he persuaded Monroe to cease the executions. Calm was restored by year's end, but Gabriel's army had confirmed the worst fear of white Virginians, that there was no possibility of racial coexistence. In response to Gabriel's conspiracy, Republicans in the Virginia legislature proposed sweeping measures to crack down on the freedoms of all blacks. Federalists, including Marshall, opposed these measures. Marshall thought that ultimately the system of slavery must come to an end, and that the federal government must take the lead, but he preferred a gradual end to slavery, rather than a sudden and possibly explosive emancipation. Marshall believed that emancipated blacks would be best off if they were sent to Africa, with support from the federal government. To this end, Marshall became active in the Society for the Colonization of Free People of Color of America, which was established in 1816. He founded the Virginia Society for Colonization and served as its president from 1827 until his death. When the society became insolvent in the 1830s, Marshall pledged $5,000 to support it. He hoped that a process of African colonization would provide an avenue for encouraging emancipation and giving slaves some restitution to help reclaim their lives. Many white Virginians defended slavery precisely because they feared the vengeance that millions of freed slaves might inflict against them. For just that reason, Marshall believed that African colonization offered a way to remove an obstacle to emancipation. Of course, most slaves had no ties to Africa and had no reason to leave their homeland for a foreign country. Though today it seems unthinkable that the United States would have deported free blacks to Africa, to Marshall and his contemporaries it seemed just as unthinkable that whites would ever accept blacks as their social equals. More than 150 years after emancipation, it remains to be seen if Marshall was wrong. Though Marshall did nothing as a member of the Virginia General Assembly to end slavery, that would have been a fool's errand in the 1780s, he did support some reforms that allowed masters to manumit, free their slaves, and offered emancipation to any slave who served in the U.S. Army as a substitute for a white Virginian. In 1783, Marshall voted to define a state citizen to include all free persons, white or black, who were born in Virginia. It may reflect on Marshall's own values that in 1832 his son Thomas, as a member of the General Assembly, courageously fought for emancipation. Most significant is that Marshall believed in the federal power over the states, while knowing that one day the federal government might choose to end slavery. Despite his hope for ending slavery, Marshall did not manumit any of his slaves until after his death, and then he offered freedom to his trusted valet, Robin Spurlock, only if he would settle in Liberia. Faced with the choice of deportation or servitude, Spurlock chose to remain with Marshall's daughter to the end of his life. The relationship between Marshall and Spurlock was remarkable, and it seems likely that Spurlock made a strong impression on Marshall's views about African Americans and slavery. Marshall trusted Spurlock to manage his household during his long absences. When Marshall was home, the two men often shared chores. Contemporary accounts describe Marshall going to the market dressed in wrinkled, oversized clothing, his hair wildly askew, closely followed by the meticulous Spurlock. Spurlock was famous in Richmond for his elegant outfits and spirited attitude. He wore well-fitted, brightly colored silk trousers and matching suits with bright yellow socks, flamboyant hats, and patterned scarves. Sometimes he added feathers or gold braids to his eye-catching costumes. Spurlock was graceful and proud, while Marshall appeared gawky and informal. When they returned from the market, Marshall would insist on carrying his own basket of groceries. Townspeople quipped about which one looked more like a famous attorney. Over the course of his practice as a lawyer, Marshall handled a few cases concerning slavery. In 3 of these cases, he defended the slaves pro bono. Why would a provincial lawyer and politician accept cases without pay that would bring him into conflict with his affluent neighbors and clients? Marshall acted out of principle and against his own economic self-interest. But how did he come to represent enslaved clients? The most likely explanation is that Spurlock, who was a leader in the Richmond slave community, sought Marshall's help on behalf of these slaves. For a slave to ask his master to defend another slave must have seemed odd, but if this is what happened, it is some measure of Spurlock's relationship with Marshall. 3 of these slave cases related to mixed-race children born to an Indian woman and a slave father. Both Virginia law and Indian tribal law regarded these offspring as full-blooded Indians and therefore free. But some slave owners continued to enslave these children. Marshall sponsored a law in the General Assembly to punish anyone trying to sell such mixed-race offspring as slaves. The status of a mixed-race child was a particularly sensitive subject for white slaveholders, who often fathered children with slaves. The 3 cases Marshall brought established judicial precedents for defending the liberty of these mixed-race children. Marshall also defended an African-American woman, Angelica Barnett, who was wrongly accused of murder. In 1793, Barnett was a free black woman living in Richmond. One night, a white man, Peter Franklin, broke into her home to look for his runaway slave while she was asleep. Franklin assaulted her and threatened to bludgeon her in front of her terrified children. She grabbed an axe and struck him in the head, killing him. Barnett was quickly tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. White and black women of Richmond, including Marshall's wife, Polly, vigorously protested. Marshall, perhaps urged by Polly and Spurlock, agreed to organize the leading attorneys in Richmond to petition Governor Henry Lee for a pardon. Marshall's efforts succeeded, and Barnett was freed a day before she was scheduled to hang. In another case that began in 1799, Marshall fought for the manumission of 400 slaves. John Pleasants, a Quaker slaveholder who died in 1771, wanted to free his slaves when they reached the age of 30. But Virginia law at that time would not permit it. So in his will, Pleasants left his slaves to his heirs with the condition that if manumission ever became legal, his slaves should be set free. After Virginia legalized private manumission in 1782, Pleasants's son and executor, Robert Pleasants, freed his slaves in deference to his father's intentions. John Pleasants's other heirs, in particular his daughter Mary, who had inherited 300 of her father's slaves, refused to comply with the manumission clause. Robert Pleasants retained Marshall to file suit in the Virginia High Court of Chancery to force the other heirs to honor Pleasants's will and manumit their slaves. It was an uphill challenge. The chief obstacle Marshall faced was that the will violated the notorious rule against perpetuities, which limits a person's ability to tie up a future interest in property beyond the length of a particular individual's life plus 21 years. Since John Pleasants died not knowing if or when the Virginia legislature might permit manumission, the provision clearly violated the rule. The case came before Marshall's former law professor, Chancellor George Wythe. Marshall made a novel argument that the rule against perpetuities should not apply because the slaves were not property for purposes of this case. They were, in fact, the beneficiaries of Pleasants's will. Chancellor Wythe concurred and ordered that all 400 slaves be freed. This was a stunning but short-lived victory. Pleasants's heirs appealed, and Wythe's ruling was reversed by the Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals. The slaves remained in bondage. However, Marshall did profit, albeit indirectly, from transactions involving slaves. One of Marshall's most significant cases concerned Martha Wales Jefferson, the wife of Thomas Jefferson. It began when Richard Randolph, one of Marshall's cousins, and John Wales, Jefferson's father-in-law, contracted in 1772 for a consignment of 280 slaves. The slaves would be shipped from Africa aboard the Prince of Wales, a British slaver. The consignment was arranged and financed by a British trading company, Farrell and Jones. Before Randolph died, he was facing financial ruin. Seeking to protect his estate from his creditors, he transferred whatever property he had left to his heirs. After Randolph's death in 1795, Farrell and Jones sued Randolph's estate for the nearly £10,000 owed for the slaves, about $2 million today. Marshall successfully defended Randolph's bankrupt estate from the British creditor. Unable to collect from Randolph's estate, Farrell and Jones next sought a judgment against Wales's estate for the debt owed by Randolph. In response, the executors of Wales's estate, Martha Wales Jefferson and her brother-in-law, sued Randolph's estate, asking the court to set aside the transfers of Randolph's property to his heirs so that this amount could be used to indemnify Wales's estate for the debt owed to Farrell and Jones. The case pitted Marshall and the Randolph estate against Jefferson, and it dragged through state and federal courts for many years. Marshall eventually lost the argument on behalf of Randolph's estate in the High Court of Chancery, and he appealed to the Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals. There he crafted a winning argument that Randolph's heirs should not be burdened by the debt owed to Farrell and Jones based on British common law. Marshall's legal victory left the Wales estate, and by extension Jefferson, indebted to British slavers for millions of dollars. Jefferson bitterly complained that the British merchants had enslaved Virginia planters with debts that had become hereditary from father to son for many generations, so that the planters were a species of property annexed to certain mercantile houses in London. But Jefferson's bondage to his family's debt was only a metaphor. His family's profit from the sale of 280 souls was a harsh reality. Marshall's role in depleting Martha Jefferson's inheritance may be seen as rough justice when one considers that Jefferson's father took control of the Randolph estate at Tuckahoe, where Marshall's grandmother was raised. From Jefferson's perspective, Marshall's victory was just another wound in his long struggle with Marshall. The earliest wound may have come when Marshall married Polly, who was the daughter of Jefferson's first love, Rebecca Lewis Burwell. Burwell's marriage to Jacqueline Ambler was a crushing blow to the young Jefferson. From Jefferson's point of view, Marshall seemed to be continually encroaching on both his personal life and his political projects. The outcome of the Wales litigation added more toxin to the already poisoned relations between cousins. Neither Marshall nor Jefferson was innocent of profiting from slavery, but while Marshall engaged his slaves as members of his own household, Jefferson averted his gaze from the cruel source of his own wealth. At Monticello, for instance, he designed his house and arranged his household to minimize encounters with his own slaves. When dining at home, Jefferson preferred to serve himself from a dumbwaiter rather than allow slaves in his presence. He closed his eyes to the egregious contradictions in his own slaveholding. Jefferson withdrew from people and found comfort in elegant abstractions. Marshall, by contrast, leaned in to embrace the muddle of humanity. Marshall, like Jefferson, was guilty of hypocrisy, fighting for liberty in the Revolutionary War while denying it to others. But Marshall engaged with real people in real-life situations. If Jefferson lived his life in poetry, Marshall lived his in prose. For him, the struggle for human dignity was experienced in the cases he won, in his support for African colonization, in his defense of the federal power to end slavery, and in the humanity and respect he showed to the least among us in his quotidian routines. Chapter 5. Innocence Lost. Half a world away from the serenity of Marshall's Virginia, events in France were taking place that would change the trajectory of his life and bring him to national prominence. To understand how Marshall became the lion of the Supreme Court, it is necessary to understand how the French Revolution polarized the United States and defined our political parties. These events would also set Marshall on a collision course with his cousin, Jefferson. In July 1789, a little more than 2 months after President-elect Washington took the oath of office for the first time in the temporary national capital, New York City, the long-simmering French Revolution erupted. Most Americans welcomed news of the fall of the Bastille and the establishment of a republic, smug in the confidence that their French cousins were following in their footsteps. Americans assumed that France would establish a liberal republic modeled after the United States. We were all strongly attached to France, Marshall recalled. Scarcely any man more strongly than myself. I sincerely believed human liberty to depend in a great measure on the success of the French Revolution. No man better exemplified the connection between the American and French revolutions than General Lafayette, whose leadership in the Continental Army had been critical to the success of the American Revolution. Lafayette had returned to France after the American Revolution. He became the leader of his own party of moderate reformers known as the Fayettists. The morning after the fall of the Bastille, the French National Assembly appointed Lafayette commander of the National Guard to maintain order. As a tribute to his former commander-in-chief, Lafayette sent Washington the key to the fallen Bastille, which Washington proudly hung on the wall of the presidential mansion in New York City. Americans celebrated the French Revolution with parades, toasts, and fireworks. Gentlemen demonstrated their support by singing La Marseillaise and wearing cockades with the French tricolors. They wore long trousers in place of their conventional silk knee breeches to emulate the radical French working class. Even before the Bastille was overrun, Jefferson, who became the U.S. Minister to France in 1784, disregarded diplomatic protocol to support the Fayettists. He encouraged them to remove Louis XVI, the United States' principal ally, and seize power. Jefferson was either disingenuous or uninformed in his reports back to Congress. In 1786, as the rumblings of revolution in France were already audible, Jefferson blithely reassured Abigail Adams in a letter that, "Here we have singing, dancing, laughter, and merriment. No assassination, no treasons, rebellions, nor other dark deeds." Jefferson acknowledged that there were some little bickerings between the king and his parliament, but he did not foresee any rebellion. To Washington, he predicted in 1788 that the present disquiet will end well. Even after the fall of the Bastille and the increasing disorder of the Paris mob, Jefferson maintained a sanguine view of the revolution's prospects. He reported to Secretary of State John Jay that stories of mass executions and tumult were wildly exaggerated. He dismissed rumors that the French royal family and the aristocracy were in danger. According to Jefferson, only 3 people were killed in all the rioting that followed the fall of the Bastille. In fact, at least 100 people were killed, and more than 70 were injured. "Tranquility is now restored to the capital," Jefferson wrote. "The shops are again opened, the people resuming their labors, and if the want of bread does not disturb the peace, we may hope a continuance of it." Jefferson was beguiled, as he often was, by his ideology. His rose-colored reports to Congress kept American policymakers ignorant of the extremism of the French revolutionaries. Only a month after the fall of the Bastille, Jefferson returned to the States still bubbling with enthusiasm for the Revolution. In his last letter from Paris, he wrote to Thomas Paine that order had been established throughout France. I think there is no possibility now of any things hindering their final establishment of a good constitution, which will, in its principles and merit, be about a middle term between that of England and the United States. Jefferson did not anticipate danger, and therefore was not prepared for the tumultuous events that engulfed Europe any more than he had prepared Virginia for attack by the British when he was governor. Later, as Secretary of State, he continued to misjudge the character of the French Revolution, with dire consequences for the United States. By October 1789, events began to spin out of control in France. A bad drought that summer had produced a poor harvest. Bread prices soared from 8 to more than 14 sous a loaf in a few months. Bread was the main source of calories in the diet of most working families, and a typical French laborer consumed about 3 pounds of bread daily. A loaf of bread now cost a worker more than half the average daily wage of about 20 or 30 sous. As a consequence, families starved. Hungry mobs rioted across France, and neither the police nor the army could keep order. Farmers and landholders suspected of hoarding food were attacked, and homes were looted and burned. Local governments were displaced by citizen councils. People in authority were attacked and sometimes brutally murdered. A mob tortured and killed one of the king's highest official agents, Joseph Foulon Dudoué. They beheaded him after failing to hang him, stuck his head on a pike, and gleefully paraded their bloody trophy through Paris. When the ugly crowd surged past the home of the newly arrived U.S. minister, Gouverneur Morris, he gasped, "Gracious God, what a people!" In the months that followed, Louis XVI agreed to reign as a citizen king in a new constitutional monarchy. Over the next couple of years, an uneasy peace returned to Paris, as Louis consented to a wide range of reforms. The royal family regained popularity, and the aristocracy was largely unaffected. When a commoner at the Comédie Française threw an apple at Lafayette's sister-in-law, she blithely joked that it was the first fruit of the Revolution that has so far come into my hands. There was no sense of the impending cataclysm until June 1791, when the royal family was arrested trying to escape France, and was forcibly brought back to Paris on the order of General Lafayette. A new assembly convened that was dominated by a faction known as the Girondists, which wanted to liberate all of Europe from monarchy. The previous summer, the Holy Roman Emperor and the Prussian king had issued a joint declaration at Pillnitz, calling on France to restore the freedom of the French royal family, and warning that their fate was a common concern to Austria and Prussia. Even though the Girondists supported the monarchy, they saw the Declaration of Pillnitz as a military threat, and in April, the National Assembly, in a spasm of bravado, declared war on Austria and Prussia. Preoccupied as it was with internal strife, France was unprepared for war. The army lacked arms and uniforms. Officers deserted rather than swear an oath that omitted any mention of the king. Soldiers mutinied. French defenses disintegrated as Austrian and Prussian forces easily pushed across the border and marched toward Paris. The capital panicked. Austria and Prussia threatened to destroy Paris if it resisted invasion, or if members of the royal family were harmed. Violent demonstrations erupted, and a more radical faction known as the Commune seized power. The National Assembly voted to imprison the king and remove him from power. He was stripped of his title and would be known only as Louis Capet. In response, Other European powers withdrew their diplomats from France and shuttered their embassies. Aristocrats, already stripped of their titles and lands, now fled, but many were captured and arrested, along with members of the clergy, who refused to swear allegiance to the new regime. Persistent rumors of royalist plots stoked the public's fear and anger. On September 2nd, a mob broke into the Prison de l'Aube and brutally massacred 1,200 aristocrats and priests, whose crimes were either their titles or their clerical robes. Despite all this bloodshed, Jefferson continued to defend the revolutionaries and minimize the loss of human life in his dispatches to Washington. On January 21, 1793, at the Place de la Révolution, the king was guillotined before tens of thousands of his former subjects. This began a reign of repression and terror unlike anything Europe had seen before. Tens of thousands of people, mostly without privilege, title, or priestly collars, were drowned, shot, or guillotined on unsubstantiated charges of betraying the nation. News that the King of France had been executed reached Philadelphia just as President Washington was preparing for his second inaugural in March 1793. Most Americans were shocked by the execution. Unlike George III, who was despised as a corrupt tyrant, Louis XVI was beloved in the United States as an indispensable ally of the American Revolution. Louis's birthday was even celebrated as a national holiday. As Washington had predicted, Louis's decision to aid the American Revolution had contributed to France's insolvency, and the consequent tax increases helped fuel the French Revolution. Washington, unlike Jefferson, recognized that the French Revolution had unleashed terrible and uncontrollable forces. On the day of his second inauguration, these events were not far from his mind. The President, dressed in a new black velvet suit, silk stockings, and diamond knee buckles, took his seat at the front of the Senate chamber in Philadelphia. Behind him hung twin portraits of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, which someone had discreetly covered with a cloth. After a short ceremony and an inaugural address consisting of 4 sentences, President Washington returned to his home in Mount Vernon for a much-needed break. He was exhausted from 4 frustrating years in office. At 61, he was in continual pain from bone loss in his jaw and rheumatism. He had grown fat and old in office and suffered from poor hearing and a failing memory. He doubted the wisdom of seeking a second term, but the leaders of both parties begged him to stay on to consolidate the new government. Soon after arriving at Mount Vernon in 1793, he received word from Secretary of State Jefferson that following Louis's execution, Britain had expelled the French ambassador, and France had responded by declaring war against England and the Netherlands. Washington was stunned. France, England, and the Netherlands were all important trading partners for the United States. But the United States owed a moral and financial debt to France. Washington knew that without the arms, talent, and fleet that France had provided, his army would have been crushed. France expected to be paid for the ammunition, guns, uniforms, and cannons they had provided, but Congress did not have sufficient funds to discharge the debt of $5.6 million, more than $130 million today. Legally, the United States had bound itself by the Treaty of Alliance to defend France. It would be a matter of principle to a man like Washington to honor his debts. But the United States had signed a peace treaty with Britain, and now depended on Britain for 3/4 of its total world trade. It had no cause to go to war against its largest trading partner. Moreover, the United States could not possibly defend itself against Britain. The United States might be bound to defend France from an armed attack, but in this instance, France had declared war first. And there was also the question of whether the United States was bound by the Treaty of Alliance to defend the present government of France or the Ancien Regime of Louis XVI, whose head his former subjects had severed. Washington concluded that the United States must remain neutral. Contemporary international law gave neutral states the right to trade with belligerent states so long as they did not ship contraband goods such as arms and munitions. Washington wrote to Secretary of State Jefferson that the United States must use every means in its power to prevent its citizens from embroiling us with either of those powers by endeavoring to maintain a strict neutrality. But the question remained what strict neutrality would look like. Washington rushed back to Philadelphia to meet with his cabinet. The cabinet was divided between Jefferson, the leading Republican, and Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, the leading Federalist. In the absence of any formal political parties, these terms referred to loosely defined networks of like-minded people. Jefferson and Madison, for example, shared many Republican principles, just as Hamilton and Marshall agreed on most Federalist principles. Rather than speak of a Republican Party, Jefferson might refer to Republican interests as being distinct from those of the Federalists, whom he excoriated as either Tories, monocrats, or even monarchists. After the execution of Louis XVI and the bloody events that followed, most Federalists were shocked. Hamilton doubted the French had anything in common with the American Revolution. In his view, liberty had given way to licentiousness. Other Federalist leaders, such as John Adams, expressed the fear that the violence of the mob could set an example that would endanger the fledgling American Republic. By contrast, most Republicans leaned toward the revolutionaries as champions of liberty. Jefferson, for instance, shrugged off the arrest and execution of the king, whom he thought should be treated like other criminals. He hoped that the revolution would bring at length kings, nobles, and priests to the scaffolds, which they have been so long deluging with human blood. Even when the reign of terror turned on his friend Lafayette, Jefferson was unmoved. Rather than see the revolution fail, he would prefer to have seen half the earth desolated. Were there but an Adam and Eve left in every country and left free, it would be better than as it is now. Jefferson thought the revolution was progressing at a steady pace. He dismissed the bloodshed as a minor detail. France could not expect to be translated from despotism to liberty in a feather-bed. Even 3 decades later, Jefferson would persist in arguing to John Adams that the French Revolution was worth rivers of blood and years of desolation. Ignoring all evidence to the contrary, Jefferson held to the naive belief that the revolution would lead to a democratic republic on the American model, even after Napoleon Bonaparte established a ruthless dictatorship and declared himself emperor. Other Republicans shared Jefferson's enthusiasm for the bloodletting in France. Madison thought that the revolution was wonderful in its progress and stupendous in its consequences, and Monroe thought that the French king's execution, though regrettable, was justifiable for the greater end of the revolution. The Republican romance for the French Revolution was partly rooted in their loathing of Britain. Jefferson viewed the British as our natural enemies, who wished us ill from the bottom of their souls. England, he charged, tried to exterminate us in war, insulted us in all her councils in peace, shut her doors to us in every port where her interests would admit it, libeled us in foreign nations, endeavored to poison them against the reception of our most precious commodities. Jefferson believed that the United States should allow French military ships and privateers to operate out of U.S. ports. He looked forward to celebrating France's conquest with the victorious French generals in London. Republicans displayed their affinity for the French in their taste for French furnishings, wine, and even fashion. They avoided any ostentation in their dress and their homes. They went wigless with short-cropped hair in the manner of the French revolutionaries. Silver-buckled shoes and knee breeches disappeared into Republican closets. Republicans toasted the success of the revolution, and they amused guests by setting their tables with toy guillotines as centerpieces. In all their giddy excitement, the Republicans had no sense of the suffering inflicted by the revolution, not just on the aristocracy, but on the poor and the bourgeois as well. When news of the king's execution reached Philadelphia, a leading Republican journal, the National Gazette, sneered, "Louis Capet has lost his caput." The French Revolution became the serpent in the garden, tempting Americans like Jefferson on the one hand and Hamilton and Marshall on the other to taste the bitter fruit of partisanship. American democracy had lost its innocence. Back in Richmond, Marshall had little time to speculate about American debt to France. He was preoccupied with a different debt. By the 1790s, Americans owed British and Scottish creditors as much as £5 million sterling, around $700 million today, for imports delivered before the American Revolution, and half of that was owed by Virginians. Despite Marshall's personal interest in vindicating Lord Fairfax's title to his Virginia property, Marshall had earned a reputation as a champion of Virginia debtors against claims brought by British and Scottish creditors on pre-Revolutionary War debts. Prior to the Constitution's adoption, these cases were generally dismissed by Virginia courts. But after the Constitution was ratified in 1787, the federal courts were open to British and Scottish creditors, who expected that federal judges would enforce the provisions of the Treaty of Paris that promised to honor their debts. Marshall defended as many as 100 Virginia debtors, including men as prominent as Edmund Randolph and Thomas Jefferson, from claims worth about $15 million, around $300 million today. One such case was filed in federal court against Daniel L. Hilton and Company, a successful merchant in Richmond. In 1774, Hilton owed £1,500 sterling to the British mercantile house of Farrell and Jones, the same company that had sued Randolph's estate for the consignment of 280 slaves. In 1777, Virginia passed the Sequestration Act, which appropriated all the debts owed to British creditors and required debtors to pay the state rather than the original creditors. Debtors could now discharge their debts in Virginia currency, which was worth appreciably less than the original debt in British pounds sterling. Hilton, for example, paid the Commonwealth of Virginia a stack of Virginia bills with a face value of £1,500, but which were actually worth a mere £15. William Jones sued Hilton, and in 1791 Marshall defended Hilton before the Federal Circuit Court. As it evolved, the case assumed national importance. The question of whether British debts could be discharged by state law had enormous economic significance. Marshall was joined by three of the most prominent lawyers of the day, Patrick Henry, Alexander Campbell, and James Innes. Marshall argued that after independence, Virginians were no longer answerable for their obligations owed to British creditors under the old regime. Virginia had barred British creditors from recovering on these debts, and Hilton's debt had been properly paid to the Commonwealth in compliance with the Sequestration Act. Jones's lawyers argued that the United States had promised to enforce these debts in accordance with Article 4 of the 1783 Treaty of Paris. They insisted that the Treaty of Paris trumped state law and bound Virginia. If there was any doubt about that, they pointed out that under Article 6 of the Constitution, known as the Supremacy Clause, treaties were the supreme law of the land, superseding state law. Marshall responded that the treaty did not retroactively preserve rights that were previously taken by the state. even if the court found that the treaty had been intended to restore the rights of British creditors, Marshall argued that since Britain had violated the treaty by maintaining a military presence south of the Canadian border, and by refusing to pay slaveholders for the slaves freed by British forces during the Revolution, the peace treaty was void. Claiming that the treaty was void went too far. It raised troubling questions about the appropriate role of federal courts. Did a federal court have the power to void a treaty? Should a federal court interfere in the conduct of foreign affairs by risking war with Britain? Marshall buttressed his position with scholarly citations to international authorities such as Hugo Grotius, Emmer de Wattel, and Samuel von Pufendorf. But his client was in an unenviable position. The equities of the situation, as well as the treaty, were against Hilton. After all, he had paid £15 to Virginia in order to erase a debt of £1,500 to his British creditors, and he was now claiming that state law could override a federal treaty, and that a federal court could void a peace treaty. At this point, Marshall shifted his argument to reframe the question in terms of the federal Constitution. He knew it was unlikely that the Circuit Court would risk plunging the nation into war by voiding the peace treaty, and so he changed tactics. He argued that the President had no authority to make a treaty that superseded the legal rights of a private citizen under state law. In effect, Marshall was asking the Circuit Court to strike down a federal treaty as a violation of state rights under the Constitution. No court had ever before struck down federal or state law in conflict with the federal Constitution. It was not until Marshall's most famous Supreme Court decision, Marbury v. Madison, that the Supreme Court first asserted the power to void federal law. Marshall had one more arrow in his quiver. He argued that the treaty imposed only a moral obligation on states to adopt legislation that would restore debts owed to British creditors. States were not legally bound, and the treaty had no force of its own. In other words, Marshall contended that the treaty's provision to provide creditors with a remedy in state courts was not intended to be directly enforceable in state courts unless the state legislators agreed to make it enforceable. Since Virginia had never enacted such a law, Hilton was not bound to pay his creditors. The significance of this point is that Marshall was proposing that at least some treaties might be nothing more than a promise to enact legislation in the future. There was nothing in the law of nations suggesting a distinction like this among treaties. It was a completely novel idea, one that Marshall found convenient to introduce into U.S. law later on the Supreme Court. The Circuit Court was unable to reach a decision, and the judges ordered the case for retrial 2 years later in May 1793. Jones had died by then, and the executor of his estate continued the action. Hence, the case was subsequently renamed Ware v. Hilton. Marshall appeared again with his co-counsel before a 3-judge U.S. Circuit Court of Appeal composed of Chief Justice John Jay, Associate Supreme Court Justice James Iredell, and District Judge Cyrus Griffin. Marshall's arguments against the Treaty of Paris were hardly convincing to Chief Justice Jay, who was one of the treaty's principal negotiators, and who was well aware that the treaty intended to preserve the rights of British creditors. The 3 judges unanimously held that the court could not declare the Treaty of Paris void, and that the Supremacy Clause in Article 6 of the Constitution meant that the treaty preserved the rights of British creditors to file claims. However, the court split on the question of whether the Treaty of Paris overrode Virginia's Sequestration Act of 1777. Chief Justice Jay agreed with Marshall's argument that the Sequestration Act survived, but he thought that the debt also survived under the treaty and the customary law of nations. In his view, state law could not interfere with international law. Justice Iredell and Judge Griffin agreed that, to the extent that some debtors had already paid the state to discharge their debts, The state was now liable for paying the British creditors all the money they were owed. Thus the circuit held by a vote of 2-1 that Hilton had paid his debt and that the creditors' only recourse was against the state of Virginia. The case was subsequently appealed to the Supreme Court. Ware v. Hilton reached the Supreme Court in February 1796. That was the same month that Marshall was prepared to argue the case on behalf of Lord Fairfax's property rights before the Supreme Court. The action he had first filed more than a decade earlier was now called Hunter v. Fairfax. This case would determine whether Fairfax's heir had good title to the land. Marshall had a personal stake in that question, as he was hoping to purchase a portion of the property for himself. David Hunter's lawyer died just days before the case was to be argued, and the court postponed the argument to give Hunter time to hire new counsel. Eventually, Hunter abandoned his appeal, and the Supreme Court dropped the case from its docket. Marshall never had the chance to argue the Fairfax case before the Supreme Court. Almost 20 years would pass before the question of whether Fairfax owned good title to the property finally reached the Supreme Court in Martin v. Hunter's lessee. By then, of course, Marshall was Chief Justice. Marshall traveled from Richmond to Philadelphia to face the Supreme Court for the first and only time he appeared before them as counsel. Anxious to arrive, he described the long journey as beyond measure tedious, as he bumped along rutted roads through empty woods stripped bare and deep in shadows. The silver hush of winter was broken only by the rumble of carriage wheels over rocks and gravel. He yearned to get out and stretch his long legs. There was nothing for miles but an occasional flock of crows cawing across an ashen sky. Marshall had not seen Philadelphia in more than 15 years. The last time he visited during the war, he had walked there in boots worn through to rejoin General Steuben's army. He had arrived looking like a vagrant with a dirty beard, messy hair, and torn uniform. Innkeepers shut their doors to him. 15 years earlier, Philadelphia hardly looked like a capital city. It still bore the scars from the British occupation. Now the city sparkled as Marshall arrived by carriage in his finest suit. Philadelphia in 1796 was the second largest city in the English-speaking world after London, with a population of more than 40,000, paved streets, clean sidewalks, and the finest architecture in 18th-century America. He was dazzled by the transformation from a war-battered town to a gleaming metropolis. While he waited several days for his co-counsel, Alexander Campbell, to arrive from Richmond, Marshall explored the capital. He loved the theater as much as he loved politics and law, and he saw 2 performances in Philadelphia, The Banknote and Hop in the Well. Marshall enjoyed both of these comedies, but he thought that the show's leading lady was not quite up to the standards of Richmond's own Virginia Company. Philadelphia was preparing to celebrate Washington's 65th birthday as if he were a reigning monarch. There were already rumors that Washington intended to retire at the end of his term. In seeming anticipation of the grand event, the weather had turned uncommonly balmy and dry. Though December had been especially cold, the snow had disappeared by February. "We have weather as mild as April, streets as dirty as March," John Adams wrote to his wife. Even a false spring was welcomed in the capital. Ware v. Hilton was probably the most important case to reach the Supreme Court at that time. Most of the country's debt was owed by Virginians, and the courts of Virginia were the least sympathetic to British creditors. Millions of dollars, and possibly peace with Britain, hung in the balance. Justice Iredell, whose dour countenance belied his penchant for hyperbole, exclaimed that Ware was the greatest cause which ever came before a judicial court in the world. The Supreme Court convened in the musty east wing of the old City Hall across from where Congress sat. The court's docket was so bare, averaging fewer than 10 cases a year, that the court generously allocated 3 days for oral argument. By contrast, the modern Supreme Court receives approximately 10,000 petitions in a typical year, hears roughly 80 cases, and allows each party only 30 minutes for oral argument. The Supreme Court in 1796 did not possess the kind of influence or respect that it commands today, and consequently it had a high turnover. The court in 1796 included Chief Justice Oliver Ellsworth and Associate Justices James Wilson, William Cushing, James Iredell, William Patterson, and the newly appointed Samuel Chase. Chase had been named to replace Justice John Blair, who resigned because of a mental illness that was politely termed a strange disorder. Chase was considered an unbridled high Federalist, irascible, abrasive, and crafty. John Adams described Chase as being surrounded by a cloud of suspicion and impurity. Chase was unapologetically blunt and as fiery as Patrick Henry. He did not keep his political views to himself. Of the 6 justices, the Chief Justice did not participate. Marshall pared down his argument before the court to 2 points that had the appeal of simplicity. First, Marshall argued that an individual's property is the creature of civil society and subject in all respects to the disposition and control of civil institutions. That was a surprisingly modern idea of property rights. Rather than rely on natural law as the source of all property rights, Marshall asserted that those rights originated from the state. As a sovereign state, Virginia had the right under international law to confiscate the property of enemy aliens in wartime. The act sequestering British property provided that British creditors could sue Virginia, but not the debtor. In other words, Virginia had not expropriated property, but rather it had assumed responsibility for the debts of its citizens. Second, Marshall pointed out that the treaty did not expressly state an intention to restore rights that were already confiscated, even though Congress surely knew that some states had confiscated British debts. The treaty's silence meant that the treaty had tacitly approved Virginia's action. Even if the treaty intended to restore rights to the debtor, the Constitution surely would forbid Congress from compelling debtors to pay the same debt twice. Marshall's argument presaged some of his later views on the court. First, Marshall acknowledged that Congress was constrained by the Constitution, and that it was up to the courts to determine the limits of congressional power. The judicial authority can have no right to question the validity of a law, unless such jurisdiction is expressly given by the Constitution. Here, in a single sentence, Marshall distilled the principle that he would later enshrine as judicial review. Second, Marshall acknowledged that a treaty could override state law if it was clear that this was the intent of the parties to the treaty. Third, Marshall applied the norms of customary international law to interpret the meaning of the treaty based on its plain language. All of these principles would reappear later in Marshall's decisions and become foundational to American law. Despite the brilliance and originality of his argument, Marshall lost. Each of the justices issued opinions unanimously siding with the British creditors. Only Justice Wilson agreed with Marshall's argument that as a sovereign state, Virginia had the right to expropriate enemy alien property. But Justice Wilson insisted that international law did not permit states to confiscate private debts, and that when the states became independent they were bound to receive law of nations in its most pure and modern state. Justice Chase agreed in principle with Marshall that Virginia could discharge the debtor, but that as the supreme law of the land, a treaty can totally annihilate any part of the Constitution of any of the individual states, that is contrary to a treaty. Chase concluded that the treaty had, in fact, trumped the laws of Virginia. The justices voted to reverse the decision of the Circuit Court and ordered Hilton to pay the full amount of his debt in pounds sterling. The Supreme Court's decision in Ware affirmed that the United States could not shirk its obligations to Britain. The private debt owed to British and Scottish exporters would have to be paid. This was the only case Marshall ever argued before the Supreme Court, and it was only one of 2 Supreme Court cases in which Marshall found himself on the losing side. At the same time, President Washington's policy of neutrality meant that the United States would not discharge the debt that the French felt was owed to them for their aid during the Revolutionary War. Washington's neutrality policy was an exercise in pragmatism, and it certainly seemed like the wiser course to navigate between Britain and France. But in the end, neutrality would fail to keep America out of the conflict between these 2 belligerents, and it would ultimately fall to John Marshall to steer the ship of state between these 2 great powers. Chapter 6. Citizen Genet. On April 8, 1793, the French Revolution arrived in America in the person of Edmond Charles Genet, better known as Citizen Genet, the newly appointed French minister to the United States. Charismatic and combative with lapis eyes, auburn hair, and a rosy complexion, he was a fervent revolutionary. Despite a volatile temperament, Genet was bred for the diplomatic service. His father, Edmé Jacques Genet, was the Foreign Ministry's chief interpreter with expertise on American affairs during the reign of Louis XVI. When his father died, Genet was appointed to replace him as the American specialist. But the young Genet was too restless for the civil service. He cultivated relationships with the French revolutionaries, particularly the relatively moderate Girondists. When the Girondists took power, they decided that the imprisoned king should be exiled to America. Louis would certainly be accorded great respect in the United States, where he was regarded as a patron of the American Revolution. The leadership agreed in November 1792 that Genet, with his perfect English, would be the ideal candidate to convey the royal family into exile. For that purpose, the Girondists appointed Genet as minister to the United States. Happy to be freed from the stuffy confines of the foreign ministry, Genet joked that he would teach the French king to be a good American farmer. The Girondists, whose idea of diplomacy consisted of spreading universal brotherhood by using the bayonet, charged Genet with a mission that was destined to fail. He was instructed to expand the Empire of Liberty by persuading the United States to help France liberate Canada, Louisiana, and Florida from rule by Britain and Spain. If the Americans refused to help, Genet was instructed to act on his own to germinate the spirit of liberty by presumably instigating a popular uprising in these colonies. Second, Genet was to demand that the United States honor its obligation to support France under the Treaty of Alliance. Specifically, the French expected the Americans to allow Genet to commission volunteers to fight in Florida, Louisiana, and Canada, and issue letters of marque authorizing American privateers to attack British ships. Additionally, France wanted American courts to libel British ships seized as prizes of war, even though the Americans had a peace treaty with Britain. And the Girondists wanted the Americans to grant French imports preferential treatment. Finally, France wanted the United States to advance payment of $3 million, about $70 million today, on its outstanding debt owed to France for military supplies during the Revolutionary War. This was an amount roughly equal to the federal government's annual tax revenues. It was an impossible mission. 4 weeks before Genet departed Rochefort, his mission took an unexpected turn when Louis XVI was executed in Paris. Genet was no longer needed to carry the king into exile. Even though it now made little sense to send an unseasoned 30-year-old to a foreign post to carry out an impossible assignment, Genet left for America anyway. Soon after he departed, the Girondists lost power to the more radical Jacobins. The Jacobin leader, Maximilien de Robespierre, a man who never shied away from the sight of blood, denounced the Girondists for their foreign aggression. "No one loves armed missionaries," declared the not-so-lovable leader of the Reign of Terror. The Jacobins had no use for Genet either, but it would be months before that message reached him. Thus, Genet arrived in Charleston, South Carolina on April 8th on the frigate Embuscade, with 2 personal secretaries, 2 servants, and tons of luggage that included a carriage and a bidet, but without a mandate from the new Jacobin government. Genet had intended to land in Philadelphia, but contrary winds forced the ship to change course. It was a fortuitous accident. No city in America was more fiercely anti-British than Charleston, which had suffered a terrible defeat at the hands of British forces during the American Revolution. From the moment Genet stepped off the ship, he was mobbed by well-wishers. Recalling past outrages, Charleston's residents enthusiastically embraced the representative of Britain's most determined enemy. Genet's youth, vitality, and eloquent English captured the attention of Americans, who yearned nostalgically for the passion of their own revolution. While most Republicans preferred plain clothes and natural hair, Genet dressed with flair. He embodied the spirit of republicanism, but with better grooming. Genet immediately launched his campaign to push America into war against Britain and Spain. He embraced his instruction to germinate the spirit of liberty by sowing the field of American politics with the seeds of partisanship. In 10 short days in Charleston, he issued letters of marque authorizing 4 privateers, American ships manned by Americans, to capture British merchant ships. He made no effort to hide his responsibility. One of the privateers was even christened Citizen Genet. He instructed the French consul in Charleston, Michel-Ange Bernard de Montgomery, to establish a French court on American soil for the purpose of libeling British ships as prizes of war. This was an astounding breach of diplomatic protocol and international law. Even more incredible, he recruited Americans for a volunteer army under his own direction to invade Spanish Florida. Rather than sail to Philadelphia, which might have taken him 5 or 6 days, Genet decided to send the Embuscade ahead while he proceeded overland. It was a cunning bit of theater. Genet traveled for nearly a month over 700 miles of rough roads as he inched northward toward Philadelphia in an elaborate carriage drawn by 4 horses. Cannon fire, church bells, and adoring crowds greeted him in every city. A wave of anticipation and popular acclaim swept before him. He was toasted and feted at elaborate banquets. Only President Washington had received this kind of popular acclaim. All of this public adulation generated momentum that he hoped would shake the pillars of Federalist power. By the time he arrived in Philadelphia, Genet was drunk on his own grandiosity. Back in Richmond, the papers were full of stories about Genet, but Marshall was not paying much attention to his arrival. Marshall was preoccupied with one of the most lurid criminal cases to rock Virginia in the 18th century. It involved Marshall's distant cousin, Richard Randolph, who inherited the family plantation, aptly named Bizarre. Richard had married a cousin, Judith Randolph. In the winter of 1791 to 1792, Nancy Randolph, Judith's sister, came to live with Richard and Judith at Bizarre. Nancy intended to marry Richard's younger brother, Theodoric, but before they could marry, Theodoric died. That September, Richard, Judith, and Nancy were visiting the home of Randolph Harrison, another Randolph cousin. Nancy was not feeling well and went upstairs to lie down. Richard went to help his sister-in-law in her bedroom. He locked the door, and the guests downstairs heard Nancy screaming. The next day, Mrs. Harrison noticed bloodstains on a back staircase and on Nancy's pillowcase. Oddly enough, the sheets and quilt had disappeared from Nancy's bed. One of Harrison's slaves reported that she had witnessed Nancy giving birth. Another slave discovered a bloodstain on a pile of old shingles. Tongues began wagging, and word quickly spread that Nancy had given birth to an illegitimate child fathered by her brother-in-law, and that he had brutally murdered the infant. Since slaves could not testify, and there was no physical evidence of a crime, Richard Randolph could not be charged. But Randolph felt that his reputation had been damaged, and he wanted the opportunity to clear his name. Randolph sought Marshall's legal advice. Marshall concocted a daring legal strategy. He called for a judicial inquiry to determine the facts. Marshall prepared the case and persuaded his colleague Patrick Henry to appear on behalf of Randolph. Although 17 witnesses came forward to testify against Randolph, none had direct evidence of a crime, and under Henry's withering cross-examination, the case against Randolph collapsed. The court dismissed all charges in April 1793, though rumors persisted for years after. With the inquest over, Marshall's attention turned back to the national scene. In May, Marshall received a commission from Virginia's governor as the commander of a newly formed Richmond regiment. The swelling support for Genet and the French revolutionaries threatened to drag the country into another war with Britain. The European war was becoming a domestic concern, and the bitter partisanship that Genet had brought to America would soon compel Marshall to take a leading role. Like a gathering storm, Genet slowly advanced toward Philadelphia. Washington anxiously called his cabinet together in April 1793 to discuss how to respond to the outbreak of war between France and Britain. The cabinet was locked in a bitter debate for 2 days over what would prove to be the most fateful decision in Washington's presidency. Over Jefferson's objections, the cabinet agreed that the United States should remain neutral, but the cabinet could not agree on what neutrality meant in practice. Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton and Attorney General Edmund Randolph favored Washington's signing a proclamation of neutrality. Secretary of State Jefferson argued that the President did not have authority to issue a declaration of neutrality any more than he could issue a declaration of war. Only Congress had that authority. Hamilton countered that there was a distinction between sending soldiers into battle and preserving the peace. After much wrangling, Washington ordered the Attorney General, rather than Jefferson as Secretary of State, to draft a neutrality proclamation for his signature. Jefferson admonished his colleagues that despite the country's neutrality, the Treaty of Alliance required the United States to provide arms to France. Hamilton replied that since the treaty was made with Louis XVI, and no legitimate government had succeeded him, the treaty was suspended for the time being. The other cabinet members agreed that neutrality meant the rules would apply equally to France and Britain. But it would fall on Jefferson as Secretary of State to enforce the neutrality he so fiercely opposed. Finally, the cabinet debated whether the President should receive Citizen Genet as the proper representative of France. Hamilton advised Washington to receive Genet politely, without acknowledging him as the official representative of a legitimate government. President Washington concurred that he would accord Genet the same honors as any other foreign diplomat, but not with too much warmth or cordiality. Relations between Jefferson and Hamilton were irreparably damaged over the question of how to deal with France, and their mutual disdain disintegrated into childish name-calling. Hamilton accused Jefferson of a womanish attachment to France, and Jefferson told Monroe that Hamilton is panic-struck if we refuse our breech to every kick which Great Britain may choose to give it. Jefferson felt disillusioned and betrayed by Washington and his cabinet. His frustration had reached a breaking point. "The motion of my blood no longer keeps time with the tumult of the world," he confessed to Madison. He was worn down from a desperate and eternal contest against a host who are systematically undermining the public liberty and prosperity. In short, giving everything I love in exchange for everything I hate. 3 days after the cabinet meeting, Washington, in his customary terse language, issued the one-page Proclamation of Neutrality. In it, Washington warned citizens not to engage in any conduct that would compromise the nation's neutrality. He declared that the United States would not protect any citizen who was found guilty by another country of abetting hostilities, in violation of the law of nations, and that the United States would prosecute any citizen who attacked the vessels of either France or Britain. As the commander of Richmond's newly formed regiment, Marshall had a duty to enforce the Proclamation of Neutrality at the port of Richmond. The small port on the James River was the least likely spot for French privateers to appear, but Marshall could not ignore the popular support for Genet and the French revolutionaries. Though Marshall remained sympathetic to the cause of the French Revolution, he read the newspapers with growing anxiety as Genet appeared to challenge the leadership of General Washington. He had no reason to suspect that the Genet affair would soon drag him into national politics. The Proclamation of Neutrality ignited a firestorm of protest. This was the first time that a president asserted primary authority in foreign affairs. Until then, it was widely assumed that all the power over foreign affairs was vested in Congress by Article 1 of the Constitution. Republicans reproached the president for acting without authority from Congress. Jefferson remained silent in public while stealthily prodding his lieutenant Madison to attack. Madison, writing under the nom de plume Helvidius, denounced Washington's action as an unconstitutional violation of the separation of powers and America's treaty obligations. When Washington questioned Jefferson over what Madison thought of his policy, Jefferson replied that Madison wrote to him only about farming and crop rotation. Washington may have suspected that Jefferson and Madison were undermining his neutrality policy, but he could not have anticipated what would happen next. After a month of fevered anticipation, Citizen Genet reached Philadelphia on Thursday, May 16, 1793. He crossed the Schuylkill on the floating bridge at Gray's Ferry, where he was greeted by a crowd of dignitaries and reporters who proceeded with him into the city center. Streets were lined with French flags. Jubilant crowds wearing floppy red Liberty caps, popular among the French revolutionaries, burst into the Marseillaise, the rousing military anthem written the previous year after the declaration of war against Austria. Cannons thundered in tribute. A committee of Philadelphia's most distinguished citizens signed a pledge opposing the Proclamation of Neutrality. Receptions celebrated Genet and the French revolutionaries with rhapsodies and toasts to Jean-Paul Marat and Robespierre, whose cold-blooded vengeance surpassed the malevolence of any French monarch. Washington's former aide-de-camp, Pennsylvania Governor Thomas Mifflin, called for war against England. Philip Freneau, a Republican journalist working for Jefferson at the State Department, composed a song to the tune of God Save the King, which he sang at a dinner in Genet's honor. The song concluded, "May France ne'er want a Washington." Even to Francophiles, these lyrics must have sounded shockingly inappropriate, coming from the mouth of a State Department employee. All this fuss was made to honor a 30-year-old who had accomplished precisely nothing. Genet's comely looks and rhetoric stirred revolutionary passions that had been dormant for at least a decade among Americans. In the wake of his procession up the coast, he left a trail of 11 Republican societies that became the seedlings for a still unformed and unnamed political party. Some of these societies, as in Pennsylvania, were called democratic societies, but they were all inspired by French republicanism. 24 more societies sprang up the following year. Federalists suspected that these societies would become breeding grounds for revolutionaries. As frenzied mobs of supporters paraded the narrow streets of Philadelphia, Vice President John Adams barricaded himself in his home with guns loaded, ready to defend his family. Perhaps exaggerating the danger, Adams later recounted how 10,000 people in the streets of Philadelphia, day after day, threatened to drag Washington out of his house and effect a revolution in the government, or compel it to declare war in favor of the French Revolution and against England. On the afternoon of May 18th, Washington waited impatiently in the President's house to receive the French diplomat. It was a flagrant breach of diplomatic protocol for a foreign diplomat to spend 6 weeks parading around the country, making public appearances, and issuing commissions and letters of marque without first presenting his credentials to the head of state. Genet's conduct no doubt offended Washington, who was fastidious about etiquette. Governor Morris, the U.S. minister to France, had warned the president that Genet was an opportunist with the manner and look of an upstart. Jefferson, as Secretary of State, accompanied Genet to the president, who received him on the second floor of his spacious mansion. Portraits of the late Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette hung prominently on either side of the fireplace. Genet presented his credentials and tried to romance the president. "We see in you the only person on earth who can love us sincerely and merit to be so loved," he told Washington. The president responded to Genet with such formality and coldness that even Genet, a man dazzled by his own celebrity, could not have mistaken the president's intention. By contrast, Jefferson was enchanted by this Frenchman. Just a few weeks earlier, Genet's ship, the Embuscade, had sailed into the port of Philadelphia on May 2nd with a captured British merchant vessel, the Grange. The Embuscade had captured the Grange while it was anchored in Delaware Bay, and now claimed it as a prize. This was almost certainly in violation of international law, but popular opinion was on the side of France. Jefferson rushed to the wharf to see thousands of Philadelphians cheering as they watched the Grange dock, flying the British flag upside down beneath the French tricolor. The sight thrilled Jefferson as well, but his joy would be short-lived. Blinded by the cataracts of his ideology, Jefferson did not foresee the diplomatic crisis unfolding. Over the course of a few weeks, Jefferson and Genet met frequently at the comfortable house that Jefferson leased for the princely sum of £30, around $4,000 today, on the bend in the Schuylkill close to Gray's Ferry. They dined outside in the thick shade of towering sycamores along the river bank. Plants shriveled in the fierce stillness of summer, and the magnificent lawn was the color of burnt caramel after months of drought. While Jefferson and Genet talked, slaves would have ferried cool refreshments and plates from the kitchen. Though Pennsylvania had adopted a gradual abolition law in 1780, it permitted slaveholders from other states to bring slaves into the state if the slaveholder registered them with a county clerk. Jefferson evaded the registration requirement by cycling slaves back and forth to Monticello every few weeks. Genet flattered Jefferson as a champion of liberty and equality. The Frenchman seemed indifferent to the apparent contradiction between Jefferson's fine rhetoric and his ownership of so many Africans. He exceeded even his diplomatic instructions, suggesting that we ought in some sort to form one people. Genet suggested that the alliance between America and France would be something like a Republican version of the family compact that had united the Bourbon powers of France and Spain. Jefferson, who opposed centralized power and favored local government, was nonetheless fascinated by the possibility. Jefferson gushed later to Madison that Genet offered everything and asks nothing, it is impossible for anything to be more affectionate, more magnanimous than the purport of his mission. In fact, it soon emerged that Genet would ask a great deal. Jefferson and Genet forged a marriage of convenience over many hours. Jefferson wanted Genet's help to elect a Republican majority in Congress that would support an alliance with France. Jefferson shared confidential details of cabinet meetings with the French envoy. Jefferson made clear that his enemies, the Federalists, particularly Adams and Hamilton, were France's enemies. Only the Republicans in France and the United States could save democracy from the Federalist monocrats, he argued. From these conversations, Genet formed the misimpression that the president was irrelevant, and that an appeal to Congress or to the people directly would be more effective. Genet wanted Jefferson to agree to remove tariffs on French imports and advance repayment of the entire U.S. war debt to France, an amount equivalent to more than $100 million today. Both would be impossible to deliver. High tariff rates had been levied to finance public projects, pay off the national debt, and protect America's infant industries from European competition. Moreover, any tariff preference for French imports would violate the U.S. treaty with Britain. The United States simply could not afford to repay France, and a large payment to help France's military would risk antagonizing Britain. At the same time, Genet pursued plans to liberate Spanish Florida and Louisiana. Jefferson was privately sympathetic to France's aim to start a war with Spain. Spain controlled the mouth of the Mississippi at New Orleans, and Jefferson thought that the ability to navigate the river would open up the interior of the continent. As Secretary of State, Jefferson had tried to persuade Spain to cede Louisiana to the United States, and when Spain refused, Jefferson suggested that the United States should declare war on Spain. Genet confided in Jefferson his plans to arm regiments in South Carolina and Kentucky to attack Spanish Florida and Louisiana, respectively. Jefferson proposed that Genet send André Michaux, a French explorer and botanist, as his agent in Kentucky to organize the military expedition. Without considering the consequences of plotting war against a friendly government, Jefferson drafted a letter of introduction for Michaux to the Kentucky governor, Isaac Shelby, explaining that Michaux was acting on behalf of the French minister. Jefferson also put Genet in touch with several Kentucky congressmen who could facilitate his plans. While Jefferson cautioned Genet that what he was doing would violate the Proclamation of Neutrality, he did nothing to warn the president of impending war with Spain. Jefferson was knee-deep in a foreign conspiracy to attack Spanish territory, the very crime he later accused Aaron Burr of committing. Jefferson's relationship with the French envoy was ill-advised, probably illegal, and certainly disloyal to Washington, but it was politically expedient. Jefferson accused the proponents of neutrality of siding with the British. The old Tories, joined by our merchants who trade on British capital, paper dealers, and the idle rich of the great commercial towns, are with the kings. He was confident that the rest of the country would support France, and that the growing polarization would benefit Republicans. He happily added, "The war has kindled and brought forward the two political parties with an ardor which our interests merely could never excite." Jefferson predicted that the division over Genet's mission would sweep his party into power. While Jefferson shared Genet's criticism of neutrality, he worried about the activities of privateers in U.S. ports. Genet continued to recruit numerous American privateers to attack British ships. Jefferson gently reminded Genet that the United States did not approve of privateering in its territorial waters, but he still winked at some French violations of neutrality. By late June, Jefferson began to worry that Genet will enlarge the circle of those disaffected to his country. Jefferson was less concerned about the harm Genet might do to the United States than the harm to Republicans. Jefferson claimed that he was doing everything in my power to moderate the impetuosity of his movements. but that remained to be seen. More trouble was brewing. In early July, Jefferson learned that the Ambuscade had captured another British merchant vessel, the Little Sarah. The vessel was brought into Philadelphia, where the ship was renamed the Petit Démocrate, recommissioned as a French privateer, and outfitted with 14 guns. The President ordered that the ship remain docked in Philadelphia, but Genet defied the President and instructed the Petit Démocrate to set sail with a crew of 120 Americans and French into the open Atlantic. Genet's defiance of the President literally cast his fate upon the water. Jefferson felt humiliated, knowing that the cabinet would blame him. Genet arrogantly informed Jefferson that if the executive did not honor its treaty commitments to France, he would go directly to Congress or the people. But the Frenchman had dangerously misjudged American politics. In the public's mind, Genet personified the Republican cause, and Jefferson feared that if Genet continued to defy Washington, the public would side with Washington against the Republicans. In private, Jefferson had growing doubts about Genet's fitness. Never, in my opinion, was so calamitous an appointment made as that of the present Minister of F here, he wrote to Madison. Hot-headed, all imagination, no judgment, passionate, disrespectful, and even indecent toward the President in his written as well as verbal communications, talking of appeals from him to Congress, from them to the people, urging the most unreasonable and groundless propositions and in the most dictatorial style. He renders my position immensely difficult. Jefferson bristled at the young man's ignorance of the law of nations, and predicted that Genet would sink the Republican interest if they did not abandon him. Marshall, like most Americans, continued to support the ideals of the French Revolution. If there be among us men who are enemies to the French Revolution, or who are friends to monarchy, I know them not. But Marshall was offended that Genet publicly criticized the President's proclamation of neutrality, and should dare to pursue measures calculated to raise a party to oppose our government under his banners. Marshall believed both in the soundness of neutrality as a principle of American foreign relations and in the authority of President Washington to pursue neutrality. Marshall applauded the gallant people of France contending for the rights of human nature against her enemies. But the United States also had treaties with France's enemies that were no less obligatory on us than those with France. Unless Congress declared war, it was the President's duty, Marshall felt, to execute those treaties and preserve good relations with all the belligerent powers. Marshall was especially angered by the most malicious charges raised by Genet and the Republican clubs against Washington. Marshall concluded that, however devoted we may be to France, we cannot permit her to interfere in our internal government. The Genet affair came to a head at a series of cabinet meetings at the President's house beginning on July 23rd. The President and the Cabinet agreed to request Genet's recall. Secretary Hamilton seized the moment to accuse Jefferson and the Republicans of threatening to overthrow the American government. Washington ordered Jefferson to produce any correspondence he had with the Frenchmen, and Hamilton proposed they publish it to expose Genet's scheming. Of course, it would also have the convenient effect of embarrassing Jefferson. Jefferson warned that this would damage relations with France. Friendly nations always negotiate little differences in private, he pleaded. At one point, Secretary of War Henry Knox waved a pamphlet lampooning the President in Washington's face. It featured a drawing of Washington on a guillotine, proof, he asserted, that the Republicans threatened his government. Washington lost his self-control. He had had enough personal abuse heaped on him. He angrily defied any man on earth to produce one single act of his since he had been in the government which was not done on the purest motives. Washington's rage was uncharacteristic. Months of arguing over neutrality and Genet had taken a toll. Washington swore that, by God, he had rather be in his grave than in his present situation, that he had rather be on his farm than to be made emperor of the world, and yet they were charging him with wanting to be a king. The Genet affair would have enormous consequences for the President, his cabinet, the nation, and Marshall. Jefferson tendered his resignation to the President, effective at the end of September 1793. He wished to retire to scenes of greater tranquillity, from those which I am every day more and more convinced that neither my talents, tone of mind, nor time of life fit me. The toxic partisanship that Jefferson and his Republican colleagues had cultivated had driven him from office. Perhaps Jefferson would have remained in office if he had known that Hamilton had reached the same conclusion about retiring. Washington, too, was exhausted by the unpleasantness that Jefferson and Genet had sown. The President feared that the Republican societies inspired by Genet were fomenting a second revolution. Washington had been routinely savaged by the leading Republican newspaper in Philadelphia, the National Gazette, established by Jefferson and Monroe and run by Philip Freneau, Jefferson's employee in the State Department. Washington felt betrayed by his fellow Virginians, and his once robust health deteriorated. He, too, resolved to retire from public life at the end of his term. Meanwhile, the battle over Genet and the proclamation of neutrality widened. Republicans in Congress continued to denounce the proclamation as exceeding the President's constitutional powers. Under the pseudonym Pacificus, Hamilton wrote a series of essays arguing that the President had broad implied authority to function as the chief organ of foreign relations, and that empowered him to issue the proclamation of neutrality. If the legislature have a right to make war on the one hand, it is on the other the duty of the executive to preserve peace till war is declared, he asserted. Jefferson instructed Madison to go after Hamilton. For God's sake, my dear sir, take up your pen, select the most striking heresies, and cut him to pieces in the face of the public. Writing under his nom de plume, Madison blasted the idea that the executive possessed any authority beyond the literal text of the Constitution, or whatever additional powers Congress assigned to him. Madison insisted that since treaties are the supreme law of the land under the Constitution, Washington was legally obligated to enforce the Treaty of Alliance with France. In his reply to Madison, Hamilton warned his countrymen not to rashly mingle our destiny in the consequences of the errors and extravagances of another nation. Hamilton worried that the Republic would be irreparably damaged if it allowed itself to be entangled in foreign alliances. These were the same sentiments echoed in Washington's famous farewell address 2 years later. Hamilton, who largely wrote Washington's speech, could be excused for repeating himself. The partisan sniping over Genet and the French Republic drove Washington, Hamilton, and Jefferson out of the federal government, and it spawned two competing political parties. In Virginia and much of the South, Jefferson's party dominated. The opposition to this emerging Republican Party called themselves Federalists. Southern Federalists needed a leader who could match the intellectual firepower of Jefferson and Madison. They found that leader in John Marshall. Chapter 7. Entangling Alliances. August 1793 was a cruel month in Philadelphia. The unusually dry, warm weather, combined with the lack of sanitary conditions in the densely populated capital, had triggered an outbreak of yellow fever. Every morning carts stacked with jaundiced corpses prowled the streets looking for more bodies. In the space of 2 months, about 5,000 souls perished out of a population of about 40,000. Half of the remaining population fled, including nearly all the nation's leaders. Those inhabitants who remained covered their noses with cloths dipped in vinegar to avoid the stench of rotting flesh. People were too fearful to shake hands as they passed one another on the street. Physicians had no effective treatments, and many patients died after being treated with bloodletting. Both Hamilton and his wife fell gravely ill. They retreated to their estate outside the city, where they suffered tense days of violent fevers, chills, and vomiting before recovering. Jefferson callously accused Hamilton of faking his illness to win sympathy. Yellow fever continued its killing spree until the first chill of October. The epidemic brought a quick end to the debate over neutrality. The specter of so much death had, for the moment, eclipsed partisan politics as the chief preoccupation of the capital. But beyond the capital, Genet began a speaking tour to drum up opposition to the president's neutrality policy. Genet made increasingly aggressive public statements denouncing Washington during the autumn of that year. When Jefferson tried to dissuade him, Genet felt betrayed by Jefferson. He was unaware that the cabinet had requested his recall and that his speeches were triggering a powerful backlash among Federalists. Federalist clubs now sprung up to compete with the Republican societies. Hamilton, though still recovering, began to orchestrate rallies around the country to show support for Washington and neutrality. Hamilton and Chief Justice John Jay leaked some of Genet's correspondence to Jefferson that criticized Washington. Hamilton also persuaded Jay and New York Senator Rufus King to publish an article in a New York newspaper attacking Genet for interfering in the country's domestic politics. Genet and his Republican supporters launched a ferocious counterattack in the press and called on the U.S. Attorney General to prosecute the Chief Justice for defaming Genet in public. Dozens of public rallies in support of Washington's proclamation of neutrality were held throughout New England, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. The most significant rally was held in Virginia, the heart of Republican territory. To organize that critical event, Hamilton reached out to the man who was the effective leader of the Federalists in Virginia, John Marshall. Madison was visiting Monroe at his farmhouse in Charlottesville when he learned that Marshall was organizing a rally in Richmond in support of the proclamation of neutrality. Madison and Monroe appreciated how persuasive Marshall could be as a legislator and an advocate. Monroe wrote to Jefferson that Marshall threatened the most furious attack on the French minister, Genet. They were right. Marshall staged the Richmond rally with finesse. He won support from Governor Henry Lee, the last Federalist governor of the Commonwealth, and, in a brilliant stroke, he invited his former law professor, George Wythe, Virginia's leading legal authority and an associate of Jefferson's, to preside over the meeting. Marshall knew that Wythe agreed with Hamilton's analysis of presidential power. Wythe's reputation added credence to the Federalist argument while creating a veneer of nonpartisanship to attract Virginians who were not Federalists. Marshall cleverly framed the meeting as a call to support Virginia's own colossus, George Washington. But it was much more than that. It was the beginning of a resistance movement against the Republicans. Marshall published a public notice in the capital's newspaper, the Virginia Gazette and General Advertiser, inviting all citizens to attend on Saturday, August 17, 1793. He drew the largest crowd of any rally in the nation. People flooded into the Capitol to demonstrate support for Virginia's native son and president. Marshall drafted 6 resolutions to put before his fellow Virginians. All 6 were adopted unanimously by the hundreds in attendance. The resolutions began by endorsing strict neutrality towards the belligerent powers of Europe and praising our illustrious fellow citizen, George Washington, to whose eminent services, great talents, and exalted virtues all America pays so just a tribute, for the proclamation of neutrality. Marshall condemned Washington's critics as wicked for daring to gratify their paltry passions at the risk of their country's welfare, perhaps its existence. And he blasted Genet's extravagant pretensions and indiscreet arrogance. Marshall's resolutions warned the Republicans that any interference of a foreign minister with our internal government or administration, any intriguing of a foreign minister with the political parties of this country, would violate the laws and usages of nations, would be a high indignity to the government and people of America, and would be a great and just cause of alarm. Marshall had bested Jefferson and Madison in their own backyard. The rally also adopted an address crafted by Marshall to President Washington to be published in the Richmond newspaper. The address was an unqualified endorsement of the President. In a rebuke to the Republicans, Marshall wrote that, "As genuine Americans, with no other interest at heart but that of our country, unbiased by foreign influence, we concur with the propriety, justice, and wisdom of the proclamation of neutrality." By implicitly questioning the motives and loyalty of Republicans, Marshall became the target of Republican attacks in pamphlets and newspapers around the state. Madison spread a false rumor that the national bank that Hamilton had created had loaned Marshall the money to buy the Fairfax property. This was taken as evidence that Marshall was under the control of moneyed interests. Republicans charged that Marshall, like Hamilton, was a closet monarchist. They claimed that Marshall was a drunk, a false allegation that plagued his career. Marshall's sister-in-law wrote that he was, of all men, the most temperate. Marshall mused that there appears to me every day to be more folly, envy, malice, and damn rascality in the world than there was the day before, and I do verily begin to think that plain, downright honesty and unintriguing integrity will be kicked out of doors. In response to the Richmond meeting, Monroe wrote an essay under the pen name Agricola that was published in the Virginia Gazette and General Advertiser in September. In it, Monroe charged that the organizers of the Richmond meeting, by which he meant his old school friend Marshall, were monarchists and enemies of France. He accused Federalists of being more attached to the Constitution of England than to that of their own country. Monroe alleged that Federalists were determined to impose a constitutional monarchy upon the ruin of our own government. He also attacked Chief Justice Jay for leaking Genet's diplomatic correspondence. Jay was guilty of the leak, but Monroe accused Jay and Marshall of embarrassing the executive in the conduct of foreign relations, which was quite the contrary. This was the first instance in American politics, certainly not the last, in which a political party falsely alleged that leaked State Department documents risked damaging our foreign relations. Republicans were not troubled by the inconsistency of their position. On the one hand, attacking President Washington for exceeding his authority in foreign relations, and on the other hand, criticizing the Federalists for compromising the secrecy of the Secretary of State's diplomatic correspondence. Though Republicans extolled the virtues of popular democracy in theory, they now denounced Federalist rallies as interfering with federal foreign policy. Monroe's letter initiated a round of responses and counter-responses with Marshall that ran in the Virginia Gazette and General Advertiser from September through November 1793. This exchange crystallized two opposing views of America's role in the world and clarified the positions of the two emerging political parties. Marshall felt that these attacks were personal. He later commented that the resentments of Republicans had been directed towards me for some time, and he was attacked with great virulence by Monroe, who accused Marshall of being a tool of Hamilton's. Marshall responded to Monroe under the pseudonym Aristides, after Aristides the Just, an Athenian reformer. Marshall certainly knew that the source of Agricola's letter was either Jefferson, Madison, or Monroe, and since he was familiar with their writing styles, he probably suspected Monroe. It would be equally obvious to Monroe that the only man who could write so persuasively in defense of the Richmond resolution was Marshall. The use of pen names allowed these two old friends to attack each other in the strongest terms without risking a lawsuit or a duel. Marshall questioned Agricola's, Monroe's, loyalty for burying the love of country under a zeal for party or affection for a foreign nation. He skewered Monroe for opposing the right of citizens to voice their views by adopting resolutions. The citizens of Richmond, Marshall asserted, were not enemies of France or the French Revolution, but they were every day offended by the most malignant charges against their beloved chief magistrate. For Marshall, the issue was not how well we love France, but rather how well we love our own country. Monroe, as Agricola, replied that Washington's policies, tariffs on French imports, the appointment of Morris as envoy to France, and the proclamation of neutrality, all threatened America's single alliance. He charged that there was a cabal within the government plotting against France and threatening to destroy universal liberty and equality. To suggest that Marshall and Hamilton were not committed to the values of the Revolutionary War in which they had risked their lives and served with distinction was infuriating. Marshall, as Aristides, responded that any defense of Genet's extreme impropriety would only impair the affection of America for France. By distinguishing support for the ideals of the French Revolution from support for Genet, Marshall undercut Monroe's principal argument. Marshall railed against Republicans for defending a foreign envoy who had meddled in U.S. politics, and warned that if Republicans aligned themselves with a foreign power, it would threaten democracy. The Richmond meeting and the exchange with Monroe confirmed Marshall as the leading Federalist in the nation's largest state. There was no more effective advocate for Federalist ideas south of Philadelphia. Marshall's views on the President's role in foreign relations had won a wide audience. President Washington and the Federalist leaders knew they could rely on Marshall as a powerful ally in Jefferson's base. The Genet affair and the debate over the proclamation of neutrality accelerated the formation of political parties in America. Americans often say that politics stops at the water's edge. In fact, our party politics started at the water's edge with the battle between the friends and foes of the French Revolution. As a consequence of this debate, supporters of neutrality coalesced into the Federalist Party, and critics of the administration formed the Republican Party, led by Jefferson. The congressional election in 1794 was the first time that representatives ran and were elected on party tickets. The House of Representatives in 1795 had 59 Republican and 47 Federalist representatives. The Senate had 21 Federalists and 11 Republicans. The bitter disagreement over the French Revolution had produced a familiar result: a divided government with a Senate friendly to the President and a House governed by a hostile Republican majority. It would be a mistake to superimpose the longitudes of our liberal-conservative politics onto the political landscape of the early Republic. Both Republicans and Federalists were conservatives, in the sense that they sought to protect the existing institutions and elites in their respective regions. The Republicans were more likely to deploy terms such as liberty, democracy, and equality in challenging Washington and his allies. They were the party that fought to protect state power, slavery, and an agrarian economy from the reach of federal power, and opposed the transformative influence of industry, finance, and cities. And though Federalists feared populism and revolution, they embraced a strong federal government as an instrument for modernization, industrialization, and urbanization. Marshall considered himself a conservative in the sense that he wanted to protect property rights and resisted following the path of the French Republicans. But his conservatism was like that of the British statesman Edmund Burke. Marshall was forward-looking, progressive, and reformist. By defending federal power and aligning himself with financial and urban interests, he favored a more modern national economy. In so doing, he challenged the power elite in Virginia and implicitly the slave plantation system from which that elite derived its wealth. Marshall, like other Federalists, supported a standing military and a strong executive to safeguard the liberty won in the American Revolution against foreign adversaries. Federalists favored a policy of neutrality to keep a safe distance from foreign wars and high tariffs to protect infant manufacturing industries from European competition. By contrast, Republicans saw the French Revolution as a continuation of the American Revolution, and they embraced the revolutionary idea of liberating all the peoples of the earth from monarchy. Republicans had a missionary impulse to transform the world by force if necessary, but conversely, they opposed a standing army as a threat to liberty. Southern Republicans opposed tariffs that drove up import prices because they had no manufacturing to protect. What makes this all more confusing is that Jefferson's Republicans, also known as Democratic Republicans, eventually morphed from the Jacksonian Democratic Party into the contemporary Democratic Party, with its support for a strong national government and the rights of minorities. By contrast, Hamilton's Federalists, after a long period wandering in the wilderness as Whigs, eventually formed the core of the contemporary Republican Party, representing what Madison denounced as the moneyed interests. For these reasons, it would be a mistake to tag 18th-century Federalists and Republicans with contemporary labels. What 18th-century Republicans and Federalists shared was a sense of American exceptionalism. For Republicans, that meant remaking the world in the United States image. Federalists had a more modest and perhaps realistic goal: to preserve the Republic from the corrupting influences of European power politics. These two faces of American exceptionalism, one universalist and moralist, and the other isolationist and pragmatic, endure to the present. October 1793 brought relief from the saga of Citizen Genet, when the Committee of Public Safety recalled him to France. The Jacobins intended to arrest him the moment he set foot in Paris, so Genet preferred to remain in America rather than face the real possibility of being guillotined. But by now he had burned his bridges among Republicans. Jefferson, who might have offered him sanctuary, showed no compassion for the man he had embraced so warmly only months earlier. Ironically, it was Hamilton who intervened on Genet's behalf. Hamilton persuaded Washington to allow Genet to stay in the United States as a private citizen. Genet, the young upstart who a year earlier had joked that he would bring Louis XVI to America to teach him to be a good American farmer, now retired from public life and lived out the remainder of his days on a farm in upstate New York. He eventually married the daughter of New York Governor George Clinton, the leader of the Republican Party and Hamilton's sworn adversary. Jefferson remained in Washington's cabinet until the end of December 1793. Then he withdrew to his plantation at Monticello. After 24 years of public service, he was exhausted. But Jefferson sought the presidency 3 years later. His rivalry with John Marshall was just beginning. Chapter 8. Jay's Treaty. Though President Washington had hoped that neutrality would keep the country from being dragged into the European conflict, the proclamation of neutrality actually pushed the United States closer to conflict with both Britain and France. The British Navy retaliated against the Americans for selling goods to France by seizing hundreds of U.S. commercial vessels. "We fear, and not without reason, a war," Marshall advised a friend. "The man does not live who wishes for peace more than I do, but the outrages committed upon us are beyond human bearing. Pray heaven we may weather the storm." Marshall felt a strong sense of duty to the public and his commander-in-chief. He was now a brigadier general in command of Virginia's 2nd Brigade. After Congress adopted the Neutrality Act in June 1794, Marshall was pressed into active service. He was charged with enforcing the statute by preventing Virginians from accepting commissions as French privateers. One of the most famous privateers was Captain John Sinclair, a hero of the Revolutionary War. Captain Sinclair had outfitted a vessel for privateering, and in July, General Marshall and his men were ordered to capture the vessel on the James River. Sinclair, who was heavily armed, and the local Smithfield militiamen initially resisted Marshall's regiment, but they eventually surrendered without firing a shot. A few weeks later, Virginia's Governor Henry Lee sent General Marshall's forces into battle against the Whiskey Rebellion in Pennsylvania. Marshall had to remain behind in Richmond, however. That October, Governor Lee named Marshall acting Attorney General for the Commonwealth to replace James Innes. Marshall juggled these public responsibilities while continuing his private law practice to support his growing family. In 1795, Polly gave birth to a daughter, Mary. This was the 6th child born in the decade in which Polly had already lost 2 children, and Mary was the only daughter who would survive. Plagued by nervous tension and depression, Polly confined herself to the upstairs bedroom, leaving Marshall to manage his large household alone. Meanwhile, Marshall felt squeezed by his financial obligations. In February 1794, Marshall had purchased from Lord Fairfax's nephew, Denny Martin, all of the South Branch Manor for £6,000 sterling, roughly $800,000 today. The South Branch Manor was a 55,000-acre tract in Hampshire and Hardy counties that Marshall bought jointly with his brother, his 2 brothers-in-law, and Virginia Governor Henry Lee. This was the first of his 2 major land purchases from the Fairfax estate, and it required a bank loan to finance the deal. Marshall sought a line of credit from the newly formed First Bank of the United States, and when that failed, he sent his brother James to the Netherlands in search of a foreign loan. On August 31, 1795, a letter arrived from President Washington. The office of Attorney General of the U. States has become vacant by the death of William Bradford, Esquire, Washington wrote in his direct and unadorned style. I take the earliest opportunity of asking if you will accept the appointment. In addition to the salary, there was the added inducement of the prospect of a lucrative practice in Philadelphia. 20 years earlier, Marshall was an obscure rifleman in Washington's army from the backwoods of Virginia with no formal education and limited prospects. Now the President of the United States was asking him to join his cabinet as the nation's highest-ranking legal officer. Marshall replied graciously to President Washington that his involvement in the legal wrangling over the title to the Fairfax property prevented him from accepting a cabinet appointment. Marshall's father, whom Marshall had not seen in almost 15 years, wrote to his son in November from his home in Kentucky. He was replying to the news that Marshall's sister Lucy, who was married to Polly's cousin, John Ambler, had died months earlier. Thomas mentioned in passing that, "We are informed that you are appointed Attorney General for the United States." Thinking that Marshall had accepted, he continued matter-of-factly complaining that no U.S. attorney had yet been appointed for the new state of Kentucky. Thomas Marshall was not the sort of man to lavish praise, or grief, on his children. Thomas treated his son with the same detached paternal attitude that Marshall displayed toward his own sons. President Washington clearly thought highly of Marshall's talents. When Marshall's cousin Edmund Randolph resigned from his position as Secretary of State in October 1795, Washington discussed with Hamilton whether to appoint Marshall in his place. Since Marshall had already refused the job of Attorney General, for which he was certainly better qualified, the president thought he would not be able to persuade Marshall to take the job. One of Marshall's friends was running for the Virginia House of Delegates that spring, and on Election Day, Marshall went to vote for him. At the polling place, another voter suggested that Marshall's name be added to the ballot. That evening, to his surprise, Marshall learned he had been elected. "I regretted this for the sake of my friend," Marshall later remarked, but he quickly patched up the friendship and was happy to be back among his former colleagues in the General Assembly. Madison worried that Marshall's return to the legislature would fortify the increasingly vocal Federalist minority. Both Jefferson and Madison viewed Marshall as the most dangerous man in Virginia. Jefferson thought that Marshall's laid-back style, what Jefferson called his lax, lounging manners, and his pretense of nonpartisanship, had misled voters. He hoped that now that Marshall was back in the House of Delegates, they could expose Marshall as a monocrat. The neutrality policy Marshall had campaigned for did little to assuage the tensions between the belligerents. Both the French and the British felt that America's neutrality policy discriminated against them. The British felt that the Americans did nothing to stop French privateers, while they still refused to repay their debts to British creditors in violation of the Treaty of Paris. In the summer of 1793, the British cabinet issued a secret order to naval vessels to seize any neutral vessels bound for French territory. Any merchandise intended for France was a lawful prize, meaning it could be captured and sold. By the summer of 1794, more than 250 U.S. merchant vessels sailing in the West Indies had been captured, and at least 150 were condemned as lawful prizes. Hundreds of crew members were left stranded in the British West Indies with no way to return home and no means of support. Even worse, British officers forcibly conscripted or impressed hundreds of American seamen into the British Navy. Impressment of British subjects was a long-standing prerogative of the Royal Navy whenever they needed more sailors. Given the poor wages and conditions on ships, the British Navy was always short-handed. Impressment was a primitive form of the military draft, albeit an irregular and a capricious one. Squads of British seamen, known as press gangs, would descend on taverns or ships, seize men they presumed were British subjects, and kidnap them for His Majesty's Navy. Relations with Britain were further strained in 1794 when the Canadian Governor-General, Lord Dorchester, gave an inflammatory speech to Canadians relating to a border dispute with New York. He warned that Britain would soon be at war with the United States for its failure to honor the Treaty of Paris. Canadians were not generally known for being a belligerent people, and President Washington and Congress were alarmed by Dorchester's unusually aggressive language. In response to the growing tension with Britain, President Washington, on the advice of Treasury Secretary Hamilton, appointed Chief Justice John Jay as a special envoy to Britain in April 1794 to settle the ongoing dispute. As Chief Justice, Jay was thrust into an awkward position. Was it constitutional or even appropriate for a member of the court to serve as a diplomatic representative for the president? Jay felt compelled to set these qualms aside. No American had more diplomatic experience. Jay had negotiated the Treaty of Paris, which ended the Revolutionary War, and he had served as the first Secretary of Foreign Affairs prior to the establishment of the State Department. America could not afford another war with Britain. The country had no standing army or navy, and France, convulsed with revolution and tied up in a land war against her European neighbors, could not possibly spare support for the Americans as it had in the Revolutionary War. Besides, Jay found the job of Chief Justice boring. He had no wish to remain on the court, which had little authority over a few cases. Jay's ambition was to run for governor of New York State, and he may have concluded that making peace with Britain would help him secure the governorship. Jay arrived in London in July 1794 and began several months of negotiations with the British Foreign Secretary, Lord William Wyndham Grenville, the son of the former Prime Minister. Grenville was superbly well qualified as a diplomat, but notoriously prickly. His nickname was Bogey, as in the boogeyman, apparently because he terrified his colleagues. Jay sought compensation for the seizure of ships and U.S. sailors, but Grenville made it clear that this was out of the question. Negotiations stretched on through the summer and fall. Grenville was in no rush. The treaty was of marginal interest to Britain, but Grenville knew that Jay would be eager to return to New York in time for the gubernatorial election. Jay knew that without a navy, the Americans were in a weak position to bargain with the British. By November, the two men reached an agreement on a treaty that to many Americans looked terribly one-sided. The British denied any compensation for the ships, goods, or sailors they had seized, and they would not promise to stop impressment. Their only substantive concessions were to agree to withdraw from forts on U.S. territory by July 1796, and allow U.S. merchant vessels to trade with the British West Indies. In exchange, the United States would establish a joint commission to settle claims of British creditors that were not enforced by state courts. The United States also would compensate British subjects for any British goods or ships captured by French privateers outfitted in U.S. ports. And if British creditors were not able to collect from U.S. debtors, the U.S. government would pay them in gold or silver coins rather than paper bills, which could lose value. Most galling of all, the treaty recognized the ancient right of the British to capture ships belonging to neutral countries and seize goods destined for France. This was a repudiation of the prevailing international custom that neutrals had the right to trade with belligerent parties during wartime, and that only a narrowly defined class of contraband goods, strictly military supplies, were subject to capture. By contrast, the U.S. commercial treaty with France recognized the principle that free ships make free goods. In other words, Americans had consented to allow the British Navy to seize goods on U.S. vessels bound for France, but France could not seize goods on U.S. vessels bound for Britain. This asymmetry would obviously not sit well with France or its Republican supporters in the United States. Jay knew the treaty would be unpopular, but in his view, it was better than fighting a war the young nation could not win. Besides, he needed to get back to the United States in time for his election as New York's governor. President Washington, realizing that the treaty would be controversial, asked the Senate to consent in secret. Republicans demanded that the treaty be made public, and someone leaked the document to the Republican press. Republicans immediately pounced. They found it was much easier to oppose a treaty than to negotiate one, or fight a war. They attacked the treaty as a complete surrender to British demands. Republicans disparaged the treaty as Jay's Treaty, as a way of placing blame on the Federalist governor. Why should Americans compensate British losses suffered at the hands of French privateers, they argued, when there was no compensation offered to Americans whose ships or goods were captured by the British Navy? The treaty discriminated against goods bound for French territory, and the treaty failed to address the two most emotionally charged issues, the impressment of U.S. nationals and the theft of U.S. slaves by the British during the Revolutionary War. For many Southerners, the loss of their slaves was reason enough to reject the treaty and go to war. There were angry public demonstrations against the treaty. Henry Adams, a great-grandson of President John Adams, later wrote that few would deny that Jay's Treaty was a bad one, and that the United States would not have hesitated to prefer war to peace on such terms. The historian, like many of his contemporaries, thought that the palliative of avoiding war was not worth the surrender of principles. The public view of Jay's treaty was summarized in a bit of popular doggerel. "May it please your highness, I, John Jay, have traveled all this mighty way, to inquire if you, good lord, will please to suffer me while on my knees, to show all others I surpass in love by kissing of your blank. As by my extraordinary station I represent a certain nation, I then conclude, and so may you, they all would wish to kiss it too." Jay shrugged off the controversy with his characteristic humor. He joked that he could find his way across the entire country by following the light of his burning effigies. In fairness, Jay had a weak hand to play, and the Republicans' insistence that they could negotiate a better treaty was a facile boast. The treaty had implicitly secured two important points that its critics overlooked. First, the British had acknowledged for the first time the territorial integrity of the United States as a sovereign country by committing to withdraw its forces from all U.S. territory, which went beyond the 1783 Treaty of Paris. Second, the United States avoided a war and a disruption in its trade that it might not have survived. About 75% of all U.S. imports and exports were traded with Britain. Moreover, Treasury Secretary Hamilton had created high tariffs to protect infant U.S. industries and provide a revenue stream for the federal government to fund its projects. More than 90% of all federal revenue came from customs duties, and around 90% of all goods subject to tariffs in the 1790s were British. In other words, British imports provided the vast bulk of U.S. tax revenues. Any disruption in trade with Britain would have had devastating and possibly ruinous consequences for the country's finances. Given that France was unable to help defend the United States again, financing a war against Britain in 1794 would have been even more difficult than it had been in 1776. Jay's treaty failed to resolve all the underlying problems in U.S. relations with Britain, but by forestalling war until 1812, it bought the United States the time it needed to strengthen its fledgling economy and military. Procrastination is a failing in a tradesman, but it is often a virtue in a statesman. The debate over Jay's treaty engaged the entire nation. In Virginia, Republicans seized the opportunity to make political hay as Jefferson looked toward the presidential election the following year. Republicans in the Virginia General Assembly proposed a resolution calling on Virginia's U.S. senators to vote against Jay's treaty. This was a gratuitous swipe. In fact, no such resolution was necessary, considering that both Virginia senators were solid Republicans appointed by the General Assembly. Nevertheless, the debate became a register of opposition to the treaty and an opportunity to attack the Washington administration. Marshall argued that the Virginia General Assembly had no authority to challenge a federal treaty, but the Republican representatives easily won. In the spring of 1796, the issue resurfaced in the Virginia General Assembly. Washington had asked Congress to appropriate funds to implement U.S. obligations under Jay's treaty. Virginia Republicans now argued that since Jay's treaty pertained to commercial relations, it should have been submitted first to the House of Representatives as legislation, rather than to the Senate as a treaty, since the power to regulate trade is shared by both houses. This argument negated the plain language of Article I of the Constitution, which clearly gave the Senate the power to act alone when consenting to treaties. Marshall was once again faced with defending the supremacy of federal power over the states. In addition, he had a financial interest in Jay's treaty. The treaty affirmed the pre-Revolutionary War property rights of British subjects. That meant that any doubt as to the title to Lord Fairfax's land would be resolved in his favor, and that Marshall could complete the acquisition of the property. Friends warned Marshall that if he defended the treaty it would destroy him totally. Marshall replied that a politician, even in times of violent party spirit, maintains his respectability by showing his strength, and is most safe when he encounters prejudice most fearlessly. Marshall neutralized some of the criticism by focusing on the narrow constitutional question. He quoted Jefferson and Madison, who had previously argued that the Senate alone had the power to approve a commercial treaty like this. Marshall later boasted that when he sat down, there was scarcely an intelligent man in the House who did not yield on his opinion on the constitutional question. But partisanship often trumps reason. Republicans in the Virginia General Assembly voted against the treaty anyway. Marshall thought that questions of foreign policy should be left to the executive and Congress rather than popular opinion or state legislators. Nevertheless, he decided the only way to fight the Republicans' opposition to Jay's treaty was to appeal directly to the people. As Marshall wrote to Hamilton, "As man is a gregarious animal, we shall certainly derive much aid from declarations in support of the Constitution, and of appropriations, if such can be obtained from our sister states." For the second time in 3 years, Marshall convened a public rally to support the President's foreign policies. More than 400 residents participated in the largest public assembly that Richmond had ever witnessed, and, after a very ardent and zealous discussion which consumed the day, Marshall wrote, "A decided majority declared in favor of a resolution that the welfare and honor of the nation required us to give full effect to the treaty." Once again, Marshall had made himself a target for the Republican press that violently opposed Jay's treaty. Marshall's defense of an unpopular treaty may have been motivated in part by his self-interest in the Fairfax property, but he won respect from Federalists around the country for his political courage to challenge Republicans in Jefferson's heartland. The experience also taught him a valuable lesson about how viciously national politics was played. Marshall never expected colleagues, such as Madison and Monroe, to manufacture false allegations against him. "Accustomed as I was to political misrepresentation," he noted, "I could not view without some surprise the numerous gross misrepresentations which were made on this occasion, and the virulent asperity with which the common terms of decency in which nations express their compacts with each other was assailed." Marshall's political education was just beginning. In his last full year in office, President Washington again turned to Marshall in July 1796 and asked him to serve as minister to France. Washington had decided to replace the current American envoy, James Monroe. Washington felt that Monroe's loyalty to the Republican Party preceded his loyalty to the President. Washington decided he needed someone who was more politically reliable and astute. This was the third major post that Washington had offered to Marshall in as many years, but Marshall again replied that it was impossible, in the present crises of my affairs, to leave the United States. He was still struggling at the time to make the payments on the purchase of the Fairfax estate. Though the Republicans viewed Marshall as being overly ambitious, there is little evidence that Marshall had any intention of leaving Richmond at this point. Marshall's political influence as the Federalist leader in Virginia and his reputation as one of the leading attorneys in Virginia were both peaking at the same moment. And Marshall had an interesting new client, Pierre-Augustin Caron de Beaumarchais, the French comic playwright who wrote The Barber of Seville and The Marriage of Figaro. During the American Revolution, Beaumarchais had formed an arms smuggling operation with the American envoy at the time, Connecticut merchant Silas Deane. Beaumarchais sold thousands of tons of arms and supplies from France to the Americans, and had expected to receive Virginia tobacco in exchange. but Congress never repaid Beaumarchais or France. Marshall agreed to represent Beaumarchais in a suit against Virginia demanding payment for the arms, ammunition, and supplies delivered to the Virginia militia. Even when Virginia agreed to pay a portion of what Beaumarchais was owed in Virginia currency, the currency was so depreciated that the playwright refused it. But the relationship between Marshall and Beaumarchais would prove fateful. The presidential election of 1796 resulted in a divided executive branch. Vice President John Adams, a Federalist, narrowly defeated Jefferson, a Republican, in the electoral vote. Since the framers of the Constitution had not foreseen the development of political parties, they had not provided for candidates to run on party tickets. Thus, Jefferson, having received the second largest number of electoral votes, was chosen as Adams's vice president. Adams's election was an especially bitter pill for France to swallow. Practically quoting the Republicans, the French government denounced Adams as an Anglophile and a monarchist. Adams's election felt like a slap in the face to France. Shortly after Adams's inauguration in March 1797, France registered its disapproval by refusing to accept the credentials of the newly appointed U.S. envoy, Charles Cotesworth Pinckney. France recalled its minister to the United States, Pierre Adet, and then France began seizing U.S. vessels on the high seas for trading with Britain. Over a period of 18 months, more than 300 vessels were captured by French ships, millions of dollars of cargo was taken, and hundreds of American seamen and passengers were harassed, detained, jailed, and brutalized. It was true that Adams had no love for the French Directory. As a former commissioner to Paris with Jefferson during the American Revolution, Adams thought that he understood the French. As president, Adams feared that France was veering dangerously close to anarchy. His judgment was more astute than those of Francophiles like Jefferson. Adams's blunt conclusion was clear. The French are no more capable of a Republican government than a snowball can exist a whole week in the streets of Philadelphia under a burning sun. Nevertheless, President Adams set aside his own prejudices to try to reduce tensions with France. Just days before he was sworn into office, he met with Vice President-elect Jefferson in his room at the Francis Hotel in Philadelphia. They had not spoken in 3 years, since Jefferson had quit the cabinet, but their meeting was cordial. In the course of their conversation, Adams informed Jefferson that he hoped to make a fresh start with France by sending a peace commission to negotiate with the Directory, and he wanted Jefferson and Madison to serve on the 3-man commission. Sending 2 of the most prominent advocates for France would signal Adams's good intentions. Jefferson accepted Adams's offer graciously, but 2 days later he reversed himself. Both Jefferson and Madison refused to cross party lines to cooperate with the Federalist administration. Loyalty to their political party trumped any desire for a peaceful resolution of the crisis with France. In the spring of 1797, as President Adams came into office, the United States was on the brink of war for the first time as an independent nation. President Adams called a joint session of Congress and announced that he would send a peace commission to France. At the same time, he called on Congress to prepare for war. The President wanted Congress to establish an army and a navy, but Republicans resisted raising a military. They denounced Adams as a warmonger, while Federalists praised his resolve. Vice President Jefferson concluded that President Adams had joined the extreme wing of the High Federalists in his hostility toward France. Adams nominated a Republican friend from Massachusetts, Congressman Elbridge Gerry, and Charles Cotesworth Pinckney as co-commissioners to France. Gerry was a controversial choice among Federalists. He was one of the few men at the Constitutional Convention who refused to sign the federal Constitution, and he was outspokenly pro-French. Federalists and most Republicans agreed that Pinckney was a fair choice. He was a moderate Southern Federalist whom Washington had appointed ambassador to France. Since the French Directory had refused to accept his credentials as ambassador, Pinckney was already living in The Hague, waiting for diplomatic instructions. For the third man on the commission, Adams wanted another loyal Federalist from the South. Most likely it was Washington or Hamilton who suggested Marshall, whom Adams had never met. Adams nominated Marshall, and despite Republican concerns that he was hostile to France, he was swiftly confirmed by the Senate as Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary. Marshall learned of his appointment by letter from Secretary of State Timothy Pickering only after the Senate's vote. When Jefferson learned that the third commissioner would be his meddlesome cousin Marshall, he surely must have grimaced. Jefferson could not have been happy that President Adams would send any staunch Federalist to France, even though Adams had first asked Jefferson and Madison to go. But Marshall was a particularly offensive choice to Jefferson. Marshall, after all, had championed Jay's Treaty, supported Washington's neutrality policy, and opposed Genet. And from Jefferson's perspective, Marshall did not know his proper place in the world. He lacked formal education. He could not speak French and was unfamiliar with European customs. To Jefferson, Marshall seemed uniquely unqualified. Jefferson could comfort himself with the smug assurance that Marshall's certain failure would doom both the Federalist Party and Marshall when he returned. Why did Marshall accept this commission after refusing Washington's prior appointments as U.S. Attorney for Virginia, Attorney General, and Minister to France? Marshall had no experience overseas. Indeed, he had never been on board a ship before, and had left Virginia only the few times he had gone to Philadelphia. But he cared about the outcome of the negotiations, and he was familiar with the underlying issues. While it pained him to leave his family and his practice, Marshall assumed that the mission would be a matter of only a few months, and he assumed that he could hold on to his clients during that time. Marshall had other personal motives for traveling to Europe as well. His brother James had gone to Europe 2 years earlier to seek funding for the acquisition of Fairfax's estate, but he could only raise about £7,000 from a Dutch banker. Much more was needed to purchase the choicest portion of the Fairfax property, Leeds Manor, which was near Markham in Fauquier County. Marshall needed the financing in place by the spring of 1797, or he risked losing his option to buy Leeds Manor. Now that Jay's Treaty had presumably cleared the title to the property, Marshall was determined to find financial backers in Europe. But first Marshall would have to explain his absence to Polly. At 31, Polly was frail, anxious, and pregnant again. Even with a household of slaves, she was unable to take care of their 3 children. Polly did not respond well to Marshall's news. She feared for her husband's safety, as he would be traveling such a long distance between 2 belligerent powers that were convulsed by war and revolution, and willing to seize or sink an American vessel. And she dreaded the thought that he could be gone for many months or even years. Marshall left Robin Spurlock to manage the household in his absence. There was no time for a quiet goodbye. Well-wishers crowded their house day and night as Marshall rushed to pack and hurried to Philadelphia at the earliest opportunity. He and Polly exchanged harsh words before he left. Perhaps Polly said more than she really meant. She remained bitter for some time afterward. On his way from Richmond to Philadelphia, Marshall stopped at Alexandria to visit Washington. He wrote to Polly that his trip by horseback was uneventful. All your other fears will be as foundationless as this. He asked her to write to him at Philadelphia and, "Do tell me, and tell me truly, that the bitterness of parting is over, and your mind at rest, that you think of me only to contemplate the pleasure of our meeting, and that you will permit nothing to distress you while I am gone." He was even sad to say goodbye to his slave Dick, whom he sent back to Virginia. Perhaps Marshall felt completely alone for the first time. "Every step I take carries me further and further from what is to me most valuable in this world, but I will suppress such sensation and will be quiet if I can only be certain that you are so." He closed, "I must now give you one positive order. It is, be happy." Marshall knew that it was unlikely that this order would be obeyed, and Polly did not reply to Marshall for some time, much to his anxiety and annoyance. When she did, he reminded her that good health will produce good spirits. Marshall's cheeriness suggests that he had little appreciation of the depths of depression his wife suffered from losing 4 children. Marshall's buoyancy and resilience helped him survive the hardships of wartime. He viewed his wife's unhappiness as a failure of will rather than as a feature of her personality. Marshall's experience had taught him that reality follows appearance, that if you appeared cheerful and confident, things would turn out. He warned his pregnant wife that her melancholy may inflict punishment on an innocent for whose sake you ought to preserve a serene and composed mind. It was not what she needed to hear. And then he closed by assuring her that he would hurry home as soon as possible. The French foreign minister, Charles Maurice de Talleyrand-Périgord, however, would have other plans for Marshall. Marshall met President and Mrs. Adams for the first time over dinner at the President's house in Philadelphia on a muggy Saturday evening, July 1, 1797. The President immediately liked the Virginian. He thought Marshall was a plain man, very sensible, cautious, guarded, learned in the law of nations. Abigail, who was a keen observer of human nature, was also impressed by Marshall's character, and judged him an upright, honest man. Likewise, Marshall was much pleased with this Yankee lawyer, whose certitude and prickliness so often rattled his contemporaries. While Marshall waited 2 weeks for a ship, he amused himself in the capital. He dined with Robert Morris, the financier and former senator, whose daughter was married to Marshall's brother James. He had hoped that Morris would lend him money to purchase his share of the Fairfax property, but Morris's financial empire was unraveling. Morris was once the wealthiest man in Philadelphia, if not the United States, but he was now facing bankruptcy. Marshall noted to Polly in a letter that despite the threat of insolvency, Morris continued to live lavishly. The only sign of impending doom was the absence of visitors. Marshall visited old friends and Federalist members of Congress eager to meet the new envoy. He shared ice creams along the banks of the Schuylkill and attended a performance of Romeo and Juliet starring the celebrated actress Anne Brunton Mary. Though he liked the play, once again he thought that Mrs. Mary was no better than the leading actress in Richmond's own Virginia Company. He dined with the William Binghams, prominent Philadelphia socialites, at their gracious estate on the Schuylkill. He appreciated their elegant dining table crowned with an enormous gold vase ornamented with cupids, but he took exception to Mrs. Bingham's audacious dress, which exposed her elbows. After a fortnight in the capital city, Marshall grew restless. He wrote Polly almost daily, perhaps feeling guilty for his sudden departure and anxious for some word from her. "This dissipated life does not long suit my temper," he noted. "I would give a great deal to dine with you today on a piece of cold meat with our boys beside us, and to see little Mary running backwards and forwards over the floor, playing the sweet little tricks she is full of." Had he known he would be delayed so long, he would have preferred to spend the time at home. He had already grown sick to death of this place. Secretary of State Pickering wrote out lengthy negotiating instructions that he delivered to Marshall on July 15th. Pickering listed a number of offensive and injurious measures of the French Republic for which the ministers should seek redress, including offensive remarks by the President of the Directory, the seizure of U.S. vessels, the taking of cargo, and the imprisonment and torture suffered by American sailors. Second, the negotiations should establish a claims commission to settle all outstanding disputes. France would have to pay compensation for all U.S. property taken. Third, the United States sought a new commercial treaty that ensured a perfect reciprocity in respect to all goods, and that all goods on board neutral vessels would be free from capture. In other words, the treaty must recognize the principle that free ships make free goods. Finally, the Peace Commission should clarify that the United States was not bound by the Treaty of Alliance to aid France against Britain. If France insisted that the United States was bound to fight Britain, then the United States would have to repudiate the treaty. On Monday, July 17th, Marshall set sail from Newcastle, Delaware, on the Grace, a small, sleek brigantine. The pilot guided the ship into Delaware Bay, and then left the Grace under the command of a Captain Willis. It was a windless, humid day. The sails barely rippled. A blinding sun bleached everything white, such that the slowly disappearing coast hovered like the wisp of a cloud over the silver water. The bay seemed strangely tranquil. The great voyage had commenced, but the Grace just rolled languidly on the waves, while seagulls mocked its progress. Chapter 9. Talleyrand. The voyage seemed interminable. Good weather meant calm waters and light wind, but a longer journey. Marshall's cabin was small but clean, and his berth was just long enough for his 6-foot frame. There was plenty of fresh chicken, eggs, wine, and brandy on board. He was already homesick, and occasionally he would sink into melancholy when he realized the enormity of the stakes he was facing and the risk that negotiations could drag on for months. The Grace was stopped and searched on 3 separate occasions by British men of war looking for contraband or British subjects to impress into the Royal Navy. The British had no reason to suspect that the Grace was carrying a secret envoy to France. Marshall was a man of no particular importance. After 6 weeks of sailing, the Grace crossed the Zuider Zee to Amsterdam on the evening of August 29, 1797. Ships crowded the docks, and dockworkers carried crates and barrels laden with Virginian tobacco, Venetian glass, Chinese silks and jade, Japanese furnishings, Persian carpets, Turkish spices, and Indian teas. Though the Netherlands was no longer the economic behemoth that had dominated the known world in the 17th century, its declining fortune was not evident to an American visitor. The French Revolution had swept through the Netherlands only 2 years earlier. The so-called Dutch patriots drove out the hereditary stadtholder, William V, Prince of Orange, and proclaimed a democratic Batavian republic, aligned with France. At first, these Dutch patriots welcomed French troops as liberators, but for the privilege of calling France a sister republic, the Dutch paid dearly. To finance Bonaparte's army, France extorted at least 100 million florins from the Dutch economy, more than 20% of the Dutch gross domestic product. Marshall observed that the Dutch willingly relinquish national independence for individual safety, and he pointedly added, "What a lesson to those who would admit foreign influence into the United States." Marshall's first priority in the Netherlands was to seek additional funding for the Fairfax property from Dutch bankers. Despite the loss of its independence, the Netherlands remained a center of finance. After a few days negotiating loans, Marshall rode south to The Hague to meet Charles Coatsworth Pinckney, who was residing there with his wife, Mary, his young daughter, Eliza, and his nephew and personal secretary, Major Henry Rutledge, while he was in diplomatic limbo. But the seeds of France's contempt for Pinckney had been planted before his arrival by his predecessor, James Monroe. Monroe, before returning to the United States as a U.S. Senator, had warned the French government that the Federalist Pinckney was pro-British, which had no basis in fact. Charles Cotesworth Pinckney was a large, broad-shouldered, flabby aristocrat with a slow drawl that belied a swift mind. He was the talented son of Charles Pinckney, who had served as South Carolina's Chief Justice before statehood. His famous family included 2 governors and senators. He was married to the daughter of Henry Middleton, whose 20 plantations and 800 slaves made him the richest man in South Carolina. Like many Southern gentlemen, Pinckney had been educated at Oxford and joined the bar at Middle Temple in London before returning home. He had distinguished himself in the Revolutionary War. At the Constitutional Convention, he was a fervent defender of slavery. Pinckney proposed the clause in Article I that preserved the slave trade for at least 20 years after the Constitution was ratified. Pinckney was just as passionate in his insistence that slaves should count equally to white persons for the purpose of apportioning congressional representatives so as to enlarge the voting power of the slaveholding South in Congress. Pinckney also proposed that senators should not be compensated for their service in order to reserve the Senate for men of wealth. Bucking the Republican sentiments of his state, Pinckney emerged as a leading Southern Federalist and later ran as President Adams' vice president in 1800. Marshall and Pinckney hit it off from the start. They were both Revolutionary War veterans and Southern Federalists who supported President Adams. Marshall joined the Pinckneys, who were living in modest accommodations at the Marshall Turenne Tavern. The 2 men waited in The Hague for a fortnight for Jerry to arrive by ship from Boston. While in The Hague, Marshall learned of the momentous events taking place in Revolutionary France. On September 4, 1797, the radicals who supported General Napoleon Bonaparte had seized power in the coup of 18 Fructidor. They arrested their opponents, canceled elections, purged moderates from the Assembly, replaced members of the Directory, and closed opposition newspapers to pave the way for military dictatorship. Marshall thought that the radicals manifested a wanton contempt of rules so essential to the very being of a republic. Marshall hoped that ongoing negotiations between France and Britain might lead to peace, but he was not sanguine. France's course defies all human calculation, he thought. As Marshall learned more about the brutality of the radicals, he concluded that peace between France and Britain was unlikely. As the autumn weather arrived, Marshall and Pinckney grew impatient waiting for Jerry, and decided to start for Paris without him. Pinckney traveled with his wife and nephew in one carriage, and Marshall traveled in another. They passed through the great polyglot cities of Rotterdam, Antwerp, and Brussels, where Marshall marveled at the mix of cultures and languages. They crossed the border into France and proceeded through the small city of Valenciennes. The flat landscape was crowded with trees turning amber and brown like ripe pears. From the window of his coach, Marshall marveled at the French agriculture. The air was pungent with the aroma of grapes. "The whole earth appears to be in cultivation," he observed. Near Cambrai, Marshall's carriage lost a wheel, and he was delayed for several hours while Henry Rutledge argued in French with the local blacksmith. Meanwhile, Jerry was on his way from Rotterdam. On September 27th, Marshall and Pinckney arrived in Paris. Jerry joined them a week later. All 3 took rooms at a large apartment building at 1131 Rue de Grenelle in Saint-Germain-des-Prés. The Pinckneys chose for themselves the largest suite on the 2nd floor. Jerry and Marshall, appalled by Paris prices, chose 2 less expensive rooms on the 1st floor. The total rent for all 3 apartments was exorbitant, 70 louis d'or, about $25,000 today. Marshall's suite was cramped and filthy. The linens and drapes smelled of smoke. The upholstery was stained and the windows were cracked. Marshall's fireplace did not work properly, and there was no carpeting, so in the morning he nearly froze from the damp autumn air. Below them was a stable, and all night the noise of people coming and going and horses neighing disturbed their sleep. The street traffic outside the window, drunken parties, brawls, and carriage rides late in the night, was so close it sounded like someone was inside the room. Jerry was so fearful of the noise that he insisted on sleeping with a loaded pistol under his pillow. Elbridge Gerry had an oversized head and a miniature body. His flashy dress was as unconstrained as his tongue. He was famously contrarian. At the Constitutional Convention, he fought against nearly every power of the federal government. He opposed, for example, the power to raise a standing army, which he famously compared to an erect penis. An excellent assurance of domestic tranquility, but a dangerous temptation to foreign adventure. Jerry saw the world as a Manichaean struggle, but he often confused good and evil. For example, he was deeply suspicious of his friend President Adams, but he gave the benefit of every doubt to the treacherous French Directory. Jerry spoke frequently and at great length, but he was not persuasive. His fellow delegates thought he was kind and intelligent, but not well acquainted with mankind. In truth, Jerry enjoyed being the odd man out. Despite all this, Jerry was later elected the first Republican governor of Massachusetts, and then vice president under James Madison. His lasting contribution to American politics was the invention of drawing election districts to favor incumbent politicians, a practice still called gerrymandering. When new envoys arrived in Paris, the women who worked in the market stalls customarily welcomed them with a rowdy street celebration. The ministers deputized Rutledge, who was fluent in French, to receive this dubious honor. 40 or more women shouted greetings and compliments to the young men. The vendeuses formed a long receiving line, and as each one took turns squeezing, pinching, and kissing the astonished young American, he was overpowered by the smell of cheese and fish. Later that afternoon, still feeling a bit discomposed, Rutledge carried a letter to Talleyrand, who was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to officially notify him of the arrival of the 3 envoys and request a meeting to present their credentials. Of course, this came as no surprise. French spies had already informed Talleyrand about the Americans soon after Marshall had sailed into Amsterdam. No doubt they were being carefully watched. The foreign minister replied that he would receive them at his home on October 8th at 1 o'clock sharp. They should not be late. Charles Maurice de Talleyrand Périgord was one of the most extraordinary and amoral men in an extraordinary and amoral time. He was born into a noble family, but as an infant, he suffered an accident to his foot that left him lame. Ashamed of his son's limp, his father sent him away at age 8 to train for the priesthood. Depressed and isolated from his family, Talleyrand devoted himself to reading. While he was still a student at the seminary, he began an affair with a young actress. He found that despite his twisted limb, he could win the hearts of women with his quick wit and angelic face. Even after his ordination, the louche Talleyrand never permitted his vows of celibacy to encumber his myriad sexual conquests. As the Abbé of Périgord, he cultivated intimate relationships with members of the king's court, which begat a string of rapid promotions. By the time Talleyrand reached the age of 35, the Church had elevated him to Agent General of the Clergy and Bishop of Autun. Beginning in 1789, the French Revolution turned against the Church and the aristocracy, and Talleyrand hastily embraced the democratic reforms. Whether he actually believed in these reforms was hardly relevant. Talleyrand's only lodestar was self-interest. He was elected to the National Assembly, where he proposed to nationalize all church property. In 1790, he was elected President of the Assembly. When the National Assembly required all clergy to swear allegiance to a new democratic constitution in defiance of the Pope's authority, Talleyrand was one of only 4 bishops who consented. When the Pope excommunicated him, he was relieved to remove his collar. As the revolution progressed, Talleyrand became one of the leaders of the moderate Feuillants, who opposed the more radical Jacobins. Talleyrand, a closeted Anglophile, favored a diplomatic settlement and an alliance with England to secure the borders of France so that the revolutionary government could focus on internal reforms. After war broke out with Austria in April 1792, Talleyrand was appointed minister to Britain. Later, as the Reign of Terror swept across France, Talleyrand sought refuge in London among the other French émigrés. When Britain declared war on France, Prime Minister William Pitt tossed Talleyrand out of the country. Rather than face an uncertain fate in France, Talleyrand caught the next ship to Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, Talleyrand hoped to meet with the leaders of the young republic. But Gouverneur Morris warned President Washington that the former Bishop of Aucun was a man of poor character, as he had seduced Morris's mistress, Adelaide de Flow. Yet Talleyrand formed an improbable friendship with Alexander Hamilton, despite the Americans' fierce hostility toward France. Hamilton and Talleyrand were both pragmatists and intellectuals who shared a weakness for beautiful women and material pleasures. Hamilton left Talleyrand with one lasting impression that later colored his foreign policy. The natural ally of the Americans was Britain, not France. After 2 years adrift in the United States, Talleyrand received word that the French legislature had invited him to return to France. Talleyrand returned to Paris in the late spring of 1797 with no money and few prospects. He begged one of his former lovers, Germaine de Stael, to help him find a position, or "I shall blow my brains out." Madame de Stael persuaded the president of the Directory, Paul Barras, with whom she also shared her bed, to appoint Talleyrand foreign minister. Talleyrand had opposed French militarism and favored a peaceful resolution to France's external conflicts. On its face, his appointment by Barras, who favored conquest over compromise, made no sense. Perhaps it showed how little Barras cared about the subject of diplomacy. In truth, Barras had few other qualified candidates. The waves of arrests, massacres, and emigration had depleted the diplomatic service. By the time the Americans arrived at his door, Talleyrand had been in office fewer than 100 days, and he was no doubt still tiptoeing through the deadly minefield of revolutionary politics. Talleyrand lived in the foreign minister's mansion at 471 Rue du Bac, just 3 blocks from where the Americans were lodging. The afternoon after Rutledge visited the foreign ministry, the 3 Americans arrived precisely at 1. They were told that the foreign minister could not see them until 3. They returned at 3 and waited while the minister met with the ambassador from Portugal. They were brought into the audience room where Pinckney, as the senior member, presented their credentials to Talleyrand. Though fluent in English, Talleyrand felt self-conscious speaking it. Polite but succinct, he carefully studied the credentials as if he were trying to find a mistake. Then Talleyrand looked up and responded that the Directory had requested a report from him on relations with the United States, and that he could not accept their credentials until he finished his report. That made little sense, but Talleyrand assured them it would be done in a few days. Then he dismissed them. The whole meeting lasted little more than a quarter of an hour, and the Americans were swiftly ushered out into the somber gray light of an autumn afternoon, not quite certain what had transpired. Thomas Paine, the English author of Common Sense, who had recently been released from the Directory's prison, had counseled the foreign minister to treat the Americans with reproach. As a strident propagandist, Paine had successively offended the British, American, and French governments, and now he was trying his hand at diplomacy. He advised Marshall that the Americans should repudiate their treaties with Britain and accept whatever conditions France imposed. Cheeky Paine told Marshall that since Americans had not shown sufficient gratitude to France for its aid during the Revolutionary War, they should not expect anything from France except high-toned indignation. Marshall realized that Paine's impertinent proposal would only make war with Britain more likely, and that the commissioners should reject it coldly. Gerry, however, thought that Paine would make the perfect liaison with the Directory, but Marshall correctly suspected that Paine was already acting on instructions from Talleyrand. Marshall countered that they could not appease France by agreeing to terms that President Adams would certainly reject. Caught between Marshall's firmness and Gerry's appeasement, Pinckney proposed crafting a reply to Paine expressing appreciation for his plan without making any commitment. The American envoys assumed incorrectly that Talleyrand had authority to negotiate on behalf of the Directory. Talleyrand, in fact, had less bargaining room than the American envoys imagined he had. His approach to diplomacy was conciliatory, but the Directory had little use for Talleyrand's moderation. In October 1797, it was too early for the newly appointed foreign minister to judge how much freedom he had to act. Talleyrand needed time to assess. Talleyrand did think that the Americans had taken France for granted. He felt that Jay's Treaty, which conferred trading rights on Britain that the United States had not offered to France, violated the 1778 Treaty of Amity and Commerce. But Talleyrand had a more nuanced view of American politics than others in the French Directory. He did not view President Adams as inherently hostile to France. In fact, Talleyrand thought that Adams was less hostile to France than Washington was. Talleyrand doubted that the Republican Party was a reliable ally, and he criticized his predecessor for putting too much faith in America's previous envoy, James Monroe. Talleyrand believed that the rhetoric of Federalists and Republicans was far less important than the United States' underlying national interests. Let us, therefore, see what utility demands at this moment, he advised the Directory. The measure of our future conduct must be that of our interest. The United States was naturally more inclined to favor the British as a function of language and culture, but that should not be a cause for war. War leads to no useful result, he advised the Directory. If France attacked the United States, it would only drive the Americans into the arms of Britain and give the Americans and the British a pretext for attacking Spain in Louisiana. France needed Spain's help in the European war, and if Spain was tied down in a land war in Louisiana, it would be unable to help. Talleyrand was prepared to end the harassment of American shipping, which he regarded as illegal and unjustified. The time has come to remove the despotic actions and violence which are carried out against the Americans, he told the Directory. Instead, he thought it was in the best interest of France to negotiate for unrestricted trade with America. He was even willing to entertain paying compensation to the Americans for the seizure of their ships and releasing their crewmen from captivity. It appeared that there was no substantive disagreement between the Americans and the foreign minister. However, Talleyrand needed time to persuade the Directory. The real problem was the Directory's response to Adams's speech to Congress the previous spring. Adams had declared that Genet's attempts to sow among us the fatal seed of discord must be rejected by a decision which will convince France and the universe that we are a people neither degraded nor humiliated by a feeling of fear or inferiority, nor destined to be the wretched plaything of foreign influence, nor, finally, devoid of respect for the honor, character, and interests of the nation. Rather than ask the Americans for an outright apology, Talleyrand asked for an explanation. That was diplomatic hair-splitting, to allow the Americans a face-saving way to walk back from the President's incendiary remarks. It hardly seemed unreasonable. To avoid crossing the Directory, Talleyrand passed this message to the American commissioners through his personal secretary, and the Americans chose to ignore it. Such misjudgment may have doomed the mission from the start. Chapter 10. Not a Sixpence. It was the coldest October Marshall could remember. He strolled through the Tuileries, honey-brown in the autumn light, and along the embankment of the pearl-gray Seine. Few Americans had ever experienced a city this size, 10 times larger than Philadelphia. No American could have imagined the grandeur of its architecture, the density of its population, the elegant fashions, or the abundance of distractions. Despite all the terror and war that the city had endured, the public places were crowded and lively. Paris presents one incessant round of amusement and dissipation, he wrote to Polly. Every day you may see something new, magnificent, and beautiful. Every night you may see a spectacle which astonishes and enchants the imagination. He thought that all you can conceive, and a great deal more than you can conceive, is to be found in this gay metropolis, but I suspect it would not be easy to find a friend. Despite all of Paris's charms, Marshall yearned for home. I would not live in Paris to be among the wealthiest of its citizens, he wrote. Bonaparte's army was sweeping across Europe in 1797, forging the largest empire since Charlemagne's time. The heady rhetoric of republicanism coexisted with nationalistic ambitions and imperial remnants. Marshall knew that despite all the talk of equality and fraternity, there were slaves in Richmond who lived better and healthier lives than many free citizens in Paris did. Nor could Marshall have overlooked the venality of the French aristocracy. Republican France preached liberty and virtue, while practicing public corruption and private vice. Debauchery, selfishness, and avarice were excused as long as you had the proper breeding. A week had passed since their brief meeting with Talleyrand, and the American commissioners had heard nothing official from the ministry. While they were kept waiting in a manner most unusual and contemptuous, French ships continued to plunder American vessels. Marshall pressed his colleagues to send a letter to the foreign minister demanding an immediate stop to privateering. Jerry cautioned that they should not rush Talleyrand at the risk of offending the government. Marshall replied sensibly that, if France is determined to be offended, she may quarrel with our answer to any proposition she may make, or even with our silence. Although Pinckney agreed with Marshall, the three were resolved to act only in unanimity, and so they just waited. When the Americans failed to respond to the overture from his personal secretary, Talleyrand sent Jean Conrad Otanguy to visit them. Otanguy was one of the Dutch bankers who had arranged a loan for James Marshall for the purchase of the Fairfax property. It is likely that Talleyrand knew that Otanguy was in a position to influence Marshall. That night, while the three envoys were dining at Pinckney's flat, Otanguy knocked at the door. According to Otanguy, Talleyrand wanted to negotiate a new treaty, but that Talleyrand insisted that the United States should give satisfaction to the honor of France wounded by the speech of the President, pay France's debts owed to American nationals, and compensate American shipowners for any property losses resulting from privateering. On top of that, Talleyrand wanted the United States to lend to France 32 million Dutch guilders, more than $400 million today. That was not all. Otanguy added one other requirement. There must be something for the pocket. When Pinckney looked quizzical, Otanguy explained that the Americans should pay a pot de vin, a bribe to the ministry, of 50,000 pounds, around $6 million today. This was more than pocket money. Marshall reacted angrily. Paying France for attacking American commerce would be equivalent to the absolute surrender of the independence of the United States. The commissioners had no authority to pay France anything, and there was no possibility of negotiating on these terms. Marshall advised once again that they should issue a strongly worded remonstrance to the ministry, protesting the seizure of U.S. vessels and the delay in negotiations. Pinckney concurred. Jerry agreed that they should not reply to terms proposed through informal back channels that could later be denied by the ministry. However, Jerry still opposed any written protest to Talleyrand. By now, Marshall began to doubt that Talleyrand would ever receive them. The capture of U.S. vessels continued unabated. The French government had begun leasing naval frigates to privateers. France appeared to be radically hostile to American interests. Marshall wished he could draw some other conclusion, but to do so I must shut my eyes on every object which presents itself to them. He wrote to George Washington that the Atlantic only can save us, and that no consideration will be sufficiently powerful to check the extremities to which the temper of this government will carry it, but an apprehension that we may be thrown into the arms of Britain. The fear that America would be pushed into an alliance with Britain was precisely what Talleyrand had warned the Directory against. Marshall's analysis was spot on, and so was his conclusion that Americans needed a strong navy. The next evening at 7 o'clock, Otanguy returned with another visitor, Pierre Bellamy. Bellamy was a Genovese agent employed by Talleyrand to facilitate negotiations by first collecting a bribe from the relevant parties. He served this function in negotiations with Portugal and Britain, among others. Bellamy modestly described himself as clothed with no authority, even though he was a friend of Talleyrand's. Bellamy removed a folded paper from his pocket, set it down, and began reading a statement prepared by Talleyrand, accusing the United States of betraying its alliance with France by favoring their common enemy, Britain. The chief complaint was President Adams's speech before Congress. The discussion dragged on for nearly 3 hours before they retired for the night. At 9 the next morning, Marshall, Jerry, and Pinckney met over breakfast in Jerry's flat. They disagreed over the proper response. Marshall thought that they should reply that the proposed loan and bribe were totally inadmissible, and that they could not negotiate through informal channels. Once more, Jerry disagreed. He proposed to tell Talleyrand they would weigh his proposal. Marshall cut him off and angrily declared that under no circumstances would he even consider paying a bribe or making a loan. There was no reason to delay a response. If Jerry insisted, Marshall suggested that one of them return to Philadelphia to ask for instructions. He offered to leave Paris immediately. He was only too glad to return home, but only on condition that France must first stop seizing American ships. Pinckney agreed with Marshall that they needed to tell France that this was unacceptable, and that they would not negotiate through unofficial channels. But, in a sense, it was too late for that already. By meeting with Otanguy, they had already acquiesced to Talleyrand's game plan. The day after this angry exchange between Marshall and Jerry, Marshall joined the Pinckneys for a bit of sightseeing. They traveled 9 kilometers outside the city to the Royal Chateau at Saint-Cloud. The gardens were lovely along the Seine, but the autumn leaves were not quite as brilliant as they were in Virginia. While Jerry remained behind in Paris, sulking, a third visitor appeared at his door, Lucien Oteval. Oteval was a wealthy sugar planter from Santo Domingo who now lived in Boston and knew both Jerry and the president's son, John Quincy. Talleyrand had clearly done his homework. Oteval also had a close business relationship with Talleyrand. Oteval informed Jerry that Talleyrand genuinely wanted to reconcile with the United States, and that he was offended that the Americans had not paid him a personal visit. In light of Talleyrand's firm refusal to meet with the Americans, this was hard to believe. Oteval returned the next day to meet with all 3 commissioners and assured them that Talleyrand would welcome a visit during his private hours at home. Marshall responded that the foreign minister had told them to wait to hear from him. Jerry, who had previously counseled against contacting Talleyrand, now suggested that he might approach Talleyrand personally to try to request a formal meeting. Marshall and Pinckney agreed. Yet, when Gerry went to the ministry, the foreign minister refused to see him. The commissioners had misread Talleyrand again. He was willing to meet only secretly and unofficially in his home, where presumably he felt freer to speak. Days later, news reached Paris that on October 17, 1797, the Treaty of Campo Formio had been signed, ending the war between France and Austria. Cannons were fired, and joyous crowds celebrated the peace. With peace on the continent, Bonaparte could turn his attention to conquering Britain. This was no idle threat, and across the Channel, the usually calm British began to panic. Though Britain commanded a superior navy, it did not have an army as large or as well-trained as Bonaparte's. If Bonaparte defeated Britain, France would be unquestionably the world's most powerful empire. France would then demand the return of its prior colonies in North America, including Louisiana. Bonaparte would be unstoppable. At noon on October 27, 1797, Ottangui returned to the Americans with a tough message from Talleyrand, who was buoyed by Austria's defeat. The American envoys must reply promptly in writing to the French demand for a loan and a bribe. Ottangui warned that the minister had lost his patience and that France would take a decided course with regard to America if the Americans did not bend to their will. America was either with France or against her. Gerry explained that the Americans had no authority to negotiate for a loan. Ottangui grew more heated. He could not believe their naivete. "Didn't your government know that nothing can be obtained here without money?" Any American in Paris could have told them that much. In a menacing tone, Ottangui warned that it would be more prudent to offer a loan to their French allies than to fight them. Pinckney had had enough. He had already spoken to that point. "No, you have not," Ottangui replied. "What is your answer, General Pinckney?" Pinckney shot back, "No, no, not a sixpence." Marshall did not mince words. American independence was still dearer to us than the friendship of France. America had every right to remain neutral. To lend this money under the lash and coercion of France was to relinquish the government of ourselves and to submit to a foreign government imposed upon us by force. Marshall declared that Americans would prefer that we make at least one manly struggle before we thus surrendered our national independence. When Marshall stopped speaking, Ottangui quietly reminded the Americans that France had loaned them millions to win their independence from Britain. "Yes," Gerry replied, "but when America solicited a loan from France, France was free to say no. Aiding the Americans had helped France to defeat its rival, but there was no benefit to the United States for aiding France in a war against Britain. Unless France stopped interfering with U.S. ships, the Americans would not respond to Talleyrand's demands. Unless the Americans demonstrated goodwill by walking back President Adams's speech, extending a loan, and paying a bribe, France would continue to seize U.S. ships. Even before negotiations began, they had reached an impasse. The American commissioners peered over the brink of war. The following afternoon, Gerry anxiously paid a visit to Talleyrand's home. Talleyrand kept him waiting for an hour, and when he did receive him, he was brusque. The Directory had issued an arrêté, an order, requiring the envoys to provide an explanation of the President's speech to Congress. The Directory would also require a loan from the United States, but Talleyrand declined to name a figure. If the United States had not authorized the envoys to negotiate a loan, they should just assume they had the authority. There was no time to wait for permission from Congress. Talleyrand was clear that the loan was an absolute sine qua non. The audience was over in a few minutes. It is curious that Talleyrand did not ask for a douceur. But Jerry had no doubt that Talleyrand expected a large gratuity. He thought that a small cargo of Mexican dollars would be more efficient in a negotiation at present than 2 cargoes of ambassadors. While the commissioners puzzled over how to respond to the arrete, Otanguy called on them with a new proposal. The destruction of England was inevitable, and therefore the wealth and arts of that nation would naturally pass over to America, if the Americans chose wisely. In lieu of a bribe, the envoys could simply pay a fee to remain in Paris and negotiate with Talleyrand, while one of the envoys returned to Philadelphia to obtain authority for the loan. However, the French would not cease their attacks on U.S. vessels while the negotiations proceeded. Marshall erupted. France had captured more than $15 million in ships and cargo, and now it asked for another 1.2 million livres so that the commissioners might be allowed to spend the winter at the Paris Opera while these depredations continued. This was too much to swallow. Jerry invited Bellamy and Otanguy to join the 3 commissioners over breakfast the following morning. At this point, it was clear that the Americans had completely abandoned the idea of not negotiating through back channels, and it was becoming clear that at least Jerry was willing to entertain the possibility of paying something to France in exchange for peace. Bellamy warned them at breakfast that if the United States crossed France, it might share the same fate as Venice, which had been divided between France and Austria. France would smash England with an army of 150,000 soldiers. Bellamy even threatened the American envoys that if the negotiations failed, France would use the French party in America to throw the blame on them. Otanguy added that none of their proposals would even be presented to the Directory until Talleyrand received a £50,000 bribe. It appeared to Marshall that Talleyrand's principal objective was to postpone negotiations until he had sufficient influence with the Directory to push them toward a settlement. Talleyrand knew that the demand for a loan would delay negotiations at least 6 months, while the commissioners waited for authorization from Philadelphia. But Talleyrand also expected to be compensated for his service in negotiating a settlement. Talleyrand considered bribes a fringe benefit of holding public office, and he was candid about his desire to profit from his office. "I have to make an immense fortune out of it, a really immense fortune," he once wrote. When Talleyrand lived in the United States, he was surprised that his friend Alexander Hamilton, as Secretary of the Treasury, continued practicing law to support himself. Talleyrand thought it was scandalous that a man who made the fortune of his country should have to work all night in order to support his family. Marshall understood that the negotiations could not advance without a bribe. The men of the revolutionary generation to which he belonged saw themselves as fighting to rid America of the corrupt influence of European society. Now Marshall found himself once again defending American virtue against European vice. He was prepared to go to war rather than pay tribute, but in so doing, he knew that he was risking the future of the American Republic. Chapter 11. Love and War. Cool gray fog descended like a veil across the stony face of Notre Dame. Hard rain rattled windows ceaselessly. Marshall would not have seen umbrellas until his arrival in France, and he must have regarded them with curiosity. But umbrellas were of little practical use against the shrieking winds that announced the early arrival of winter. Streets flooded, and it was almost impossible to go anywhere in the city without being splattered by mud. Marshall discovered that it was futile to complain to his French landlord about his fireplace, which sat cold and useless. It was a cruel joke. As the day shortened, Marshall felt the passage of time more acutely. The American commissioners had waited more than a month to be formally received. He felt that Talleyrand's continued delay was intended to degrade and humiliate their country. Marshall suspected that France was delaying negotiations until it ended hostilities with Britain on France's terms. Then the French would have more leverage over the Americans. At the beginning of November, Marshall drafted a strongly worded letter to Talleyrand protesting their treatment, and presented it to the other two commissioners for their signatures. Pinckney agreed to it, but to persuade Gerry to sign it, Marshall had to tone it down considerably. The letter rhapsodized about the United States' ardent friendship and affection for the French Republic, and its confidence in her justice and magnanimity. The loss of France's friendship was a subject of unfeigned regret. The United States had a sincere desire to correct any misunderstanding or amend treaties. After Gerry's amendments, the letter sounded less like a protest than a groveling plea from a spurned lover. But Talleyrand did not reply. While the Americans tried to wheedle their way into a meeting with Talleyrand, the French newspapers kicked off a campaign, clearly directly by Talleyrand, to embarrass and criticize the American envoys for the lack of progress in their negotiations. In November 1797, Talleyrand sent a new parade of visitors to Marshall's door to charm, or bludgeon, the American envoys into compliance. Around the same time, Marshall received a note from Beaumarchais, the playwright and arms dealer Marshall was representing in his claim against Virginia. They had not met previously, but Beaumarchais had heard that there was an American by the name of Marshall visiting Paris, and Beaumarchais wondered if this was his attorney. In fact, Beaumarchais was acting at the direction of Talleyrand, which Marshall may have suspected. Beaumarchais was desperate for funds at this time, and may have been working for Talleyrand. When Marshall and Beaumarchais met, they hit it off immediately, and Beaumarchais reported back to Talleyrand that the Americans were not inclined to pay the bribe Talleyrand demanded. The next stranger to appear at Marshall's flat was Joseph Pitcairn, a New York businessman living in Paris. Pitcairn lived next door to Talleyrand and had business dealings with Pinckney. Talleyrand had asked him to help facilitate negotiations with the Americans. Pitcairn suggested an alternative arrangement whereby the United States could purchase Dutch bonds from the French government at a premium. In other words, the United States could disguise a loan to France from both the U.S. public and the British government by overpaying the French for Dutch securities. Pinckney and Marshall firmly opposed this scheme as well. "I counted on being at home in March," Marshall wrote to Polly at the end of November. "I now apprehend that it will not be in my power to reach America until April or May." He had not heard from her since his departure from Philadelphia in July, and he knew she would be disappointed by the news that his return might be delayed until the late spring. He wanted her to know that the situation was beyond his control. "Oh God, how much time and how much happiness have I thrown away!" But perhaps Marshall was feeling a bit guilty about the fact that he was beginning to enjoy Paris for the first time now that he had changed residences. In mid-November, Marshall and Gerry moved from their cramped quarters in the style of a miserable old bachelor without any mixture of female society to l'Hôtel Delboeuf, located at 70 Rue de Vaugirard, now number 54. Marshall had 3 elegant rooms on the ground floor across the street from the Luxembourg Palace for 5 guineas less per month than he had paid for his inferior accommodations. On the rare days when it was not raining, he could cross the street and stroll for hours in the Luxembourg garden. He wrote to Polly that this was the house of a very accomplished, a very sensible, and, I believe, a very amiable lady, whose temper, very contrary to the general character of her countrywomen, is domestic, and who generally sets with us 2 or 3 hours in the afternoon. Polly could not have been comforted to read the next line. "This renders my situation less unpleasant than it has been." The very amiable lady was Reine Philibert Rouve de Vericourt, the Marquise de Villette. Reine was an intelligent, piquant, and attractive widow with thick black curls and dancing dark eyes, who looked a decade younger than her 42 years. Reine had a storied past. She was the daughter of an impoverished nobleman. Without a dowry, she was consigned by her father to a cloister. When she was 19, Reine met the elderly Voltaire, who was a friend of her parents. Voltaire decided to rescue her from the nunnery. He invited her to live with him in his country home at Ferney as his adopted daughter, though it was rumored that she was, in fact, Voltaire's illegitimate daughter. At Ferney, Reine became a combination nurse, confidant, and assistant to the famous author. Voltaire, in his 80s, was a mercurial tyrant subject to violent fits of rage. He was also wildly unconventional. He kept a vicious pet monkey named Luke that Voltaire joked was like the Prussian king, because he bites everyone. Reine, who loved animals, impressed Voltaire by taming the beast. Reine became his favorite, and in his writings he called her Belle et Bonne, because her heart was as lovely as her countenance. Reine was constantly by Voltaire's side during his last years. He taught her to dance and prepared her for a life as an aristocrat. She, in turn, bewitched the savage poet with the same charm that she used to domesticate his monkey. Before he died, Voltaire hoped to marry Reine off to a wealthy nobleman. He found a convenient match in Charles Michel, the Marquis de Villette. Charles had a staggering fortune, which he inherited at a young age from his father. His mother was an especially intimate friend of Voltaire's, and it may have been more than a coincidence that Charles bore a salient resemblance to Voltaire. Charles' ambition was to be a great writer like Voltaire. All he lacked was talent. Charles was a vicious drunk, a wild spendthrift, and a mediocre scribbler. True, he had shown some promise as a law student, and he published something that passed as poetry, but he had long since abandoned any serious literary pursuits for carnal pleasures. In fairness, Charles had distinguished himself in one respect, as the most notorious homosexual of his day. 18th-century French society generally winked at homosexuality, as long as a man was merely being unfaithful to his wife. Charles, however, did not have even the pretext of a spouse. For this, he was ostracized as a degenerate and a devotee of the Italian vice. His homosexual male friends slyly called him Alcibiades, the pretty youth who tried to seduce Socrates. Charles' licentious behavior often led to encounters with the Paris police, who otherwise avoided arresting nobility for soliciting sex in the Tuileries. He was lampooned and libeled as the leader of the Sodomites, but to his credit, he was largely indifferent to society's censure. None of this deterred Voltaire from wanting Reine to marry Charles. She was a 20-year-old virgin without a dowry, and he was a wealthy, if profligate, homosexual more than twice her age. Marriage was, after all, a matter of convenience. De Villette needed a wife to produce an heir and stay out of jail, and the beautiful Reine needed a wealthy husband to support her when Voltaire was gone. The ideal opportunity to introduce the couple presented itself when Charles was challenged to a duel over the honor of a dancer he had insulted at the Paris Opera. Terrified of sword fights, Charles fled to Ferney to hide out at Voltaire's. That night, Voltaire hosted a dinner in honor of St. Francis, the Italian mystic who had preached to the birds. Reine had raised and trained a pair of doves to perform for this occasion. Things went awry when the doves were, mistakenly, roasted and served on a platter to the horrified Reine. Circumstantial evidence suggests that Voltaire may have orchestrated this calamity as a pretext for bringing together Charles and Reine. Though St. Francis would not have approved, the plan succeeded. Reine ran off, and Charles chased after her. Voltaire could not have written it better. he had killed two birds with one stone. Raine and Charles were married soon after. To celebrate their unconventional marriage, they ascended in a hot-air balloon, making Madame de Villette perhaps the first woman ever to fly. Charles may have hoped that marriage would restore his social standing, but in fact it nearly destroyed his young wife. Raine knew about Charles's past, but presumably the wise Voltaire had assured the alluring young Raine that she could fix Charles. Even after the marriage and the births of their daughter and son, Charles continued to prefer men to his wife. He humiliated and tormented Madame de Villette with his debauchery, arrests, and cruelty. In their palatial chateau on the Rue de Beaune, he kept two of his male lovers, the Marquis de Thibauville and the prosecutor Clos, so there was no need for her companionship. By the time Charles died in 1793, he had squandered most of his fortune, and his estate teetered on insolvency. To make matters worse, Madame de Villette was jailed as a royalist by the Directory shortly after Charles's death. The French government expropriated some of the houses she had inherited from her husband and redistributed them to the working class. When she was released, Madame de Villette was evicted from their lavish home on Rue de Beaune. She relocated to their more modest though still spacious L'Hôtel d'Elbeuf. She now lived with her 12-year-old daughter and her 4-year-old son, whom she called Voltaire, though his given name was Charles. To supplement her income, she leased rooms to foreign envoys. For all of Madame de Villette's refinement, her tastes ran from the peculiar to the macabre. She furnished the house as if it were a shrine to Voltaire. In the sitting room, she displayed his marble bust with burning incense and one of his faded robes. Most bizarre of all, she kept Voltaire's heart preserved in a silver case in the center of the drawing room, as if it were a saint's reliquary. Even after her torturous marriage, Madame de Villette remained youthful. She captivated the hearts of many men in the American expatriate community in Paris. Jerry gushed that she was one of the finest women in Paris, on account of the goodness of her heart, her excellent morals, and the richness of her mind. But he reassured his wife that she is not handsome, but such a woman as you would like. That line must have aroused Mrs. Jerry's suspicion. Even Mrs. Pinckney noted that she was an agreeable, pleasing woman, whom she thought looked about 30. Marshall could not have been happier with his new accommodations. He described to Polly his spending hours sitting with de Villette. Since she spoke only French, and he spoke only English, they must have found some other means to communicate. It's likely that de Villette tutored Marshall in French, because he developed a rudimentary knowledge of the language over the next few months. In any case, there is no question that Marshall completely trusted de Villette, and when he eventually left Paris, she was the one person he seemed truly sad to leave behind. All of which is to say that Marshall had no reason to suspect that she, too, might be an agent of Talleyrand's. Jerry continued to meet secretly with Talleyrand's agents, and this had become a source of friction between the commissioners. On December 17th, Marshall knocked on Jerry's door and was surprised to see him meeting privately with Bellamy. Reiterating Pitcairn's earlier suggestion, Bellamy proposed that in lieu of giving France a loan outright, the United States should purchase 16 million Dutch notes from France for about 1.3 million pounds sterling, about $169 million today, which was double their market value. Bellamy reported that Beaumarchais even offered to pay 50,000 pounds of private gratification to Talleyrand out of whatever he recovered from Virginia in the suit that Marshall was handling. Marshall was stunned by the audacity of this plan. Bellamy's proposal threatened to compromise Marshall and entangle his professional representation of Beaumarchais with his public duties. But he seemed to equivocate at first. Marshall might be willing to have Beaumarchais pay a gratuity to the foreign minister, but only if France first recognized American claims for captured vessels. This was all Bellamy needed to hear. He left, thinking that Marshall had opened the door for further discussion of the bribe. By speaking with Bellamy, Marshall had unwittingly re-engaged the process of informal negotiation. Pinckney reminded his colleagues that they had agreed not to enter into informal negotiations, but insist on direct negotiations with the foreign minister. Accordingly, the three prepared another letter to Talleyrand, restating their position and requesting that he either open negotiations or grant them their passports to return to America. Marshall expected Pinckney to drop by his room that evening for dinner. He answered a knock and was surprised to see Madame de Villette dressed to go out. She had reserved a box at the Odeon for a one-night-only performance of Voltaire's controversial tragedy, Mahomet. The play was an allegory that attacked organized religion. She invited Marshall to join her. It would be hard to refuse an evening alone with de Villette. She was not just another theater enthusiast. She was Voltaire's adopted daughter. And Marshall may have had other motives for accompanying her. 5 months had passed since he had seen his wife. Marshall appreciated female companionship. De Villette's sudden invitation delighted him, and in his excitement, he completely forgot that Pinckney was coming for dinner. He rushed out the door without sending a note to Pinckney explaining his change of plans. Marshall was chagrined to find Pinckney's card when he returned late that evening, but he was also embarrassed by the implication of his accompanying de Villette alone, her tiny gloved hand in his. We do not know what transpired that evening, but it set in motion events that Marshall could not control. On Christmas Eve, 1797, Marshall faced a dilemma. Marshall and Pinckney agreed that there was no chance of moving forward with negotiations, but Gerry wanted to keep trying. Marshall was convinced that Talleyrand was dragging his feet so that once France conquered Britain, the French could turn their predatory eyes on North America. Marshall wanted to return to Philadelphia and sound the alarm in Congress to prepare for war with France. However, if Marshall and Pinckney left, it would give France a pretext for blaming a rupture in their relations on the two envoys and divide public opinion in the United States. Marshall thought that the nation would unite against France, but he could not be sure. He and Pinckney decided that if no progress was made by January, they would leave for England and wait there until the spring, when it was safer to travel. Marshall and Pinckney recognized that they were in personal danger. Talleyrand's agents hinted darkly that if the Americans did not accede to its demands, the Directory might detain them, or worse. The Directory had never accorded them diplomatic recognition, and therefore the commissioners had no immunity from arrest or prosecution. In reality, it would hardly have mattered if France had accepted their credentials, as the Directory had arrested 4 foreign diplomats that fall. Mrs. Pinckney worried that the envoys could be seized at any time. She did not want to leave her house, fearing the risk strangers run of being imprisoned without knowing why or wherefore. Marshall spent the first 2 weeks of January preparing a memo to Talleyrand, arguing that the United States had complied with the 1778 Treaty of Alliance. Marshall's memorandum has been called one of the ablest state papers ever produced by American diplomacy. It was surely among the most eloquent. Openly and repeatedly have France and America interchanged unequivocal testimonials of reciprocal regard, he began. These testimonials were given by the United States with all the ardor and sincerity of youth. Then the tone darkened. The United States, Marshall argued, had considered its treaty obligations and concluded that her engagements by no means bound her to take part in the war, but left her so far the mistress of her own conduct as to be at perfect liberty to observe a system of real neutrality. Not only was the United States not legally bound to intervene, Marshall argued. It was bound by the laws of nature to refrain. Beyond moral considerations, national interests forbid the government of the United States to plunge them unnecessarily into the miseries of the bloody conflict then commencing. Marshall set out two starkly different views of world politics. First, he described the contemporary state of European politics. The great nations of Europe, either impelled by ambition or by existing or supposed political interests peculiar to themselves, have consumed more than a third of the present century in war. Whatever causes may have produced so afflicting an evil, they cannot be supposed to have been entirely extinguished, and humanity can scarcely indulge the hope that the temper or condition of man is so altered as to exempt the next century from the ills of the past. Strong fortifications, powerful navies, immense armies, the accumulated wealth of ages, and a full population enable the nations of Europe to support those wars in which they are induced to engage by motives which they deem adequate, and by interests exclusively their own. He contrasted this with the very different circumstances of the United States. Possessed of an extensive, unsettled territory, on which bountiful nature has bestowed with a lavish hand all the capacities for future legitimate greatness, they indulge no thirst for conquest, no ambition for the extension of their limits. Encircled by no dangerous powers, they neither fear or are jealous of their neighbors, and are not on that account obliged to arm for their own safety. Separated far from Europe by a vast and friendly ocean, they are but remotely, if at all, affected by those interests which agitate and influence this portion of the world. Thus circumstanced, they have no motives for voluntary war. Marshall posited that American geography shaped American exceptionalism, since it would have been tactless to assert the superiority of the American character. Instead, Marshall rested his argument on the unique geographical circumstances that insulated America from foreign influences. Geography also made the United States dependent on foreign trade, and therefore dictated the necessity to avoid war. An extensive undefended commerce, peculiarly necessary to a nation which does not manufacture for itself, which is, and for a long time to come will be, almost exclusively agricultural, would have been its immediate and certain victim. Great as are the means and resources of the United States for self-defense, 'tis only in self-defense that those resources can be completely displayed. Neither the genius of the nation or the state of its finances admit of calling its citizens from the plow, but to defend their own liberty and their own firesides. Marshall explained that, as a nation of farmers, it was essential for the United States to trade with both France and Britain. The United States could not afford to become entangled in all the future quarrels of Europe. Marshall also implicitly suggested that to protect American virtue, the United States had to keep its distance from European power politics. France claimed that Jay's Treaty and Washington's proclamation of neutrality violated America's treaty obligations to France. In particular, France insisted that the United States had an obligation to defend French cargo on board U.S. merchant ships from seizure by the British Navy. The 1778 Treaty of Amity and Commerce between France and the United States recognized the right of all neutral nations' vessels to resist capture by force of arms, if necessary. This was known as the right of armed neutrality. Though a belligerent power had the right to seize military supplies as contraband, France complained that Jay's Treaty gave the British rights to seize supplies and timber that were not, strictly speaking, contraband. Marshall pointed out that Jay's Treaty was silent on the right of armed neutrality. The British Navy continued to assert its right to seize contraband on U.S. ships, and Jay's treaty had specifically listed naval provisions and timber as contraband subject to seizure on board neutral vessels. Marshall pointed to precedents from other countries' treaties and foreign states' practices that relied on a wider definition of contraband. He acknowledged that a rule that protected the free navigation of neutral countries was desirable, but the wish to establish a principle is essentially different from a determination that it is already established. Marshall was in the awkward position of having to defend a principle at odds with official U.S. policy. He knew that in the past decade, most European countries had recognized the right of neutral parties to free navigation and armed neutrality. Many continental countries, including France, had endorsed this principle. Marshall's point was that regardless of the views of the French and U.S. governments, Britain had rejected this principle. U.S. vessels had no choice but to accede to search and seizure of French goods. The United States could not defend itself against British naval power. In this memorandum, Marshall was stating a legal position, as if that would be sufficient to settle the question. France saw the issue very differently. The French were not interested in talking about legal rights. They were asserting their own interests. Marshall's insistence on arguing the law rather than negotiate based on national interests was a sign to Talleyrand of American naivete. Talleyrand concluded that the American commissioners did not understand power politics. The Directory responded bluntly to Marshall's legal memorandum. Not deigning to craft a legal response, it issued a decree to capture and condemn any neutral vessels carrying any products from Britain or its possessions. When Marshall heard this news, his heart sank. The United States was caught between two world powers at war. December had been relatively mild, but the weather turned sharply colder in January and February of 1798. The sun appeared rarely, and the winds picked up off the Seine. It had snowed only once during January, but in the mornings the streets were often glazed with ice. February was drier but still quite cold, and heavy clouds hung over the city ominously. Revolutionary Paris in the depths of winter was a dark and unsettling place. Even after the Reign of Terror ended, neighbors and police regarded one another with a toxic suspicion. An English-speaking stranger encountered that uncomprehending look that has long greeted tourists in the French capital. Paris did not welcome strangers even then. On February 4th, Jerry returned from a secret meeting with Talleyrand and informed his colleagues that he was not at liberty to tell them what the foreign minister had said. Marshall and Pinckney were furious. All Jerry would say was that the foreign minister would respond to him the next day, and upon his answer depended peace or war. It turned out that Jerry had been meeting secretly with Talleyrand and his agents for weeks. When Talleyrand replied a few days later, Jerry proposed that the commissioners consider paying the bribe. At that, Marshall exploded. They had already agreed to refuse to pay the bribe. The United States could not accept a humble state of dependent solicitation, whilst France preserved a haughty and an angry distance. Marshall warned that Talleyrand was dragging his feet to delay the United States from taking measures to defend itself against France. Jerry shot back that Marshall could not judge of the propositions as they were not known to him, and that Jerry had a very different opinion of France. Marshall knew that further argument with Jerry would threaten their ability to continue to work together. It was late, and he was tired. He held his temper the best he could. "I wished very much that the Directory would order us off," he told Jerry. Marshall could not have slept well that night. Marshall judged, correctly, that Talleyrand had set out to divide the commissioners. He wondered whether France will be content to leave us our independence if she can cajole or frighten us out of it. but he had no doubt that France intended to keep and cherish the Republican Party as her party. Marshall correctly suspected that the American Republicans were advising Talleyrand, and that Talleyrand intended to send Marshall and Pinckney home and keep Gerry in Paris. Pinckney concurred. Marshall and Pinckney were convinced that Gerry had unwittingly become another of Talleyrand's agents. Marshall observed that France was unwilling to make peace with the United States so long as it believed it could defeat Britain, but it was also unwilling to go to war against the United States and so forge an Anglo-American alliance. Could the American commissioners compel Talleyrand to negotiate in good faith if they all threatened to quit France? In fact, the Americans could neither advance negotiations nor leave France so long as Talleyrand held their passports. They were trapped. Chapter 12. Tossed into the Seine. After months of living in her home, Marshall had formed a close bond with Madame de Villette. He spent hours with de Villette every day, accompanied her to the theater, practiced his French with her, and traveled with her at least once. Whether he transgressed the bounds of marital fidelity is unknowable, but it would not be surprising. He had not heard from Polly for months, since he had departed Richmond. At 42, he was still a vigorous and attractive man with a tall, lean frame, dark features, and smiling eyes. Marshall loved women, and de Villette was an unattached dark beauty, whose worldliness, vitality, and education contrasted with Polly's sheltered experience and infirmities. Marshall had no close male friends other than Pinckney, who had his wife and daughter to amuse him, and he barely tolerated Gerry. It would be only natural that he, like so many other men, fell under the charm of la belle et bonne. Madame de Villette loved to host parties as a way to introduce the American envoys to her French friends. She would typically invite a few French ladies and gentlemen in addition to Marshall, Gerry, Pinckney, and Pinckney's wife, Mary. The evening usually began with a musical performance that included singers and a pianist. Then there might be some dancing before tea was served about midnight. The guests would move into the dining room, and de Villette would set out teapots and a large brioche in the middle of a round table surrounded by cups and saucers. There was a second table that would feature a towering pyramid of assorted cakes and flavored ices. On the sideboards were cold turkey, slices of veal with mint jelly, and baskets of oranges and pears. The gentlemen would assist Madame de Villette by serving the ladies and pouring abundant champagne and sweet liqueurs. After all that, she would serve quarters of orange peel filled with sweet orange jelly. Around 1 a.m., when everyone was loosened up by the alcohol and the late hour, the petit jeu would begin. On one particular evening, one of the French ladies proposed a new game that the Americans were unfamiliar with. She explained that someone would be sent out of the room, and the rest would secretly decide on a mission that this person must perform when he or she returned. The mission might be something like placing a particular pillow at the foot of a lady, or moving a chair to another location. Before the person re-entered the room, one of the ladies would sit down to play on the piano very loudly, which was the signal for the person to return. When he or she entered the room, the piano would grow softer if the person moved toward the object of the mission, and louder if he or she moved away from it. The only clue the person had was the music. Mrs. Pinckney later described in a letter to her cousin a certain unnamed lady, and the most beautiful in the room, who was very likely Madame de Villette. When she was sent out of the room, the guests decided that she was to present her hand to a particular gentleman to kiss. Mrs. Pinckney was being discreet in that there were only a few gentlemen present, and the only two men mentioned who were not accompanied by their wives were Marshall and Gerry. While we cannot be sure whom Mrs. Pinckney referred to, we know that Marshall loved games and was naturally genial and outgoing, while Jerry was rather stiff and serious. It seems likely that Madame de Villette was intended to offer her hand to Marshall. She went all around the room as the music grew deafening until she stopped in front of the particular gentleman, who was at that moment standing. Then the music quieted a bit. But as she pondered what she was supposed to do with him, the music grew loud again. She was obviously embarrassed by not knowing what was expected of her, and he did nothing to assist her until she reached out and took his hand. She assumed she had to lead him back to his chair, but the gentleman surprised her by lifting her hand to his lips. Party games, then, as now, were often ways of engaging in behavior that might otherwise be presumptuous. In organizing a game among a few single women and 2 unaccompanied men after everyone had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, one could expect flirtation to follow. If we are correct that Marshall kissed de Villette's hand, then Mrs. Pinckney's reluctance to name them may indicate that she thought that their kiss was more than a game. There were more than 100 American merchants doing business in Paris at the time, often with close ties to the French government. A large number of these men came to know Jefferson and Monroe during the time they were envoys to France and considered them friends. Many belonged to the Décadis Club, an informal network of American businessmen who would mingle over meals at an upscale restaurant in the Palais Royal. Most were solid Republicans who staunchly supported the French government, even to the extent of criticizing their own. Numerous club members wrote or visited one or more of the American commissioners repeatedly to pressure them to accept Talleyrand's demands. They also wrote letters back to Republican leaders in the United States that accused Pinckney and Marshall of trying to provoke a war with America's oldest ally. One of these expatriates was Nathaniel Cutting, the U.S. consul in Le Havre, who had his own business interests in the French West Indies. Cutting wrote to the 3 American commissioners urging them to avoid a costly war by agreeing to finance France's war against Britain and deferring any claims on behalf of captured American ships. Cutting advised them to set aside the antiquated face of diplomatic etiquette and any moral qualms about paying bribes. Those who consult only with their own liberal ideas of moral rectitude and take offense to what they call national honor and dignity are doubtless disposed rather to hurl back defiance in the teeth of France, he wrote. But once we let slip the dogs of war, $100 million would not enable us to enchain them again. Cutting also wrote to James Monroe, then a U.S. Senator from Virginia, that the cold reception, bordering on contempt, with which Talleyrand received the Americans was the most striking comment that can be given on the imbecile and supercilious conduct of many conspicuous characters in the government of the United States. Cutting blamed Marshall and Pinckney and expressed sympathy for the difficult situation in which Jerry found himself, unable to negotiate with his colleagues. In addition, Cutting wrote to various Republican newspapers in the United States attacking Marshall. One letter called Marshall an unequivocal enemy of France and excoriated President Adams for appointing him. Another prominent expatriate businessman was Fulwar Skipwith, the consul general in Paris. Skipwith wrote to his friend Jefferson demanding that the U.S. government should confess some of our errors and lay the responsibility upon the shoulders of a few persons who perpetrated them. There was no doubt he meant the commissioners. He urged the United States to repudiate Jay's Treaty and lend France as much money, should she ask for it, as she lent us in our hour of distress. These American expatriates in Paris were working with Talleyrand and the Republicans in the United States to discredit Marshall, Pinckney, and President Adams. The antagonism of his fellow Americans left Marshall isolated. The only person Marshall felt he could rely upon, besides Pinckney, was Madame de Villette. Some historians have suggested that de Villette was another agent working for Talleyrand. No one was better situated than she was to observe the American commissioners. She had known Talleyrand socially since Talleyrand first came to visit Voltaire. De Villette and Talleyrand shared a cult-like devotion to the writer's memory. Talleyrand attended dinners in her home with the envoys on at least 2 occasions, though neither Marshall nor his colleagues kept any record of these informal meetings. The British ambassador had lived with de Villette at one time, and it's inconceivable that she could have escaped the attention of the French government. And it was not by chance that Marshall and Pinckney came to live with de Villette. Apparently, either Skipwith, James Montflorence, Skipwith's vice-consul, Beaumarchais, or Joel Barlow, another expatriate, had arranged for Marshall and Gerry to move into de Villette's home. All 4 had working relations with Talleyrand and actively tried to persuade the American commissioners to provide the loan that Talleyrand demanded. Skipwith was actively working with Jefferson to embarrass the commissioners. Montflorence, a French national, introduced Otanguy to the Americans. Montflorence, who had earned his fortune selling worthless land in America to unsuspecting Frenchmen, was not the sort of man to be bothered by a conflict of loyalties. We know that Beaumarchais tried to facilitate the payment of a bribe to Talleyrand. Barlow was de Villette's neighbor and a zealous supporter of French republicanism who collaborated with Talleyrand. He disparaged Pinckney and Marshall and thought that if Gerry had not been shackled with the other 2, the Directory would have negotiated with him without any difficulty. Talleyrand, it seems, left little to chance. It seems more than coincidental that Gerry and Marshall were invited to move to de Villette's home immediately after Pinckney had rebuffed repeated requests for a loan and a bribe on behalf of Talleyrand. It was at this point that Talleyrand realized that Pinckney was no longer useful to him, and he made the strategic decision to try to influence Marshall and Gerry instead. To accomplish this, he wanted to isolate Pinckney. Moving Marshall and Gerry to a more appealing location away from Pinckney, where they were under the lovely, watchful eyes of Madame de Villette, made sense. The French had long relied on a well-developed internal security network to glean information, especially from foreign envoys. Every move that foreign diplomats made was reported to the Foreign Ministry. The Paris police also engaged in surveillance, which sometimes was inconsistent with the wishes of the ministry. Revolutionary France, and Paris in particular, was crawling with British agents. The British spies in France were far better informed about the activities and opinions of the American commissioners than was the U.S. government. Talleyrand knew all of this, and he himself had ongoing contacts with British agents. Talleyrand was always careful to keep one foot on either side of the fence. The British would want to sabotage any talks with the Americans and prevent any loan to finance the French war effort. For these reasons, Talleyrand wanted a spy in the heart of the American operations to ensure he would know in advance of any American plans to aid the British. The Paris police had informants watching de Villette's house at all times, and the police dossier on her refers to the envoys meeting at her home. These police reports were provided to Talleyrand at his request. One historian has argued that the fact that the Paris police were already spying on her home would have made it unnecessary for Talleyrand to employ her as a spy. However, it was common for the French and the British to have duplicate spies to corroborate intelligence. During the American Revolution, for example, French and British spies were strategically placed inside the American headquarters in the village of Passy, just outside Paris. Although no correspondence was ever recorded between Talleyrand and de Villette, the foreign minister probably destroyed any records of his own surveillance. Over drinks in the salon or dinner in her large dining room, Madame de Villette encouraged the three envoys to extend credit to France. Pinckney reported discreetly to Secretary of State Pickering that a certain unnamed lady made them an offer. "If you were to make us a loan, all matters will be adjusted," she assured them. "Monsieur Talleyrand has mentioned to me, who am surely not in his confidence, the necessity of your making us a loan, and I know that he has mentioned it to 2 or 3 others, and that you have been informed of it, and I will assure you that, if you remain here 6 months longer, you will not advance a single step further in your negotiations without a loan." We can reasonably assume that the lady in question was de Villette. We know that the envoys met at her home numerous times around December 20th, 1797. Pinckney and Marshall did not record any meetings with another woman, and it makes sense that Pinckney would have wanted to protect de Villette's identity. Indeed, Marshall made a point of omitting from his journal Beaumarchais' name as well, indicating that he wanted to protect his friends. Would La Belle et Bonne, a woman known for her kindness, purity, and religious devotion, spy for the French government? De Villette had already spent 10 terrifying months locked up by the Directory and narrowly escaped the guillotine. She had struggled with poverty as a young woman, endured a painful and humiliating marriage, and now in middle age found herself with 2 children to support with little income. It seems reasonable that de Villette would do whatever was necessary to protect her family and avoid offending the Directory. Providing her government with information about the activities and opinions of her houseguests would seem only prudent under the circumstances. Did Marshall realize the danger in becoming involved with a foreign agent? Or did his heart deceive his head? And did Marshall's relationship with de Villette incline him to continue negotiations longer than necessary? Or did the risk of falling in love cause him to leave France sooner than expected? After 5 months of waiting for negotiations to start, Marshall and Pinckney had decided to return to the United States, although the French foreign minister had not returned their passports. It was 8 in the evening one night in February, and Marshall was packing when there was a knock at his door. Marshall was not anticipating this visit from Beaumarchais, who was visibly upset to hear about Marshall's imminent departure. Beaumarchais tried to persuade Marshall that a loan would be unlikely to trigger war with Britain because Britain had too many commercial interests in the United States. Beaumarchais, a playwright who traded in irony, once made the same argument to Louis XVI, that if France aided the American Revolution, it would not lead to war with Britain. He was wrong then, and he was wrong now. As a friend to America, Beaumarchais warned that France would revolutionize Britain and reduce it to the status of the Cisalpine Republic, a French satellite in northern Italy, while France would monopolize world commerce. It behooved us as wise men, he advised Marshall, to balance these evils well in our minds and to take such measures as would secure the peace of our nation. Marshall was well aware of the dangers that Beaumarchais mentioned, but compromising American independence was too high a price to pay. The demand for a loan was extortion, Marshall believed, and if the American commissioners succumbed, there would be no end to France's demands. Beaumarchais left dispirited. The 2 revolutions he had played a role in were now on a collision course, and he could do nothing to stop it. Marshall drafted one more letter to Talleyrand, repeating all their prior arguments and concluding that since the demands of France render it entirely impracticable to effect the objects of their mission, they therefore must retire from France till the government of the French Republic shall be willing to consider and receive them as the representatives of their country. They requested their passports and added one final request, to meet with Talleyrand. It was probably no coincidence that just when the letter was translated and ready for their signature, Marshall and Jerry were invited by Madame de Villette to join her and an unnamed Frenchwoman for a long weekend at her country estate 30 miles outside Paris. Jerry cautioned Marshall that if they signed the letter and delivered it to Talleyrand, he would order them to leave France immediately, in which case they should send their regrets to Madame de Villette and prepare to leave France at once. Madame de Villette's invitation offered Jerry a convenient excuse not to send the letter. This was clearly a clever ruse by Jerry and de Villette. Jerry knew that Marshall would rather delay sending the letter than miss a weekend away with Madame de Villette. Indeed, this incident suggests that Marshall's relationship to de Villette was more than a friendship. It is also curious that Marshall, who took detailed notes of all his engagements and conversations in France, did not record any mention of this weekend in his journal, and that neither he nor Jerry wrote about it to anyone. Mrs. Pinckney, who was not present, wrote a detailed description of the weekend to her cousin. Out of discretion, she omitted Madame de Villette's name, which added to the intrigue. De Villette's chateau was situated on a wooded estate fronting the Seine. She once described her country house as charming without being magnificent, according to Mary Pinckney. The pastoral setting was delicious, and such as no traveler could pass without stopping to admire it, yet not so splendid as to make him hate the possessors. De Villette liked to look out her window as travelers stopped to admire her chateau and imagine their thoughts. What a sweet house! What a charming spot! Nature has here taken pleasure in lavishing all her beauties. How happy the owners must be! If I had such a place, I think sorrow could never approach me. In fact, since her reversal of fortune, de Villette had suffered more than enough sorrow for a lifetime. Marshall spent 3 days here with this extraordinary woman. Whatever transpired between them, the moment must have been bittersweet. Marshall knew he would soon be leaving. The party returned to Paris on February 24th, and the next morning Jerry received a visit from Talleyrand's clerk. Talleyrand had been tipped off as to the envoy's intentions. The clerk made a new proposal. France might accept a promise that the United States would provide a loan after peace was achieved with Britain. Such a loan would avoid antagonizing Britain. Jerry found this idea appealing, and it gave him an excuse to refuse to sign the letter to Talleyrand demanding their passports. Marshall could not believe that Jerry was reneging on his promise. Their shared memories from a weekend in a sylvan paradise with Madame de Villette evaporated instantly in the heat of argument. Marshall reminded Jerry that they had no authority to authorize any loan, either before or after peace was declared. He pointed out that a promise to lend money in the future was no different than a loan in the present, because France could borrow against it. Whatever funds France received would work to aid the descent on England, to subjugate our own country, and to forge chains with which to manacle ourselves. Marshall was implicitly acknowledging that American independence was bound up with the fate of Britain. Jerry admitted that Talleyrand's demand was unreasonable, but he insisted that we ought to consider the actual state of things and do that which would conduce most to the interest of the nation. War would cost at least $200 million, and would inflict miseries and dangers which were incalculable. What Jerry called true wisdom would be to stand in the gap between our country and France and prevent a war by the stipulation to lend 8 or 10 million. Jerry had a valid point, of course. Paying extortion would be cheaper than going to war. As a compromise, Jerry suggested that if there was any doubt that they were authorized to lend this amount, one of them should return post-haste to Philadelphia and secure Congress's approval. Jerry offered to return home to obtain fresh instructions for this purpose. Of course, this would only serve Talleyrand's purpose of delaying negotiations until after the conquest of Britain. Marshall retorted that a loan in any amount would be a surrender of national independence, and would not spare America from being dragged into the European war. France had made an unprovoked war upon our commerce as a mean by which to force our government into measures it disapproved of and deemed highly injurious, Marshall charged. If the United States, under the leash, acceded to France's demands, we no longer acted for ourselves. 3 times the Foreign Ministry had threatened to expel them, and nothing had happened. This demonstrated the object of the government to be to keep us here in our present abject state, while every species of hostility should be practiced on our country, until France should be in a situation to strike us effectually. Marshall argued that the envoys should return home at once, to warn their countrymen to prepare for war. Marshall and Pinckney felt that Jerry had betrayed them. As their voices rose in anger, Marshall could barely contain himself. Pinckney, nodding in agreement with Marshall, sat in stony silence, shocked by Jerry's behavior. Jerry accused Marshall of being overly suspicious of France. He warned that it was extremely unwise for a man to deliver himself up entirely to suspicion, and that for a statesman it endangered the whole nation. Marshall shot back that to assume France would honor its promises was no more justifiable than to suppose France would cheat them. The best guide we could take for the future was the past, Marshall reasoned, and France's behavior had certainly given them no reason for confidence. Marshall doubted the French really cared about the loan. France was now making this proposition merely to amuse us. Marshall correctly assessed that Talleyrand's real purpose was to delay negotiations as long as possible. Further discussion was pointless. Marshall went to bed, but he had another restless night. The rift between Jerry and his colleagues was irreparable. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Marshall met again with Beaumarchais. By now, Marshall must have realized that Beaumarchais was working for Talleyrand. Marshall had scolded Jerry numerous times for continuing private discussions with Talleyrand's agents. But since Beaumarchais was also Marshall's client in his claim against Virginia, Marshall could not refuse to meet with him. Beaumarchais' message was stark. Switzerland, Spain, and Portugal were all compelled to help finance France's war effort. The United States must also advance the money, or take the consequences. It was a disturbing warning from a man who counted himself a friend of America's. The 3 U.S. envoys continued to argue over the proposed loan for the next several days. Jerry warned his colleagues that if they failed to purchase peace with France, Americans might revolt against their own government rather than risk war with France. Marshall proposed that the envoys ask one last time for an interview with Talleyrand to see if there was any chance for negotiation, without first promising to pay France or the foreign minister. Jerry, however, would not agree to any language that precluded the possibility of a loan to France. The envoys agreed not to raise the issue of a possible loan, but if Talleyrand suggested it, they would reply that they would consider it. This was a completely disingenuous compromise. Marshall and Pinckney had already made clear that they would never consider lending France money. To their surprise, Talleyrand promptly agreed to see them. This would be their first and only official negotiation with the foreign minister, after 5 months of delay. The day before the scheduled meeting, Jerry was called to a private meeting with Talleyrand before the minister met with the other Americans. Jerry returned and informed his colleagues that Talleyrand had reaffirmed that he would not trouble the Directory with any American proposal until they agreed to a loan. Moreover, Jerry bluntly told them, Talleyrand preferred to conclude a treaty with Jerry on his own. At 3 in the afternoon on March 2, 1798, Talleyrand welcomed the three Americans in his office. Sunlight poured through the windows, and for the first time in months it was warm enough to leave them open. The bright spring weather seemed at odds with the dark mood of the envoys. Pinckney, as the senior negotiator, began by saying that the United States was eager to remove any differences between the two countries, and that they had received many informal proposals through various channels that they did not find practical to negotiate through. Talleyrand replied that the Directory was extremely wounded by President Washington's farewell address 18 months earlier, and by President Adams's speeches to Congress in May and November of the prior year. Incredibly, Talleyrand complained that the Americans had not once waited on him, which was manifestly false. The Directory needed some proof of a friendly disposition before they would agree to a treaty with the United States. He alluded to a loan as one way of demonstrating this. When Pinckney interjected that they had no authority to negotiate a loan, Talleyrand cut him off quickly. Talleyrand insisted that any diplomat at such a distance from his government would have such authority. Since their instructions were silent as to whether they could advance a loan, then nothing prohibited it. If the commissioners sincerely wanted to settle their differences with France, they would find a way to grant the loan. Otherwise, France was not negotiating with persons of a temper hostile to it. At this point, Gerry, ignoring his promise not to raise the subject, suggested that a loan could be made payable after the war in supplies to Santo Domingo, in what is now the Dominican Republic. Talleyrand coyly signaled that this might be a solution. Gerry and Talleyrand had obviously discussed this idea in advance. Marshall ignored Gerry's proposal and responded to the foreign minister that the United States was committed to maintaining its neutrality and therefore could never furnish money to France. However, the United States could perhaps negotiate a loan when the war was over. Marshall was willing to consider a future loan without putting it down on paper to prevent France from using a pledge of a future loan to obtain credit from another country. Talleyrand insisted that there must be some immediate aid to prove America's friendship. Alluding to France's aid during the Revolutionary War, he added that the principles of reciprocity would require it. At the end of the hour, Talleyrand abruptly stood up. He coldly informed the envoys that since the Directory would not recognize them as diplomats, they could see him in the future only as private individuals to discuss these matters further. After more than 5 months in Paris, the Americans had not advanced a single step. Marshall felt crushed. He wrote in his journal that day, "I have cursed 1,000 times the moment when a sense of duty induced me to undertake this painful embassy." Later that day, Gerry came to Marshall's room at Madame de Villette's, thinking he might persuade his colleague to agree to a loan after the war. Marshall replied that he was no less sure that I stood on my feet and not on my head, than that our instructions would not permit us to make the loan required. Marshall suggested that he and Gerry should return to Philadelphia at once and lay out the case to President Adams for and against a loan. That would leave Pinckney in Paris as the permanent envoy. Marshall feared that if Gerry was left in Paris on his own, he would succumb to the influence of Talleyrand and his agents. To his surprise, Gerry agreed. But the matter was still not settled. The envoys arranged one last visit to Talleyrand on the morning of March 6th. First, Gerry stopped by Marshall's room with a new proposal. Since the Directory was offended by the speeches of Washington and Adams, the envoy should offer to insert into a new treaty a clause declaring that the President's statements were founded in mistake. Marshall thought it would be presumptuous for 3 envoys acting on their own to tell a foreign government that their presidents were mistaken, and it would be an absolute lie. Gerry exploded. He wished to God that Marshall would suggest something accommodating. Marshall was shocked by Jerry's tone, but rather than lash out at him, he chose not to reply. At their final meeting with Talleyrand, Pinckney reiterated that they had no authority to proceed with a loan. Talleyrand tried to persuade the commissioners that the loan could be clothed in secrecy. If France acknowledged that it owed compensation to American citizens, would the United States not extend credit for 2 years before France paid them? Of course, the envoys agreed. Well then, Talleyrand replied with a sly grin, that was precisely the same thing as giving France a loan. Marshall responded that the two cases were not at all alike. The former relied on a commissioner's authorizing an action without permission. The latter depended on France recognizing their debt and then postponing the payment. The first case required the United States to act affirmatively to transfer money. The second case consisted of the French government denying restitution to Americans. The value of a commercial treaty to France would be much greater than the face value of the loan proposed, Marshall pointed out. When he informed Talleyrand that he and Jerry would be returning to Philadelphia for further instructions, Talleyrand said nothing. The foreign minister already knew their intentions. Late that night, Beaumarchais again visited Marshall. He had learned that the Directory would return passports to Pinckney and Marshall, but would insist that Jerry remain to represent the United States. In effect, Talleyrand had chosen Jerry as the permanent U.S. commissioner to replace Pinckney. Since Marshall knew that Beaumarchais would report whatever he said to Talleyrand, he replied indifferently that he did not wish to stay another day in France and would as cheerfully depart the next day. Beaumarchais offered to accompany Marshall back to the United States, to provide testimony that Marshall had served the country well, and dispute whatever libels the French government and their Republican allies might spread that would blame Marshall for bringing the two countries to the brink of war. Marshall appreciated the offer, but he thought he could defend himself against any lies. He felt no sort of apprehension for consequences as they regarded me personally, that in public life considerations of that sort never had and never would in any degree influence me. Before they parted, Marshall assured Beaumarchais that even if their countries went to war, their personal conduct would always manifest the firmness of men who were determined, and never the violence of passionate men. In truth, Marshall was filled with anxiety about the future relations between Europe and the United States. France was gathering an enormous army of 50,000 men to invade Britain. Marshall wrote to George Washington, who had retired to Mount Vernon, that no force in England will be able to resist them. Once England fell, France would harness Britain's economic and military might to conquer North America. The United States had no standing army or navy. The whole War Department had fewer than a dozen employees. All the federal government could do was to ask the state militias for volunteers, hardly a match for the military juggernaut that Bonaparte commanded. The only obstacle between France's march toward world conquest was France's chronic lack of funds. Washington was incensed by Marshall's letter. France, his wartime ally, now threatened the independence that Washington and Lafayette had fought for. Washington agreed that yielding to France's demands for a loan was unthinkable. Submission is vile, Washington spat. Rather than having her freedom and independence trodden underfoot, America, every American, I, though old, will pour out the last drop of blood which is yet in my veins. On March 19th, a letter arrived just before dinner from Talleyrand, ordering Marshall and Pinckney to go home and leave behind the one minister presumed to be more impartial. Jerry's initial response was that he had told Talleyrand he would not negotiate on his own, and that he would sooner be thrown into the Seine than consent to stay under the actual circumstances. The weather, which had appeared so promising the week before, now turned bleak and cold. Rain clouds darkened the sky. Winter was back with a vengeance. At 2 that afternoon, Jerry returned from another secret meeting with Talleyrand or his agents, and advised Marshall and Pinckney that they must request their passports at once, or face expulsion. Jerry had changed his mind, and decided to remain behind to prevent war with France. Marshall was aghast. It was less than 24 hours since Jerry had said he would sooner plunge into the Seine. But this time, Marshall held his tongue. There was no point in arguing. Pinckney's daughter Eliza was very ill, and her doctor had prescribed that she go to the south of France to recover before the Pinckneys crossed the Atlantic. Marshall would have to travel alone, but he hesitated to leave without a letter of safe passage from the Directory. He had learned, possibly from Madame de Villette, that the Directory had issued secret orders to French privateers to capture Marshall and Pinckney on their return passage to the States and take them to the West Indies as prisoners. If the envoys were forced to leave France without a letter of safe passage, their best chance to avoid capture would be to dash across the Channel to Britain. Marshall asked Beaumarchais to request letters of safe passage from Talleyrand for Pinckney and himself. Beaumarchais promised to try, but he cautioned Marshall against fleeing to England. It would offend the French government and lend credence to the charge that Marshall was a British agent. Talleyrand was in no mood to accommodate the Americans. He refused to give them a letter of safe passage, and out of sheer cruelty, he would not permit Pinckney's daughter to remain in France long enough to recuperate. Jerry, who portrayed himself as selflessly remaining in Paris to prevent a rupture, made no effort to use his influence with Talleyrand to help. Jerry snivelled that, "Their conduct to me has not been of that frank and friendly description which I expected." Given Jerry's secret meetings with Talleyrand and his agents, this sounded like the height of hypocrisy. Marshall drafted one final memorandum to Talleyrand defending American sovereignty. As to the claim that French consuls had the right to exercise jurisdiction over captured British vessels in U.S. waters, Marshall argued that one sovereign may not exercise an official governmental function in the territory of another. Every nation has, of natural right, entirely and exclusively, all the jurisdiction which may be rightfully exercised in the territory it occupies. If it cedes any portion of that jurisdiction to judges appointed by another nation, the limits of their power must depend on the instrument of cession. Marshall went on to point out that no state had ever conceded the power to protect vessels within their territory, which was a necessary incident to state sovereignty. Marshall also rejected the French claim that the U.S. government was using the American press to spread invectives and calumnies against the Republic. As a delegate to the Virginia Ratifying Convention, Marshall had helped to draft the language that became the First Amendment. The French did not understand a free press. No principle was more sacred in America, which the government contemplates with awful reverence and would approach only with the most cautious circumspection, than the freedom of the press. Though this liberty is often carried to excess, that it has sometimes degenerated into licentiousness. This was an evil inseparable from the good to which it is allied. Though some newspapers might criticize France unfairly, criticism has been still more profusely lavished on France's enemies, and has even been bestowed with an unsparing hand on the federal government itself. Marshall acknowledged that false accusations are a calamity incident to the nature of liberty. It was a cogent argument that demonstrated how Marshall had grown as a diplomat in a few short months, but it fell on deaf ears. That evening, as the three envoys were polishing Marshall's memorandum, Jerry was feeling defensive. He felt that he had been misunderstood by his two colleagues and unfairly criticized. They were embittered and conspired against him, he thought. Marshall, who was tired of fighting, sat quietly and watched as Pinckney, who had always kept calm, grew red in the face and finally lost his temper. In his thick drawl, Pinckney accused Jerry of embarrassing the American government and risking war with Britain. Pinckney charged that Jerry had secretly negotiated with Talleyrand without his colleagues. Jerry had betrayed Marshall and him by deciding to remain behind to negotiate on his own. Now Pinckney, in Marshall's presence, had caught Jerry admitting that he had conspired with Talleyrand against his nation's representatives. Jerry replied that Talleyrand had warned him that if he left France it would result in war. Jerry gave them a patronizing look and told them that he was not surprised at their attitude. After all, they must have felt wounded after being dismissed by the Directory and jealous of the respect Talleyrand extended toward him. Jerry insisted that the situation was entirely a consequence of their own actions, and the respect he had accorded Minister Talleyrand. With that, the last thread of civility between them had snapped. Having threatened Marshall with expulsion, the French foreign minister now kept him waiting more than a week to receive his passport. Marshall and Pinckney were packed and ready to leave at a moment's notice. Expecting to leave at any hour, Marshall did not buy more wine or send his linen to be washed. There were vessels sailing from Bordeaux and Nantes in a few days, but he had no passport or letter of safe conduct. This was urgent because in a few days there would be no vessel ready to take him to the United States. Whatever Madame de Villette felt, the anticipation was killing him. The next morning, Beaumarchais returned with news that their departure was imminent. Talleyrand, however, insisted that since he had never accepted their diplomatic credentials, Marshall and Pinckney would have to obtain their passports through the American Consul General, like any other private citizens. Talleyrand added that no letter of safe conduct was necessary, and that he expected Marshall to travel through England, which would, of course, bolster Talleyrand's claim that Marshall belonged to the English faction in the United States. Beaumarchais complained that Talleyrand had behaved toward the American commissioners like a bronze statue, with a foot in the air, without moving a step. 2 days later, on April 13, 1798, the French Foreign Ministry returned passports to Marshall and Pinckney. Pinckney was allowed to accompany his wife and daughter to the south of France, while Eliza recuperated. As a parting gift, Beaumarchais gave Marshall a letter written by Voltaire to Louis XV. Beaumarchais was the editor of a large volume of Voltaire's correspondence. Apparently, editors in the 18th century enjoyed prerogatives that no modern editor would contemplate, and Beaumarchais filched a few letters as mementos. Marshall was touched, and responded with a note he drafted himself in French. It was a thoughtful gesture, but Marshall's poor grammar suggested that his time with Madame de Villette was not spent entirely studying the language. There is no record of Marshall's parting words to Madame de Villette, but words could not have expressed the anguish he felt. Though he had long since tired of France, Jerry, and Talleyrand, it must have pained him to leave her. He still loved Polly with all his heart, but her life was confined. De Villette was a spirited, soulful woman whose life was the stuff of theater. For a brief moment he had been permitted to glimpse a rarefied and exotic life, but the curtain had come down. It was simply not possible to live more than one life at a time. Though he had lost 4 children and been wounded in war, he had never before had to confront his own mortal constraints. He would spend the rest of his life half a world apart from Madame de Villette. His last letter before he left France was sent to Consul General Skipwith. He asked him to have the goodness to say to Madame Villette in my name, and in the handsomest manner, everything which respectful friendship can dictate. And then, after a moment's reflection, he added wistfully, "When you have done that, you will have rendered not quite half justice to my sentiments." The road south from Paris to Bordeaux was no easier for Marshall than the rest of his time in France. His carriage broke down, and his luggage was delayed. He finally reached Bordeaux on April 21st. He was happy to bid, I believe, an eternal adieu to Europe for its crimes. He had booked a voyage to New York on a ship named for his friend Alexander Hamilton, and he joked to Pinckney that it was a very excellent vessel, but for the sin of the name. He clarified that he was referring only to Hamilton's political crimes, for those of a private nature are really some of them so lovely that it requires men of as much virtue and less good temper than you and myself to hate them. Marshall was referring to the scandal involving Hamilton's extramarital affair with Maria Reynolds that had exploded in the Republican press the previous year. Was he also hinting at his own infidelity? Though Marshall's mission to France failed to secure peace, it would soon enough launch his career as a national figure. Moreover, his experience in Paris shaped his conservative ideas about both law and politics. In France, Marshall witnessed the breakdown of a revolutionary society in which ideological extremists showed little respect for life, liberty, property, or the rule of law. Marshall wrote to Washington that he observed the storm which has long been gathering in Paris. The thunderbolt has at length been launched at the heads of the leading members of the legislature, and has, it is greatly to be feared, involved in one common ruin with them the Constitution and the liberties of their country. The French revolutionaries had collapsed the separation of powers between the executive, legislative, and judicial branches, and thus jeopardized the rule of law and civil liberties. Marshall thought that the wound inflicted on the French Constitution by the French radicals was mortal. Though the radicals claimed that national security justified their actions, Marshall concluded that necessity, the never-to-be-worn-out apology for violence, could never justify the slavery of the press or other violations of civil liberty. Marshall's experience in Paris convinced him of the fragility of society and the need to diffuse power among the branches of government to safeguard the rule of law. It also made him suspicious of ideologues. Unlike Jefferson, who came away from France with a romantic idea of revolutionary ideology, Marshall's natural inclination toward moderation and pragmatism was reaffirmed by his Paris mission. So too was his sense of American exceptionalism, reinforced by his exposure to the venality of the French elite. Finally, Marshall's dealings with Talleyrand taught him a valuable lesson about the limits of law and the paramount importance of national interest. These lessons would shape Marshall's future role as both a statesman and a judge. Chapter 13. The XYZ Papers. Back in Philadelphia, Secretary of State Pickering received 3 dispatches from the envoys at 10 in the evening of March 4, 1798. The letters, dated from October 22nd to mid-November 1797, were the first to arrive in 8 months since the American commissioners set out on their peace mission. The oldest letter was drafted just a few weeks after Marshall had arrived in Paris and shortly after his first meeting with Talleyrand. It had taken more than 4 months to reach Philadelphia due to the winter weather and the British blockade, both of which impeded traffic from France to the United States. Within the next 3 days, 2 more dispatches arrived that brought Pickering up to date on the negotiations through mid-January. 2 of the first 3 dispatches were written in cipher. Marshall wrote the dispatches in various sets of complex codes that could be easily changed. Each code consisted of columns of numbers that corresponded to more than 1,600 words. It would take days to decipher these two dispatches, and Pickering would have to wait to read them. The third dispatch, dated January 8th, was a quickly scribbled uncoded note from the envoys enclosing the order of the French Directory, authorizing the capture of all neutral ships carrying goods to or from Britain, and shutting the ports of France to neutral ships that docked in Britain. Pickering received it later that night. It closed, "We can only repeat that there exists no hope of our being officially received by this government, or that the objects of our mission will be in any way accomplished." Pickering was dumbstruck to learn that the negotiations were a complete failure. Putting on his coat, the Secretary of State hurried in the darkness from his office on 5th Street in Philadelphia to the President's house, a few blocks away. Pickering felt that the news was too important to wait until morning, and if he had to wake the President, he would. As President Adams read the letter, he could barely contain his anger. All this time, French ships continued to assault U.S. merchant vessels while no progress had been made on resolving the dispute. Now, to add insult to injury, France threatened to close its ports to American ships. In a fit of pique, the President sent a message to Congress the following morning, informing them that the diplomatic mission to France had failed, and that Congress should appropriate funds for the Navy and improved defenses. The President also enclosed the short, uncoded letter. Over the next few days, the other dispatches were decoded, and they supplied more details of Talleyrand's demands for a bribe and a loan, but the President decided not to disclose this to Congress. President Adams called the Cabinet together to discuss how to respond. Adams wavered over whether to declare war on France outright or increase military preparedness first. The Cabinet was split between Secretary Pickering and Attorney General Charles Lee, who favored a declaration of war, and Treasury Secretary Oliver Wolcott, Jr. and Secretary of War James McHenry, who opposed it. The President felt torn between the war hawks and the Hamiltonians, who doubted the country's preparedness to defend itself against France. On March 19th, the President sent Congress a carefully worded message calling for a naval buildup and measures short of war, which he hoped would avoid escalating the conflict while assuaging the war hawks in his own party. The President's message failed to quiet his critics. Vice President Jefferson called the President's message to Congress insane. Jefferson proposed that Congress adjourn in order to go home and consult their constituents on the great crisis of American affairs now existing. This was purely a subterfuge to prevent a declaration of war. Jefferson hoped that the Republicans would gain time enough by this to allow France's descent on England to have its effect here as well as there. Jefferson thought that once Britain was defeated, the United States would realize the futility of opposing France. It was hard to say whether Jefferson was more concerned about the fate of American merchant ships captured by France or the outcome of the French Revolutionary Wars. Instead of adopting the measures that Adams requested to build up the Navy, Republicans in Congress accused the President of fanning the flames of war and demanded the release of all the dispatches, in a mistaken belief that the dispatches would show that Marshall and Pinckney had sabotaged the negotiations with America's oldest ally. Adams was reluctant to release them, fearing it would embolden the hardline Federalists and drive the country into war. But as the Republicans' insistence grew louder, Adams realized that publishing the correspondence would actually embarrass Republicans and help to make the case against France. He shrewdly waited to disclose them until the right moment, when the dispatches would have their maximum effect. The more extreme Republicans in the House proposed a resolution that under existing circumstances it is not expedient for the United States to resort to war against the French Republic. Though it may have been true, such a declaration of no war would have the effect of raising a flag of surrender to the French attacks on U.S. shipping. Congressman Albert Gallatin of Pennsylvania, the Republican leader in the House, tried to steer toward a moderate course. Gallatin recognized the need to distance his party from the French Directory. "I am convinced that at the commencement of her revolution, there was a great enthusiasm amongst her citizens in favor of her cause," he told the House. "However," he warned the members, "I believe these feelings have been greatly diminished by her late conduct towards this country." He assured his Federalist colleagues that French attacks on U.S. shipping had ended whatever influence France had once exercised over Republicans. His comments were remarkably candid for a leader of a political party. Gallatin acknowledged that France's depredations would be justifiable cause for war for this country. But the real question was whether it was in our interest to go to war. Gallatin hoped to avoid war if at all possible. Instead of appropriating money for the Navy or adopting the declaration of no war, Gallatin supported a resolution demanding that President Adams turn over all the correspondence sent by the envoys to the Secretary of State. The House overwhelmingly adopted the resolution on April 2nd. It was an unprecedented demand on the executive's privilege that threatened to expose secret diplomatic communications. Federalists joined in demanding the president release the letters. Gallatin must have felt conflicted about his role. As a young immigrant from Geneva arriving in Richmond in 1783, he was befriended by Marshall. It was, in fact, Marshall who first recognized Gallatin's potential and trained him in the practice of law. Now Gallatin was repaying Marshall's generosity by demanding his secret correspondence with the Secretary of State, and putting Marshall's life in jeopardy by possibly offending the French Directory. Of course, Gallatin did not know what the correspondence contained, or that President Adams was delighted to comply with the Republicans' demand. The President lost no time responding to the House the following day. Before releasing the envoy's dispatches, Secretary Pickering replaced the names of Talleyrand's agents, Jean-Conrad Otanguy, Pierre Bellamy, and Lucien Oteval, with the letters X, Y, and Z, respectively, to protect their identities. Henceforth, the whole diplomatic fiasco would be known as the XYZ affair. The House met in an extraordinary closed session with doors bolted and guarded while it read the dispatches. Federalists and Republicans alike were stunned at the insulting and grotesque behavior of the French foreign minister. Republicans could no longer pretend that the Federalists were culpable for the collapse of the talks. Moderate Republicans, fearing that they would be tarred with being French partisans, expressed support for the Federalists and opposition to France. Vice President Jefferson blamed President Adams's speech critical of the French the previous May as the only obstacle to accommodation and the real cause of war, if war takes place. Despite all the evidence to the contrary, the papers, in Jefferson's view, did not offer one motive more for our going to war. However, even Jefferson admitted that the XYZ papers produced such a shock on the Republican mind as has never been seen since our independence. Senator Madison later confessed that, setting aside Talleyrand's depravity, he could not believe the foreign minister's unparalleled stupidity. Gallatin, having argued that the dispatches were of vital national interest, now had nothing to say about their contents. Instead, he spoke passionately of the need to avoid war at all costs, even at the cost of the nation's honor, as he believed that the present situation was still better than war. Privately, he acknowledged that he was appalled by the way France had treated the American envoys. "They behaved still worse than I was afraid from their haughtiness they would." And he now feared the worst. God save us from war. Republicans worried that if the correspondence was made public, the tide for war would be irresistible. Jefferson insisted that the revelations in the dispatches had changed nothing, but he was swimming against an irresistible tide. It was impossible to keep the documents secret, especially since the Senate, controlled by Federalists, now demanded copies of the reports as well. The press and the public were hungry to learn what Congress knew, and both houses agreed to publish the complete contents of the XYZ dispatches. Marshall's journal recorded every detail of their contacts with Talleyrand and his agents. It exploded any myth of France's benign attitude or of the American commissioners' culpability. As Washington had confidently predicted months earlier in a letter to Marshall, now the eyes of all in this country, who are not willfully blind and resolved to remain so, some from one motive and some from another, will be fully opened. Washington assured Marshall that the Directory greatly deceived themselves if they imagined the United States would be polarized by partisanship. But Washington could not help but express his disappointment with Jefferson's party for attacking Adams in the severest terms and sounding the tocsin upon every occasion that a wild imagination could torture into a stretch of power, or unconstitutionality, in the executive. And yet the same Republican leaders were the warm advocates of those high-handed measures of the French Directory. Vice President Jefferson plotted in any way possible to undermine President Adams's policies and the momentum toward going to war. Just as Pickering was distributing the XYZ papers, Jefferson and his lieutenants were scrambling to counter the Federalists' arguments. Jefferson went so far as to send copies of Marshall's secret diplomatic instructions to his agents, hoping that this would demonstrate that the Federalists had sabotaged negotiations from the outset. This was an extraordinary breach of government secrecy that substantially undermined U.S. diplomacy with France. In a matter of days, Republicans sheepishly retired the red, white, and blue cockades they had pinned to their hats as a symbol of Gallic solidarity. After the publication of the XYZ papers, a person wearing a tricolor cockade in the streets of Philadelphia would have been assaulted. Anti-Republican riots broke out in the capital in May. Opponents of France, both men and women, now wore black ribbons in their hats, without feeling self-conscious about the fact that black was also the color of the English cockade. Republicans in Congress distanced themselves from France, fearing retribution by the American electorate, and many Republican newspapers lost circulation and advertising. Benjamin Franklin's grandson and the country's most virulent Republican editor, Benjamin Franklin Bache, was physically attacked for his pro-French writings in the Philadelphia Aurora. Hardline Federalists talked about the need to root out their internal enemies even at the risk of civil war, and vigilante groups ominously trailed Republican leaders who were afraid to speak out against the surging popularity of the president's party. President Adams could now move forward with almost the entire country galvanized behind his efforts to protect commerce from French aggression. Throughout April, the president easily pushed through Congress nearly 24 measures to fight the French. Congress agreed to establish an enlarged army and the first U.S. Department of the Navy under the leadership of Benjamin Stoddert, a wealthy Georgetown merchant. The new Navy would be separate from the War Department because Adams had so little faith in his Secretary of War, James McHenry. Congress appropriated funds for purchasing 12 ships with up to 22 guns each, and provided money for substantial increases in arms and ammunition. In July, Congress approved a trade embargo against France that prohibited any French ships from entering U.S. waters, rescinded all treaties with France, and authorized the Navy to seize any French vessels near the coastline and any U.S. vessels going to French ports. This was the beginning of what eventually became known as the Quasi-War against France. Though Adams did not ask for a formal declaration of war, there was no doubt that the United States was engaged in a full-scale naval war with France. The President named Washington as Commander-in-Chief of the new army, and Hamilton as second in command. The quasi-war, the first undeclared war in American history, lasted for the next 2 years. Amid all this war preparation, Marshall quietly slipped into New York Harbor on Sunday, June 17, 1798, on the Alexander Hamilton. Nearly 2 months had passed since he had left Bordeaux, and he had no idea of the impact of his dispatches on national politics. His arrival was announced a few days later in a special edition of the New York Commercial Advertiser. In the frenzy of the moment, Marshall was hailed as a national hero for standing up to French demands. Just by virtue of being the first of the 3 envoys to return, Marshall became a symbol of resistance to French aggression. Had Pinckney not been delayed in France by his daughter's illness, Marshall might never have received national attention. Not since Citizen Genet's arrival at Charleston had the nation experienced anything quite so electric. Federalist and Republican leaders alike in New York sought an audience with Marshall. New Yorkers planned a gala celebrating Marshall, but he preferred to leave as soon as possible for Philadelphia. As Marshall's carriage approached Philadelphia on the evening of Tuesday, June 19th, he was greeted by Secretary of State Pickering and the capital city's cavalry. Marshall could not have anticipated this fuss, and as the parade marched down Philadelphia's Market Street, church bells rang for hours, cannons roared, and crowds lined the streets and rooftops, waving handkerchiefs and cheering him as they had once cheered Citizen Genet. Marshall was amazed and overcome by the reception. Members of Congress hosted a grand banquet in his honor at Oler's Hotel for more than 100 distinguished guests that included foreign diplomats, members of the Supreme Court, and the Cabinet. There were 16 toasts to Marshall, Pinckney, and the United States. But one toast by a South Carolina representative was particularly memorable. "Millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute." That slogan, later mistakenly attributed to Pinckney, became a rallying cry against French aggression. The one person notably omitted from the toasts was Elbridge Gerry, who was still in Paris, negotiating. Marshall had serious business in Philadelphia. President Adams had been traveling around the country making bellicose speeches that sounded more and more like he was preparing the country for war. On June 20th, Marshall met with the President and Secretary of State Pickering to lay out his view that France did not intend to go to war. Adams appreciated Marshall's service, and he was impressed and grateful for Marshall's insights. Secretary Pickering asked Marshall to leave his Paris journal with him to be copied. Though much of the journal had already appeared in the published dispatches, some of it had not. Pickering was particularly interested in learning more about Gerry's role and his relationship to Talleyrand. The President ought to be acquainted with Mr. Gerry's whole conduct, Pickering explained. Pickering detested Gerry, and went so far as to express his hope that the French would guillotine Gerry. As the capital buzzed with excitement over Marshall's presence, Jefferson was obsessed with Marshall's celebrity. Having previously insisted on the disclosure of the XYZ papers, Jefferson now accused Marshall of writing the XYZ papers with a view to their being made public, to aid the Federalists. Marshall's journal, Jefferson wrote to Gerry, was truly a godsend to them, and they made the most of it. Many thousands of copies were printed and dispersed gratis at the public expense, which excited a general and high indignation among the people unexperienced in such maneuvers. The Vice President maintained that in gratitude, the Federalists, self-called, had beamed on your colleagues, Marshall and Pinckney, meridian splendor. Jefferson had already concluded that war with France was inevitable. He blamed Marshall for the sharp turn in public opinion against France, and worried that the Republican Party would be forever tainted by its Gallic association. He was relieved to hear that Marshall preferred to give negotiations more time before lobbying Congress to declare war. Jefferson decided to set aside their bitter rivalry for the moment and pay Marshall a visit. Marshall was no doubt surprised to see Jefferson's calling card when he returned to his hotel. Jefferson wrote on the card that he was so lucky to find Marshall out. Then, realizing his error, he changed the word to unlucky. Marshall later joked that it was the only time Jefferson had come close to telling the truth. The two cousins had missed an opportunity to meet and possibly reconcile. Marshall left Philadelphia hurriedly the next day for Winchester, Virginia, where Polly was recuperating from depression after the birth of their son, John. Throughout Marshall's travels from Pennsylvania to Virginia, he was welcomed as a national hero by uniformed militia, cheering crowds, and artillery salutes. His appearance gave people hope that America would stand strong and united. When he reached Winchester several days later, he was in for another shock. Polly was far worse than he could have imagined. She was confined to bed and chronically depressed. She had barely written to her husband for most of the 12 months he had been away. He had left her with 3 children to raise on her own, still grieving the loss of 4 other children who had died in infancy, and pregnant with 1 more. It was more than she could manage, and her mind had snapped. The humid weather seemed to aggravate her mental condition. For Marshall, the contrast between the tributes and applause he received from strangers and the sullen reception from his own spouse after a year's absence must have been profoundly disappointing. Polly never recovered. For most of the rest of her life, she preferred to remain a recluse, largely confined to her bedroom. She was so sensitive to noise that Marshall avoided socializing in their home, and the few guests who did visit were encouraged to remove their shoes and speak in a whisper, lest they upset her fragile nerves. As the quasi-war with France unfolded, Marshall was generally pleased with the defensive measures approved by Congress, but he drew the line at the Alien and Sedition Acts. These were 4 separate measures breathlessly rushed through a war-crazed Congress in June and July by the hardline Federalists and supported by President Adams. Though they were justified as internal security measures, they were, in fact, aimed at critics of the President's policies. Congress, it soon became clear, had sacrificed liberty in defense of freedom. The Naturalization Act made it more difficult for resident aliens to become naturalized citizens, required aliens to register with the federal government, and subjected aliens to government surveillance. The Federalists worried that the recent surge of Irish immigrants, who naturally opposed the English, were inclined therefore to be sympathetic to France and joined the Republican Party. The Naturalization Act intended to discourage these immigrants from becoming naturalized citizens, or, to be more specific, naturalized Republicans. To prove they were sufficiently patriotic, Republicans responded by proposing the Alien Enemies Act. This act provided that in the event of a declaration of war, the President could deport enemy aliens. Since Congress was not about to declare war, the act had no practical effect other than to counter any suspicion that the Republicans were French puppets. However, it may have had the unintended effect of discouraging immigrants from engaging in politics. The Alien Friends Act gave the President the authority to deport any alien he judged dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States. It was an extraordinary delegation of power to one man, which President Adams wisely never invoked. Most important, Congress passed the infamous Sedition Act, which prohibited any statement or writing critical of the U.S. government, Congress, or the President. The maximum penalties included a fine of $5,000 and 5 years in prison for those caught merely conspiring to speak out against the government, and $2,000 and 2 years in prison for actually making seditious statements. It was plainly intended to silence the Republican press and the president's critics. It is ironic that President Adams signed the law on Bastille Day, 1798. The Federalists wrote the statute to lapse the same day that President Adams left office so that it could never be used by a Republican president against Federalists. Though the definition of sedition was purposefully vague, one Federalist paper put it bluntly: "It is patriotism to write in favor of our government. It is sedition to write against it." The Federalists lost no time in invoking the act to prosecute Republicans. The first person indicted was Vermont Congressman Matthew Lyon, who accused President Adams of a continual grasp for power in an unbounded thirst for ridiculous pomp, foolish adulation, and selfish avarice. For his statement, Lyon was convicted and sentenced to 4 months in prison and fined $1,000. The imprisonment of Representative Lyon sent a chilling message to all opponents of the Federalist administration. Vice President Jefferson, among others, became increasingly paranoid. He suspected that he was being followed by Federalist agents and that his mail was being read. Jefferson worried that the president had trumped up the threat of foreign agents as a pretext to spy on American citizens. Marshall did not approve of these acts. He thought that the First Amendment had abolished the ancient British crime of seditious libel, which punished anyone who criticized the king. If the government could punish Americans for dissenting, it was no better than the French Directory. Marshall also foresaw that it was likely that the Federalists' heavy-handed tactics used against Republican newspapers was likely to backfire in the next election. He privately voiced his concerns to Secretary Pickering, but only later did he object publicly. Marshall published a letter in the Virginia Herald stating that if he had been in Congress when the Alien and Sedition Acts were adopted, he certainly would have opposed them. Rather than suggest that such laws threaten civil liberties, Marshall toned down his public rhetoric to avoid offending his own party and risking a possible jail sentence. He merely thought that such laws were useless and were likely to create unnecessarily discontents and jealousies at a time when our very existence as a nation may depend on our union. It was a faint-sounding defense of the First Amendment, but it was no ordinary time, and not one of his fellow Federalists went any further to oppose these laws. Years later, after the quasi-war had ended, Jefferson asked Gerry whether peace with France might not have been preserved if either Marshall or Pinckney had agreed to buy off France. Gerry replied, "I have no hesitation to answer in the affirmative." Jefferson felt vindicated that it was, after all, his meddlesome cousin Marshall who was to blame for triggering the quasi-war with France. Chapter 14. The Jonathan Robbins Affair. At the beginning of September 1798, Marshall paid a visit to his old commander-in-chief at Mount Vernon. Washington was aging rapidly, but he had invited Marshall to discuss politics. Marshall rode on horseback through a torrential downpour with his friend Bushrod Washington, the president's nephew. They arrived soaked to the bone and had to change clothes. Only then did they realize that they had mistakenly exchanged saddlebags with another traveler at an inn. They had no clothing of their own. Marshall and Bushrod had to borrow dry clothes from the president, who was about the same height but considerably wider than either man. Dressed in Washington's clownishly oversized suits, Marshall and Bushrod were formally received by the president, who laughed so hard when he saw them that he could barely breathe. Washington, who had tried to remain nonpartisan after he left office, was finally taking off his gloves. He felt it was critical to prevent the Republicans from gaining a majority in the House. Too much was at stake. Washington asked Marshall to run for Congress from Richmond, and Bushrod to run from Westmoreland County. Washington was confident that his nephew and the hero of the XYZ affair were two of the few Federalists who could still win election in Virginia. Bushrod dutifully accepted, but Marshall declined. He had lost interest in political life. He was consumed by his family obligations and legal practice. Interest payments were coming due on the Fairfax property. To pay them, he had to rebuild his law practice after his long absence in France. But Washington would not accept Marshall's answer. Over the next 3 days, his former commander-in-chief pressed Marshall to run. Washington even arranged a banquet in Alexandria to honor Marshall. Though Marshall was moved by this tribute, he continued to resist Washington's entreaties. To avoid further argument, Marshall decided he would slip out early the next morning before the president awoke. The next day, when he walked out to the stable, he found himself confronted at daybreak by his old commander. Washington told Marshall that there were crises in national affairs which made it the duty of a citizen to forego his private for the public interest. If Washington could accept the necessity of abandoning his retirement to resume command of the armed forces during the quasi-war, surely no less could be expected of Marshall. Marshall later described this as a very earnest conversation, one of the most interesting I was ever engaged in. Reluctantly, Marshall yielded and agreed to stand for election to the next Congress. Winning the election would not be easy. Marshall faced a popular Republican incumbent, John Clopton, who came from an old distinguished Virginia family. The 13th District of Virginia was solidly Republican, with a small base of Federalists in Richmond. The Federalist minority in Virginia consisted of middle-class farmers and merchants scattered around the state. They would support Marshall, but Marshall's prominence made him a target for Republicans. Madison and Jefferson did not want Marshall gaining a toehold in Congress, and they were determined to defeat him. The election of 1798 was unusually heated. The contest centered on the candidates' views of France and the Alien and Sedition Acts. Marshall campaigned by sponsoring barbecues and inviting voters to drinks. His sense of humor and personal warmth were most effective in these social settings. But the Republicans fought back hard. By late fall, the campaign turned ugly. Marshall was vilified in the Republican newspapers for being a British agent, a monarchist, and an enemy of free speech, who was ridiculously awkward in the arts of dissimulation and hypocrisy. Patrick Henry, who had opposed Marshall at the Virginia Ratifying Convention, now rushed to Marshall's defense. He praised Marshall's service in France and remarked that Marshall ever stood high in my esteem as a private citizen. His temper and disposition were always pleasant, his talents and integrity unquestioned, which, Henry added, were sufficient to place that gentleman far above any competitor in the district for Congress. In September, President Adams unexpectedly offered Marshall, in the midst of the campaign, a seat on the Supreme Court. Justice James Wilson, one of the original members of the Supreme Court, had just died, and a seat was open. Perhaps remembering what Washington had told him, Marshall promptly declined. He had no interest in the Supreme Court. He was committed to running for Congress, he told Adams, and if he failed to win election, he was content to remain in Richmond with Polly and his children. Adams offered the seat to Bushrod Washington instead. Bushrod happily abandoned his own congressional campaign for a safe seat on the court with lifetime tenure, and Washington's family friend Henry Lee resumed the race for the Federalists. In October, Vice President Jefferson secretly drafted his famous Kentucky and Virginia resolutions against the Alien and Sedition Acts and forwarded them to John Breckinridge, the Republican Speaker of the Kentucky House. The resolutions condemned the Alien and Sedition Acts as being unconstitutional and legally void. More important, they asserted that the Constitution was nothing more than a mere compact among states, and as a consequence, each state had the right to nullify any federal law with which it disagreed. 50 years later, the Confederate States would invoke Jefferson's doctrine of nullification to justify secession. Once the resolutions were adopted by Kentucky, Jefferson forwarded them to Madison, who pushed them through the Virginia legislature. For a vice president to challenge the supremacy of federal law and propose the theory of nullification could be seen, at the very least, as disloyalty, if not treason. Jefferson did not support secession himself, but he may have used the implied threat of secession to temper the hard-line Federalists. If to rid ourselves of the present rule of Massachusetts and Connecticut we break the Union, will the evil stop there? He wrote. That was a question no one could answer. Factions were a natural condition of politics, and if the Union was reduced to just Virginia and Kentucky, they will end by breaking into their simple units. Jefferson would prefer to keep New England in the Union and hope that we shall see the reign of witches pass over, their spells dissolve, and the people, recovering their true sight, restore their government to its true principles. Though the Republicans hoped that other states would follow the leads of Kentucky and Virginia, none did. Instead, the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions sent a shiver down the backs of Unionists of both parties, and probably hurt the Republicans in some districts, including Marshall's. As the congressional elections loomed, "The fate of my election is extremely uncertain," Marshall wrote to his brother James. "The means used to defeat it are despicable in the extreme, and yet they succeed." His view of political campaigns was that nothing more debases or pollutes the human mind. Even after he was endorsed by Patrick Henry, Marshall's election looked too close to call. In the early days of the Republic, each state set its own date for congressional elections. Virginia's election day, April 24, 1799, was a rowdy affair. Federalists and Republicans offered barrels of whiskey to their supporters at the polling places. Only white males with at least 100 acres of undeveloped property, or 25 acres with a house, were eligible to vote. Typically, fewer than 10% of the total adult population cast ballots. There were no secret ballots in 18th-century Virginia. Each man stood up, possibly a bit tipsy, in front of the candidates and his neighbors, and declared his preference to either a sheriff or judge seated at a table to record the vote. The crowd would applaud or boo each vote, depending on their preferences. As the drinking increased, the crowd became more boisterous. Fistfights were common. Though the Federalists fared poorly throughout the South, Marshall squeaked out victory by 114 votes out of more than 2,000 cast. That July, Marshall took a long-delayed trip west to visit his parents at their home in what is now Versailles, Kentucky. Thomas Marshall was 69 and in poor health. Marshall had not seen his parents in 15 years, and this was his last trip to see them before they died. In the last few years, as Thomas was nearing the end of his life, he expressed his affection more openly. "The thoughts of seeing you once more I really believe is a principal means of keeping me alive," he wrote to his son. For the first time he acknowledged pride in Marshall's achievements. "The good of my country and our worthy president is nearest my heart," he wrote to Marshall, "and the part you take in the present storm gives me much pleasure. Indeed, you never seriously disobliged me in your life." For Marshall, who kept his father on a pedestal, winning his father's approval must have been profoundly satisfying. The Sixth Congress, having less business than the modern one, did not meet until December 2, 1799. For his swearing-in, Marshall brought Polly with him to Philadelphia. She was then pregnant with what would be their fifth surviving child, James. Polly, who rarely left the house and had never traveled outside Virginia, was excited to visit the capital city. Philadelphia bustled with prosperity. Streets were broad and neat. Sidewalks were scrubbed, and polished brass nameplates on freshly painted doors gleamed in the sunlight. There were no homes in Richmond that could rival these handsome brick townhouses with their marble stairs. Shops were full of the latest French fashions, and women brazenly wore rouge and fitted dresses that showed the natural lines of their bodies. Most surprising of all was the scarcity of slaves and the number of white servants who cheerfully dusted, swept, and served. Marshall entered Congress a national celebrity, and quickly assumed the leadership of the moderate Federalists. His independence and fair-mindedness won him admirers from both parties, and his popularity annoyed his cousin Jefferson, who, as vice president, presided over the Senate. Marshall's old friend Albert Gallatin led the Republican majority in the House. Though they differed on nearly every issue, they remained close. In Marshall's time, political differences did not preclude mutual respect. After little more than 2 weeks in Congress, Marshall was pulled aside by a colleague on December 18th with the news that President Washington had died of tonsillitis 4 days earlier. Marshall rose on the floor and in a trembling voice announced the passing of his former commander to his stunned colleagues. The House of Representatives can be but ill-fitted for public business after receiving information of this national calamity, he said. Then he moved for immediate adjournment until the following day. Washington had held the nation together by his unimpeachable integrity and the universal respect he commanded. His towering influence was a measure of his character, not charisma, intellect, or wealth. There were no other founding fathers whom everyone could trust to do what was right as confidently as the nation trusted Washington. Without him, could the Union survive? Facing the threat of war with France and a looming bitter presidential election that divided the sitting president and vice president, the nation's future seemed clouded. Since Marshall had moved for the adjournment, he still held the floor, according to rules, when the House reconvened the following day in a joint session to memorialize President Washington. In this delicate situation, it fell to Marshall to deliver a eulogy. "Our Washington is no more," he began. "The hero, the sage, and the patriot of America, the man on whom in times of danger every eye was turned and all hopes were placed, lives now only in his own great actions and in the hearts of an affectionate and afflicted people." Marshall praised his former commander not merely for leading the Revolution, but as the chief of those patriots who formed for us a Constitution, which, by preserving the Union, will, I trust, substantiate and perpetuate those blessings our Revolution had promised to bestow. Though Marshall attributed the Constitution to Washington, the former president had little to do with the actual drafting. As Marshall stood before both houses and surveyed the packed chamber, one man was noticeably absent from the official memorial, the Senate's president, Thomas Jefferson. Rather than mourn Washington, Jefferson stayed home. He feared that the wave of grief for the former president would only strengthen the appeal of the Federalist Party. Washington's friend Henry Lee drafted a resolution expressing the nation's grief, but he preferred that Marshall introduce it. Thus, it was the freshman congressman who spoke before a hushed chamber the immortal line, "First in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen." For that moment, the country spoke with one voice, neither Federalist nor Republican, unified in its grief. That sense of unity soon dissolved, and the partisan divide returned to Philadelphia in the form of a historic debate over the case of Jonathan Robbins. In 1799, Jonathan Robbins, a British seaman, was arrested in Charleston, South Carolina, for the brutal murder 2 years earlier of nearly a dozen British officers and enlisted men at sea on board the Hermione, a 32-gun British warship. Robbins had allegedly participated in a mutiny, seized control of the ship, and later sold the Hermione in a Spanish port. He was arrested in Charleston at the request of the British consul. Under Article 27 of Jay's Treaty, the United States was obligated to extradite any person charged with murder in Britain. Robbins admitted that he was a member of the crew on the Hermione, and the evidence against Robbins sufficed to make out a prima facie case. However, Robbins claimed that he was an American born in Danbury, Connecticut, who had been kidnapped by British seamen and impressed into the British Navy. The British consul claimed that Robbins's real name was Thomas Nash and that he was born in Britain. Since the evidence of his guilt was convincing, and since Jay's Treaty required the President to honor the request for extradition, President Adams requested that the district court judge release Robbins to the custody of the British consul. Robbins was promptly sent back to Britain, tried, found guilty of mutiny and murder, and hanged. For Republicans, the Robbins case presented the perfect opportunity to reverse the political tide toward the Federalists and undo the damage they had suffered as a result of the XYZ affair. Robbins was painted as an innocent American everyman, unjustifiably seized and executed by a foreign power with the obeisance of a servile President Adams, who kowtowed to British demands. Vice President Jefferson gleefully reported, "I think no circumstance since the establishment of our government has affected the popular mind more." The Republican press fanned the flames of public outrage. The editors of the Aurora wrote, "Look at what has been done in the case of Jonathan Robbins. A British lieutenant, who never saw him until he was prisoner at Charleston, swears his name is Thomas Nash. The man is hanged." The journalists thought that Jay's Treaty had given the British license to pervert the law of nations and to degrade national honor and character. Even the controversy over the Alien and Sedition Acts and the mass arrests of Republican editors did not spark the same degree of popular outrage. Republicans proposed resolutions to limit extradition under Jay's Treaty and requested that the State Department release documents concerning the extradition. Both resolutions were adopted. Republicans hoped to lay blame squarely on President Adams, but when the State Department complied, the documents proved conclusively that Jonathan Robbins was Thomas Nash, as the British consul had claimed. The documents included a letter from the Danbury town selectman stating that no one named Jonathan Robbins had ever lived there. But congressional Republicans never let objective facts obscure their political convictions. They continued to repeat the false charge that Robbins was an American enslaved by the British Navy, and that he had acted in defense of liberty. They denounced the President as an English sycophant. New York Congressman Edward Livingston moved to censure President Adams for sacrificing an American to British justice. The debate in the House over the censure motion was long and heated. On March 7, 1800, Marshall rose to speak. Polly had given birth to their fifth child, James Keith, only 3 weeks earlier, and was still suffering from anxiety and depression. But she sensed that this was a historic moment, so she left their home in Philadelphia to watch her husband from the visitors' gallery. The air was frosty, but brilliant sunlight streamed through the tall windows into Congress Hall as the congressman filed into the chamber. More than 100 representatives sat in rows of long mahogany desks that formed a semicircle around the speaker's platform. In the debate, Marshall approached the issue with a lawyer's attention to detail. he moved carefully and deliberately from one piece of evidence to the next, building to an irrefutable conclusion. Marshall showed that under international law, Britain had criminal jurisdiction over a British vessel in international waters, and therefore Robbins, regardless of his nationality, must answer to British law for crimes allegedly committed on the Hermione. To drive home this point, Marshall reminded his Republican colleagues that Vice President Jefferson, as Secretary of State, had issued an opinion that American privateers who committed acts against British vessels could be charged under British law. If an American could be punished only under British law for crimes on a British ship, a fortiori, the British national Robbins could be punished under British law. At this point, Marshall tackled the Republican argument that the President had no constitutional power to intervene in the case. Jay's treaty, Marshall told the chamber, required the United States to extradite on the demand of Britain, and therefore some government official must perform this act. U.S. courts could not extradite a prisoner without a request from the President. This raised the question of whether the Constitution entrusted this power to the President. Now Marshall was ready for his masterful counterpunch. The case was in its nature a national demand made upon the nation, he said. Who can answer this demand? The President is the sole organ of the nation in its external relations, and its sole representative with foreign nations. Of consequence, the demand of a foreign nation can only be made on him. Marshall argued that it is not a discretionary act by the President, but one he is required to perform in accordance with a treaty, which the Constitution states is the supreme law of the land. Marshall concluded that the President is charged to execute the laws. A treaty is declared to be a law. He must then execute a treaty, where he and he alone possesses the means of executing it. In an instant, Marshall stood the Republicans' argument on its head. Rather than asserting the President's power, he was asserting the President's duty. Under the Constitution, the President had no right to refuse to execute a treaty that the Senate had ordained. The treaty stipulating that a murderer shall be delivered up to justice is as obligatory as an act of Congress making the same declaration. Since only the President can communicate with foreign governments and negotiate treaties, it is proper to entrust him with carrying out obligations owed to foreign sovereigns. The President had no inherent power to extradite absent a treaty, but he had no right to refuse to enforce the treaty either. In other words, the President, as the sole organ of foreign relations, acts as Congress's agent. Marshall won the argument with a strategic retreat by conceding the Republicans' point that the President's power was subordinate to congressional power. But by identifying the President as the sole organ of Congress's foreign relations power, Marshall demonstrated that Adams had no option but to extradite the prisoner. It was a stunning display of Marshall's brilliance as an advocate. He had turned the Republicans' argument against them and triumphed. When Marshall sat down, there was a long silence in the chamber. No one knew how to reply to Marshall's carefully reasoned argument. House Republicans gathered around Majority Leader Gallatin, urging him to respond. Gallatin shook his head. From the back of the chamber, Polly overheard Gallatin say, "Answer it yourself. I think it unanswerable." The resolution criticizing President Adams was soundly defeated, 61-35, with both Federalists and Republicans voting against it. Marshall's address would be remembered as among the greatest orations ever given in Congress, and his statement that the President is the sole organ of foreign relations powers has become enshrined in constitutional law. Philadelphia's swampy summer climate posed the risk of another outbreak of yellow fever. Even before Congress adjourned, Marshall had returned to Virginia to attend to some legal matters. He continued to practice law to supplement his congressional salary of $6 per day while Congress was in session, about $120 today. On his way out of Philadelphia, he stopped at the War Department to make some inquiries on behalf of some of his friends. He ran into Secretary of War James McHenry, who greeted him coldly. Marshall was puzzled. He had done nothing to deserve such rudeness. A short time later, he ran into the Chief Clerk of the War Department, who congratulated Marshall on his appointment as Secretary of War. Marshall was flabbergasted. He soon learned that Adams had fired McHenry, accusing him of secretly plotting to bring down his presidency. Adams had not bothered to tell Marshall that he was about to be nominated to the cabinet. Marshall did not consider himself qualified for the job, and he wanted to return to the practice of law. He promptly wrote the president requesting that he withdraw his name from consideration. But before Adams could withdraw the nomination, Marshall's confirmation sailed through the Senate. Despite the ease with which he was elevated to the position, Marshall refused to accept the commission. Only days after receiving Marshall's refusal, President Adams fired Secretary of State Pickering, accusing him of acting as Hamilton's handmaiden to undermine him. Adams loathed Hamilton, whom he disparaged as that bastard son of a Scotch peddler, and the sentiment was mutual. Hamilton, who worried that Adams could not win re-election, was quietly maneuvering to find another candidate to run on the Federalist ticket in lieu of Adams. Hamilton and the other war hawks in the Federalist Party wanted Adams to declare war on France, and they vehemently opposed the appointment of another diplomatic mission to France. Adams blamed Hamilton for Pickering's belligerent attitude toward France and his opposition to sending a second peace mission to France. When Adams appointed a peace mission over his and most of the cabinet's objections, Pickering went so far as to disclose to the British ambassador Robert Liston the secret diplomatic instructions given to the peace mission. These efforts to undermine the mission triggered Pickering's firing. After firing Pickering, Adams nominated Marshall as Secretary of State. By now, Marshall had already left town for Richmond and knew nothing about any of these machinations. President Adams once again sent Marshall's nomination to the Senate without his consent, and the Senate unanimously confirmed him the following day, May 13, 1800. Marshall's friend Charles Lee, the acting Secretary of State, notified him by mail of his appointment. Back in Richmond, Marshall felt deeply torn by this appointment. Unlike the positions he had been previously appointed to, the Secretary of State was in effect the head of the cabinet, with broad authority over the federal government. For a fortnight, Marshall wrestled with the decision to accept his appointment. The job paid $3,500, nearly $70,000 today, which would be enough to support his family and service his loans on the Fairfax property. Ever since Washington had persuaded him to run for Congress, Marshall had felt trapped. "I was given up as a lawyer and considered generally as entirely a political man. I lost my business altogether and perceived very clearly that I could not recover any portion of it without retiring from Congress. Even then, I could not hope to regain the ground I had lost. In addition to the loss of income, the press teemed with so much falsehood, with such continued and irritating abuse of me, that he felt he must fight on. I could not conquer a stubbornness of temper which determines a man to make head against and struggle with injustice." He was prepared to run again for Congress, if only to respond to his critics. On the other hand, joining the cabinet gave him a graceful exit from electoral politics, and since it was likely that Adams would lose the next election, he could return to Richmond in 9 months anyway. He must have felt a certain twinge of satisfaction knowing how Jefferson would receive the news that his low-born cousin had been appointed to his former cabinet post. He later admitted, "The office was precisely that which I wished, and for which I had vanity enough to think myself fitted." So, with equal parts vanity and ambivalence, Marshall set out not for Philadelphia, but for the new capital, still under construction. This time, he assured Polly, he would be gone for only 9 months. Chapter 15. Privateers and Pirates. The coach took 3 days to travel from Richmond to the new capital of Washington City. The trip was hot and dusty, along badly marked roads that cut through thick forests and swamps. Marshall happened to share the coach with Supreme Court Justice Samuel Chase, who had been in Richmond to preside over the trial of James Callender for seditious libel. Callender, who was in the employ of Vice President Jefferson, had been found guilty of violating the Sedition Act for criticizing President Adams in his pamphlet, The Prospect Before Us. Chase was a tough, high Federalist judge with a reputation for speaking his mind even when it was inopportune. When the coach reached the capital on June 8, 1800, there was little to see. A few hills surrounded by a mosquito-infested swamp, dirt roads lined by drainage ditches, and some scattered buildings still under construction, including the President's house and the north side of the Capitol. Fields were dotted with tree stumps, brick kilns, outhouses, and trash. Pigs and cows wandered about, seemingly indifferent to the metropolis rising around them. Capitol Hill was bare except for a few shabby boarding houses, a tailor shop, and a grocery. Washington City had a sprinkling of wood-framed houses that needed repairs, 2 taverns for travelers, and a cluster of slave quarters. There were no churches, theaters, or industry. When the wind shifted, a terrible smell like death rose from the canal. You had to hold your handkerchief to your nose. It was a conceit to call it a city. Marshall checked into Tuncliffe's, a modest tavern where President Adams and the new Secretary of War, Samuel Dexter, were also staying. None of these men had seen the Capitol before, and they had to disguise their disappointment. Across from the tavern, they could see an army of slaves straining to complete the Senate's half of the Capitol before Congress convened in November. They had not yet begun construction of the House of Representatives. Everything was delayed, over budget, and underfunded. What began with a grand classical design by the French architect Pierre L'Enfant was emerging from this fetid swamp as Washington's folly. President Adams sat down with Marshall in the tavern and laid out his principal areas of concern for the coming months. First, there was the continuing quasi-war with France. Months earlier, Adams had appointed William Vans Murray, the U.S. envoy to The Hague, as the new ambassador to France. Murray's appointment was fiercely opposed by the war hawks in the Federalist Party, including Hamilton, who regarded him as soft on France. Adams hoped that Murray's appointment would assuage the French and bring an end to the quasi-war. The President had appointed 2 other envoys to France in November 1799, Chief Justice Oliver Ellsworth and North Carolina Governor William Davie, to join Murray's negotiations. Since their arrival, Napoleon Bonaparte had seized power in France as first consul. No one could be sure what Bonaparte intended. Adams feared the time for negotiation was running out, and he faced increased pressure to declare war on France if a settlement was not reached quickly. Second, the President wanted to resolve outstanding issues with Britain. The British were still angry with the Americans for not honoring their debts to British creditors. Jay's Treaty had guaranteed the rights of British creditors to receive full payment, but U.S. courts had refused to enforce these debts. As a result, the British continued to seize U.S. vessels. Adams wanted a settlement. Third, the President was worried about the Barbary powers, Morocco, Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli. The Barbary states and their privateers were constantly threatening U.S. ships in the Mediterranean by demanding tribute for the right to navigate in their sea. Some means had to be found to accommodate these states and allow Americans to trade freely in the region. Relations with Spain were also tense. In violation of a 1790 treaty with the United States, the Spanish permitted French warships to operate in their ports against U.S. ships, and French tribunals in Spanish territory to issue prize awards against U.S.-flagged vessels. France, Britain, Spain, and the Barbary powers were all threatening U.S. commerce. The President was relying on Marshall to resolve these threats without plunging the country into a larger war. The President informed Marshall that he was leaving Washington at once to return to his home in Quincy, Massachusetts. The First Lady had no desire to spend a blistering summer in an unfinished house adjoining an infectious swamp. Therefore, Marshall would be responsible for overseeing the federal government and the completion of the capital city before Congress arrived in November 1800. John Marshall took the administrative reins of government at an extraordinary time. Only 3 men had held the office of Secretary of State before him, and by coincidence, 2 of them were his second cousins, Edmund Randolph and Thomas Jefferson. None of these men held as much authority as Marshall now exercised. None had greater support from their chief executive, and none faced greater challenges. At least for the moment, Marshall's authority was more like a Roman consul's than an untested cabinet secretary's. The State Department was the executive branch's largest and most important department. It was not merely responsible for overseeing the diplomatic corps, which consisted of 5 ambassadors and 16 part-time unpaid consuls. Virtually everything that the federal government did domestically and overseas, other than collecting taxes and supervising the small Army and Navy, was performed by the State Department. In addition to passports, State issued patents, copyrights, and land patents. State even oversaw the justice system. At the time, the Attorney General was merely a legal advisor to the President. The department managed the census, ran the mint in Philadelphia, supervised U.S. territories, delivered commissions of federal appointments, and published government documents. All this was accomplished on a budget of $15,000, around $300,000 today, just enough to cover salaries, firewood, and stationery. The district commissioners responsible for constructing the Capitol would report daily to Marshall with details about street construction and the progress on government buildings. Marshall was charged with overseeing the completion of the President's house before Mrs. Adams arrived in November of 1800. In the original city plan, L'Enfant had imagined a vast presidential palace on the scale of European royalty. But President Washington instructed the architect, James Hoban, to reduce the size of the house to 1/5 of L'Enfant's original plan. Now the presidential palace looked like nothing more than a large plantation house surrounded by a plain rail fence. In addition to his official duties running the State Department, the executive branch, and the completion of the city, Marshall was the de facto leader of the Federalist Party in Adams's absence. Facing a strong challenge from Jefferson, the Federalists were badly splintered between high Federalists, who refused to compromise with the Republicans, and moderate Federalists, like Marshall. Marshall moved into a temporary office for the summer in the Treasury Building, a 2-story Federal-style brick building next door to the President's house. Treasury was the only completed government building, and it housed the entire executive branch, 126 officials and staff. The State Department included a chief clerk, 7 assistants, and 1 messenger, and all 9 of them, plus Marshall, squeezed into 2 small offices. Between the sultry weather and the pervasive odor of fresh paint, they had to leave the windows open all summer. While that may have helped with the occasional breeze, the malevolent swamp air filled their lungs, while fat flies buzzed maddeningly around their heads. They could also hear the constant pounding of nails from the President's house that reminded them that their capital was a work in progress. In September 1800, the State Department moved into a newly completed 3-story brick row house on the north side of Pennsylvania Avenue between 21st and 22nd Streets, a few blocks west of the President's house. It took 42 cartloads to move all the department's furniture, records, books, and paraphernalia. On his first day as Secretary of State, the most pressing issue on Marshall's desk was a note from Rufus King, the U.S. ambassador to London, concerning the debt owed to Britain. Article 6 of Jay's Treaty provided that in the event that U.S. courts refused to enforce debts owed to British creditors, the creditors could file claims against the U.S. government with a joint arbitral commission. The commission, however, was unable to agree on a procedure for judging claims. As long as British creditors' rights were denied, the British government threatened to continue its attacks on U.S. ships and its occupation of forts along the Canadian border. Marshall instructed King to inform Lord Grenville, the British Foreign Secretary, that British creditors meet with no obstructions either of law or fact which are not common to every description of creditors. Marshall cannot have believed that. He himself had spent much of his career successfully defending U.S. debtors from British creditors. He knew better than anyone that Virginia courts disfavored British claimants. Yet he continued, "Our judges are even liberal in their construction of the 4th Article of the Treaty of Peace, and are believed to have manifested no sort of partiality for the debtors." The United States was already engaged in the quasi-war with France. It could hardly afford a second war. Almost any resolution would be preferable. Marshall told King to reach an agreement with Lord Grenville to amend the Commission's procedures and appoint a new commission. Lord Grenville wanted the U.S. government to make a lump sum payment to Britain for all the outstanding debts. Marshall worried how that might look to France. A lump sum payment was precisely the kind of foreign assistance the French Directory had sought, and that Marshall had opposed in his negotiations with Talleyrand. Would it now appear hypocritical for Marshall to agree to pay Britain to stop harassing U.S. ships? He wrote to President Adams for instructions. Adams thought that the two situations were distinguishable. France wanted a loan to make war on Britain. Britain needed to settle the legitimate claims of private creditors. The United States had already committed itself, in Article 6 of Jay's Treaty, to pay legitimate creditors, and it was only a question of how. The real problem was agreeing on the amount due. Marshall agreed that the United States would be better off negotiating a lump sum settlement than leaving it to the Commission to decide. If the British creditors were unhappy with the amount of their award from the U.S. government, they could still go after individual debtors for the difference. President Adams hoped that the British would settle for something less than £1 million sterling, roughly $100 million today. Marshall cautioned Ambassador King that reaching agreement on an appropriate number may be complicated by the notoriously unfounded and extravagant claims filed by some British creditors. He instructed King that the United States was willing to go as high as $2.5 million, nearly $50 million today, considerably less than Marshall or Adams thought the British claims were actually worth. In fact, it took another 18 months of negotiation for the parties to agree to a lump sum payment of £600,000 sterling, about $75 million today, far less than the President expected to pay. Marshall's negotiating tactics had paid off. The final settlement was delayed when President Jefferson replaced Adams after the 1800 election. Jefferson gave Marshall no credit for this diplomatic resolution, but it was probably fortunate that Jefferson, rather than Adams, had to ask Congress for approval. Congressional Republicans would have squealed like stuck pigs before they would have consented to a request from the Federalist Adams to reward British monarchists with American tax dollars. As British debt negotiations progressed in the waning months of the Adams presidency, Marshall focused his attention on a more urgent concern. British frigates continued to harass and seize U.S. ships with increasing regularity. And over a 9-year period, the British had impressed about 2,000 U.S. sailors into the British Navy. No single act by any foreign sovereign was more outrageous to American sensitivities. On September 20th, Marshall sat down at his desk in the new State Department building and began drafting a lengthy letter to Ambassador King that addressed British harassment on the high seas. Marshall's letter would become another classic State Department document, as it set forth a robust neutrality principle that would form the foundation of American foreign policy for the next 100 years. Marshall insisted that any negotiation over the capture of U.S. vessels and impressment of U.S. sailors must proceed on a separate track from the debt issue. Under Article 7 of Jay's Treaty, the British had agreed to compensate Americans for losses to any vessel suffered as a result of capture, and a commission was created in Philadelphia for this purpose. Jay's Treaty had also established a commission in London to settle claims owed to British creditors. Both commissions were deadlocked. The British suspected that the United States was delaying settlement in the hope that if France defeated Britain, it would be unnecessary to offer anything to British creditors. And the British hoped that once their troops crushed Bonaparte's army, the Americans would be more pliable. Marshall made clear to Ambassador King that it was the consistent policy of the United States to preserve exact neutrality between belligerent powers. The United States had no interest to mingle in their quarrels. Therefore, the United States would continue to avoid any political connections which might engage us further than is compatible with the neutrality we profess. The United States stood ready to defend itself, which was, of course, highly doubtful. But Marshall added, force would be used only as a last resort. At the same time, Marshall asserted that America was not a fair-weather friend. When France seemed threatened by all her neighbors in 1793, he reminded King that when, if ever, it was dangerous to acknowledge her new government and to preserve it with the relations of amity, the American government openly declared its determination to adhere to that state of impartial neutrality, which it has ever since sought to maintain. Similarly, when French armies were sweeping triumphantly across Europe and threatening to invade Britain, America, pursuing with undeviating step the same steady course, negotiated with His Britannic Majesty a treaty of amity, commerce, and navigation. And recalling his own role in the fight over Jay's Treaty, he added, "Nor could either threats or artifices prevent its ratification." Marshall objected to Britain's seizure of contraband, its blockade of European ports, its impressment of U.S. sailors, and the capture of U.S. vessels. Under international law, a ship carrying contraband was subject to capture and condemnation, but Marshall insisted that only certain military goods were contraband. British Admiralty courts took the view that anything that could be used to equip vessels, such as timber or naval supplies, could be considered contraband. Marshall argued that timber and naval supplies intended for civilian use were not contraband. However, Marshall had argued the converse to Talleyrand when he justified allowing British warships to seize timber and naval supplies on board U.S. ships bound for France. Britain claimed the right to confiscate neutral vessels bound for a blockaded port. Marshall protested that the law of nations did not require neutral vessels to honor a blockade unless it was effective. An effective blockade meant that the British had completely surrounded a town, not merely stationed some warships off the coast. If there was no requirement that a blockade be completely effective, then every port of all the belligerent powers may, at all times, be declared in that state, and the commerce of neutrals be, thereby, subjected to universal capture. Marshall questioned the impartiality of the British Admiralty courts. British privateers were enriching themselves at the expense of U.S. commerce, and the courts had failed to impose any reasonable restraint. British Admiralty courts rarely acquitted U.S. vessels and never awarded damages to American shipowners. The British courts tarnish alike the seat of justice and the honor of their country by converting themselves from judges into the mere instruments of plunder. Finally, Marshall took on the highly emotional issue of impressment, an injury of very serious magnitude which deeply affects the feelings and the honor of the nation. Marshall charged that U.S. citizens were dragged on board British ships of war with the evidence of citizenship in their hands and forced by violence there to serve until conclusive testimonials of their birth can be obtained. Marshall had the names of 52 American seamen who were impressed because they could not prove U.S. citizenship. Of course, the Crown saw impressment in entirely different terms. For at least 2 centuries, British law gave its naval captains the right to impress any able-bodied male subject of the British Crown into the Royal Navy. The French Revolutionary Wars had created an insatiable need for more seamen. Though the British did not claim the right to impress U.S. citizens as such, they believed in indefeasible allegiance, that is, once an Englishman, always an Englishman. Any British subject who became a naturalized U.S. citizen would still be regarded as British for purposes of service in the Royal Navy. Conflict with the Americans arose because of the practical difficulty of determining a man's nationality at sea. Though Congress has issued U.S. citizenship certificates to U.S. sailors, the British routinely ignored such documents. Press gangs kidnapped anyone they regarded as a British subject and forced them into Navy service. They were not particularly fastidious about who was a British subject. Any man who spoke English was fair game. Marshall asserted that the United States had the right to determine for itself whether an Englishman was a naturalized U.S. citizen. This dispute raised a fundamental question about the nature of citizenship. For Americans, an American was free from foreign allegiances once he was granted citizenship. For the British, nationality was permanent and inalienable. Marshall believed that the British had a duty to respect the rights of neutrals. Marshall was asserting the sovereign's right to protect its citizens from injury by a foreign state. This principle, known as diplomatic protection, was already well established under customary international law, but this was the first instance of the United States asserting this right on behalf of its own nationals, and it remains a precedent for protecting Americans and their property worldwide. But Marshall went further. He also thought that the British did not have the right to impress British subjects either. For this reason, the United States could protect even a British national on a U.S. merchant vessel from impressment. This was a radical new notion. It was generally assumed in the 18th century that a state could do whatever it wished to its own subjects. Here was a novel instance in which Marshall asserted the right of one country to protect foreign nationals from their own sovereign. And he insisted that the British government could be held accountable under international law for the actions of its naval officers and privateers on the high seas. In so doing, Marshall anticipated the formulation of universal human rights in the 20th century. Marshall set forth a new legal standard to protect neutral nations and individuals on the high seas. Marshall's strong rebuke to Britain won a brief respite in the harassment of American shipping, but sporadic impressment continued. Over the next 12 years, between 5,000 and 10,000 Americans were impressed, and Britain's disregard for American sensitivities ultimately sparked the War of 1812. Impressment did not end until the British no longer needed American seamen, after Emperor Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo in 1815. Marshall had a natural talent for reading people and situations. He knew how far he could go without alienating his negotiating partners. With Britain, Marshall fought hard to resolve the twin issues of the debt and the capture of U.S. ships and seamen. With France, Marshall took the opposite tack. After 2 years of the quasi-war with France, American merchants were weary of the interruption of their commerce, and the national economy was suffering because of it. High Federalists in Congress continued to call for a declaration of war against France, yet President Adams resisted. But much had changed in Paris in the 2 years since Marshall's hasty exit. Napoleon Bonaparte had completed his conquest of most of Italy, the Holy Roman Empire, and Egypt. After Bonaparte's triumphant return to Paris in October 1799, he managed in the space of a few weeks, with the help of the wily Talleyrand, to depose the government, draft a new constitution, name himself first consul, and declare the revolution finished. From Marshall's point of view, Napoleon seemed like an unlikely figure to be cast as a popular French hero. A Corsican with a sallow complexion and no discernible political principles apart from his own naked self-interest. But as sometimes happens in times of uncertainty, people are drawn to authoritarian outsiders whose only moral compass is narcissism. Talleyrand, disgraced after the publication of the XYZ papers, had returned to office as Bonaparte's foreign secretary. Marshall's correspondence exposing Talleyrand's venality had catapulted Marshall to national attention in the United States and landed him in the State Department. Now, Talleyrand and Marshall were compelled to negotiate an end to the quasi-war. This time, Talleyrand did not ask for a bribe. Marshall hoped that a settlement could be reached. Despite the naval war, the United States remained popular with the French public. Talleyrand found it convenient to blame the collapse of prior negotiations on the corrupt behavior of the deposed Directory rather than on his own avarice. France relied on neutral trading countries to carry French commerce. To win support from other neutral powers, Bonaparte believed he must end the quasi-war with the Americans. He also feared that the United States might ally with Britain against France. Though the Americans could not threaten French territory themselves, they might be tempted to seize Spain's colonies in Florida and Louisiana. This concerned France, as Spain was France's principal ally, and without the support of Spanish forces, the French Caribbean islands would be vulnerable to attack by Britain. When news of Washington's death reached Bonaparte, he seized the opportunity to improve relations. The French consulate in Philadelphia proclaimed 10 days of mourning in honor of Washington. Washington was honored as an ally and an inspiration for the French Revolution. A bust of Washington was erected in the Tuileries, and a memorial service was held in the imposing medieval fortress known as the Temple of Mars. The French government compared the character and achievements of Washington and Bonaparte. No one mentioned that the Directory had criticized Washington for his proclamation of neutrality. The American Peace Commissioners, Oliver Ellsworth and William Davie, arrived in Paris in March 1799 to join William Vans Murray in the negotiations. Talleyrand and Bonaparte warmly welcomed them. Over the next 6 months, the Peace Commissioners met regularly with French negotiators. Marshall instructed the Americans that they could concede neutrality rights and restitution for the seizure of U.S. ships, but that an alliance with France was out of the question. Talleyrand reversed his position from 2 years earlier and accepted the same terms that Marshall and Pinckney had originally put forth. He proposed that both parties pay restitution for the seizure of ships and cargo and that all privateering cease. He now accepted the principle that neutral nations had a right to trade freely with belligerents. But Talleyrand insisted that the United States must reaffirm the treaties of commerce and alliance that Congress had abrogated in July 1798 after the publication of the XYZ papers. France wanted to resume its special relationship with the United States as if the quasi-war had never happened. In addition, France wanted the Americans to grant the French Navy the same right to U.S. ports as Americans gave to the British Navy under Jay's Treaty. Bonaparte thought it was a question of equity as much as it was a matter of countering British naval power. Negotiations proceeded almost comically, with the French offering to restore treaties the Americans no longer wanted, and the Americans conceding principles that the French no longer contested. While the Americans insisted that either party had a right to repudiate the treaty, the French stuck to the pretense that there was no war, merely a disagreement among friends. Talleyrand even denied that the United States could terminate its alliance without France's permission. A minor spat was no grounds for divorce. In the summer of 1800, Bonaparte won a string of military victories, and the coalition against France, Austria, Russia, and Britain, collapsed. For a moment, an uneasy peace descended on Europe. Bonaparte felt confident that France could vanquish Britain without American support. As a result, the negotiations on ending the quasi-war reached an impasse. By late summer, Marshall had no encouraging news from the peace mission to report to the cabinet. Based on the envoy's first report, dated May 17th and received in late August, Marshall wrote to President Adams that, "We ought not to be surprised if we see our envoys in the course of the next month without a treaty." Their second report, dated August 15th, arrived on Marshall's desk on November 1st. In it, the envoys recommended that the negotiations must be abandoned or our instructions deviated from. In the meantime, the high Federalists in Congress demanded that Adams either declare war or quit seeking re-election. Hamilton and his Federalist allies talked openly of dumping Adams and running Charles Cotesworth Pinckney instead. Even Adams's friend, Treasury Secretary Oliver Wolcott, openly criticized the president and supported General Pinckney. The Federalist caucus endorsed Adams and Pinckney without specifying which one would be their presidential candidate. President Adams had few friends left. He opposed a declaration of war because he had no confidence of winning. As Adams's circle of trusted allies contracted, he came to rely almost exclusively on Marshall as Secretary of State. In the face of all this gloom, Marshall stood resolute against the war hawks. He played France off against Britain, just as Bonaparte had hoped to play America off against Britain. Marshall had first-hand knowledge of the French secret police, and could be confident that French agents were closely following negotiations between Ambassador King and the British Foreign Minister. He thought that France might be more willing to end the quasi-war if an entente between Britain and the United States was imminent. This was the same tactic used by Benjamin Franklin during the American Revolution, when he encouraged the French government to believe that a settlement between Britain and the United States was forthcoming in order to pressure France to form an alliance with the United States. Marshall coolly advised Adams to remain patient. "I am greatly disposed to think that the present government is much inclined to correct, at least in part, the follies of the past," he assured Adams. Marshall could not know how negotiations were proceeding in London or Paris, but he calculated that both France and Britain would prefer reconciliation with the United States. Marshall's steady hand avoided a costly and unnecessary war that might have depleted the nation. In October, the peace mission reached an agreement to end the quasi-war, re-establish commercial relations, and guarantee neutrality rights. The agreement postponed the question of compensation for past losses. It was signed at an elaborate ceremony in the Château de Mortefontaine, with cannons, fireworks, and a glittering ball for 200 guests. In Washington, the Senate swiftly approved the treaty, ending America's first undeclared war. By giving the peace mission time to complete its negotiations and resisting the temptation to declare war, Marshall and Adams demonstrated that wise statecraft sometimes demands bold inaction. Unfortunately for President Adams, news of his diplomatic success reached Washington only after his crushing defeat in the 1800 presidential election. While the quasi-war still raged, Marshall faced a delicate balancing act with Spain. In July 1800, the USS Constitution, known as Old Ironsides, captured a French privateer, the Sandwich, at Puerto Plata, in what is now the Dominican Republic. Old Ironsides was commanded by one of the U.S. Navy's legendary figures, Captain Silas Talbot, who had distinguished himself in the Revolutionary War as a privateer. He was a brilliant commander, if overly aggressive. There was some question as to whether Puerto Plata was Spanish territory, as Spain insisted, or whether it had been transferred to France by a recent treaty between France and Spain. The Spanish ambassador to Washington, Carlos Martinez, the Marqués de Irujo, insisted that the port had not yet been ceded to France. It still flew a Spanish flag and was protected by a Spanish garrison. Spain's ambassador accused Talbot of violating Spanish sovereignty and demanded restitution of the French vessel with her cargo. Without waiting to hear from President Adams, Marshall accepted responsibility for the violation of Spanish sovereignty and ordered the federal marshal in New York, where the ship was docked, to restore the Sandwich to Spain. The federal marshal, however, contended that he had no right to seize Talbot's property. This posed the interesting question as to whether Talbot could possess a property interest in a stolen French vessel. Marshall obtained an order from the federal district court directing Talbot to return the vessel, and then asked Talbot to return the ship voluntarily. The captain grudgingly obliged. It would not be the last time Marshall tangled with Talbot. Problems with Spain were further exacerbated by the activities of William Bowles, an adventurer who tried to instigate a revolt of Muskogee Nation, Creek, Indians in Florida against Spain. Bowles raised a small army in the Bahamas to attack Florida. He succeeded in capturing a Spanish fort on the Gulf Coast in West Florida and stirring up the Muskogee against Spanish authorities. This violated Pinckney's treaty with Spain, which promised to maintain peace with the Indian nations and respect Spanish territory. Spain's ambassador suspected that the British were supporting Bowles to undercut Spain. Lord Grenville, the British Foreign Secretary, reassured Marshall that Britain had nothing to do with Bowles. Marshall sent Colonel Benjamin Hawkins, the General Superintendent of Indians, to restrain the mischief-makers and suppress Bowles' army. At the same time, the United States complained that Spain had interfered with U.S. vessels. As France's ally in the war against Britain, Spain permitted Spanish privateers to capture U.S. vessels and bring them into Spanish ports to be libeled as prizes of war. Spanish privateers often used violence against unarmed merchant seamen. This, too, violated Pinckney's treaty, which required each party to respect the other's vessels. The issue reached a head when two U.S. vessels, the Nancy and the Franklin, were captured by the Bonaparte, a Spanish privateer, at the Bay of Campeche, off the east coast of Mexico. Since the Bonaparte was partly owned by Spanish officers, Spain could not deny responsibility. In early September 1800, Marshall instructed the U.S. ambassador to Madrid, David Humphreys, to protest Spain's complicity in the seizure of U.S. vessels captured by Spanish and French privateers. The letter closely mirrored the argument that Marshall penned to Ambassador King in London, protesting British interference with U.S. ships. Marshall warned that the aggressions committed by the subjects of His Catholic Majesty against U.S. vessels are totally incompatible with real peace. Marshall insisted that Spain had a legal duty not merely to prevent its own privateers, but also to prevent French privateers from attacking U.S. ships. Marshall accused Spain of violating international law by permitting French courts of admiralty to condemn U.S. ships in Spanish territory. The United States would retaliate against Florida and Louisiana if Spain did not end this practice. Marshall instructed Ambassador Humphreys to speak plainly, but with assurances of America's amicable temper, and insist on assurances that Spain would cease equipping privateers and condemning U.S. vessels in Spanish ports. In addition, Marshall demanded that Spain restore captured vessels or pay full compensation to the American owners. Marshall's tough stance toward Spain, combined with the success of the peace mission in Paris, ultimately resolved both crises without resort to war. In addition to conflicts with Britain, France, and Spain, the other threat that the United States faced during Marshall's 9 months in office was the risk of war posed by the Barbary pirates. The Barbary, or Berber, coast was named for the indigenous people of North Africa who lived in what is now known as the Maghreb. Almost the entire southern coast of the Mediterranean, from Morocco east across Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya, was governed by Berber monarchs that included the Bey of Tunis and the Pasha of Algiers. Since at least the 16th century, the Barbary pirates roamed the Mediterranean at will, plundering European ships and capturing crews. The popular notion of outlaw Barbary pirates is misleading. The so-called Barbary pirates were agents sent to collect tribute for their monarchs from ships passing through the Mediterranean, which they claimed as their territory. In one sense, the Barbary pirates were overzealous customs agents sailing lightning-fast corsairs, but their aggression and brutality threatened commerce throughout southern Europe. They not only seized ships and cargo, but they also often imprisoned, enslaved, ransomed, or murdered Americans and Europeans. By the 1790s, the problem was becoming a serious obstacle to the expansion of U.S. trade. Algiers alone captured at least 11 U.S. ships and more than 100 sailors in a single year. Congress approved the creation of a navy in part to defend U.S. vessels from Barbary corsairs, but the demand for protecting U.S. ships from French and British attacks took priority. Unable to provide enough protection for all U.S. commerce worldwide, President Washington chose to take a more pragmatic approach that followed the practice of the European powers. Since the late 17th century, Britain, Holland, France, and Venice found it more expedient to pay tribute to the Barbary states than to fight them. Washington agreed to pay ransom for the release of American prisoners and signed treaties with the Barbary states, agreeing to pay more than $1 million annually in today's money for protection. Payments were made in cash and military supplies and personal gifts to the ruling dynasties. Washington signed a treaty with the Bey of Tripoli in 1796, which in addition to promising to pay tribute to the Bey, also guaranteed religious tolerance by the United States. President Washington reassured the Bey that the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Mussulman. The Founding Fathers were clear that commerce, not Christianity, guided our foreign policy. During the Adams administration, the incidence of attacks on U.S. commerce escalated, and many in Congress demanded military action against the Barbary states. Once again, Marshall opposed military action for practical reasons. He recognized that the payment of tribute saved the United States millions in military spending. Perhaps he also understood that from the perspective of the Barbary States, it was no less reasonable to charge Americans for the privilege of navigating their waters than it was for the United States to impose tariffs. Just days after Marshall arrived at the State Department, he received a communication concerning the Barbary pirates from the President's son, John Quincy Adams, who was then ambassador to Prussia. John Quincy forwarded a proposal from the Swedish foreign minister that would establish a joint naval force in the Mediterranean for the neutral states of Denmark, Sweden, and the United States. The force would police the sea to protect commerce from the Barbary corsairs. John Quincy strongly endorsed the proposal, but Marshall saw at once that it would be a hazard to which our infant navy ought not perhaps be exposed. Ironically, though Marshall rose to prominence by refusing to pay a bribe to Talleyrand, he now felt compelled to honor the commitments of Washington and Adams. Marshall estimated that the tribute paid to the Barbary States cost about $288,886 annually, more than $5.5 million today. But Marshall's one concern was that the government should properly account for all funds expended on the ruling families of the Barbary States. The beys of Tunis or Algeria would frequently request payment in the form of some specific items that were often difficult to obtain or value. Marshall thought it was improper to provide personal gifts and preferred to pay cash. Nevertheless, Marshall thought it was more prudent to comply with the demands of the Berber monarchs than risk another naval war. As a result, the Secretary of State spent countless hours arranging the purchase of certain jewels or yards of fabric for various monarchs. It seemed an absurd drain on his time while he was managing the entire federal government, but he viewed it as the less evil. Jefferson later proved the wisdom of Marshall's pragmatic approach to dealing with the threat posed by the Barbary corsairs. As president, Jefferson, who had rejected traditional Christianity himself, considered Islam uncivilized. Unlike the European powers that had agreed to pay what he regarded as blackmail to these pirates, Jefferson refused to pay tribute. Tripoli responded by cutting down a flagpole at the American consulate and declaring war. The Tripolitan War stretched from 1801 to 1805 at an enormous cost. Jefferson escalated the conflict to the point that it crippled the U.S. Navy, and in the end he accomplished nothing. Jefferson's approach to civilizing the Berbers included bombarding the capital city of Tripoli. After a series of disastrous naval adventures, Jefferson finally acceded to the Berber demands for tribute and paid ransom for the return of American soldiers held captive. In the end, Jefferson's rigid adherence to principle cost the United States much more in lives and treasure than the payment of tribute ever had, and the result was that the United States was required to increase its payments to the Barbary States in the future. In 9 months as Secretary of State, Marshall completed the construction of Washington City in time for the arrival of the President and the Congress in November. He managed the federal government in the absence of President Adams, and he successfully navigated negotiations with France, Spain, Britain, and the Barbary States. Untold American lives and treasure were spared, and the nation was kept secure. While Republicans and Federalists dueled over their ideological absolutes, Marshall's patient pragmatism and tactical restraint carried the day. Chapter 16. The New Order of Things. Abigail Adams could hardly contain her fury. She had no patience for the vicious lies directed at her husband. She was disgusted with the world, and the chief of its inhabitants do not appear worth the trouble and pains they cost to save them from destruction. The Republicans had showered her husband with calumnies while he was president. The Republican libelist James Callender had charged Adams with every manner of corruption and called him twice a traitor. All this abuse and scandal, Abigail regretted, was enough to ruin and corrupt the minds and morals of the best people in the world. Even worse and far more damaging were the attacks launched by Hamilton. Adams blamed Hamilton for splintering the Federalists and thought he was the greatest intrigant in the world, a man devoid of every moral principle. In a letter written and published as a pamphlet addressed to Federalist leaders in New York, Hamilton feverishly and foolishly savaged Adams. Hamilton's letter was a desperate last-gasp effort to replace Adams with Pinckney, and it proved fatal to both the president's re-election and Hamilton's future. In it, Hamilton betrayed private communications between the president and members of the cabinet, and described the disgusting egotism, the distempered jealousy, and the ungovernable indiscretion of Mr. Adams' temper. The Republican press got hold of Hamilton's letter and republished it widely. Abigail could dismiss Hamilton as the little cock-sparrow general, but the damage was done. The Federalist Party was now at war with itself. President Adams rode up to the president's house on Pennsylvania Avenue on November 1st, 1800. He traveled alone by carriage. Abigail made the long trek from Quincy on her own so she could stop off in New York to see their son Charles, who was estranged from his father. Charles, a troubled young man, was dying from alcoholism. The president's house was still under construction, and the lawn was rutted and muddy. There was no one to welcome the president except for a few workers and some city commissioners who happened to be inspecting progress on the building on a Saturday afternoon. The workmen set up a temporary office for the president next to his bedroom on the second floor. They had not yet gotten around to hanging doors, and the rooms were sparsely furnished. Throughout the mansion the walls were bare, except for a lonely portrait of Washington, soberly surveying the scene. Marshall was called to meet with Adams as his first visitor. It was a dispiriting sight, the aging president alone in his cold, unfinished mansion, estranged from his party, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the upcoming election in the shadowy gloom of an autumnal day. Abigail arrived in Washington City unprepared for the provincial character of the capital. There was nothing but woods from Baltimore to the city, which is only so in name. Georgetown, she sniffed, was the very dirtiest hole I ever saw, and the surrounding countryside was wild. She found the president's house barely habitable, cold, damp, and woefully understaffed. There were no water closets, only a privy out back. The grand east room, still unpainted, was suitable only to hang laundry. Her one consolation was knowing that she probably would not have to reside there for long. The selection of presidential electors had already begun. The process varied widely according to state law. In some states, state legislators chose electors without voting. Voting occurred in different states on different days throughout the month, but the actual election day on which the electors cast their ballots did not occur until December 3rd. Throughout the month, as reports of the voting in the various states drifted into the capital, the president's hopes rose and fell. The Republicans swept the House of Representatives, 68-38, and won a narrow majority in the Senate, 17-15. Federalists hoped that Pinckney would deliver South Carolina, and that Rhode Island would follow the rest of New England. But Republicans had a majority in the South Carolina legislature, and they chose electors for Jefferson. Rhode Island remained loyal to the Federalists, as did all of New England. In New Jersey, Maryland, and North Carolina, electors were divided between Federalists and Republicans. The real surprise was New York City, where Federalists had assumed the electors would support Adams, but instead narrowly voted for Jefferson. Adams lost New York State by a painfully thin margin of 250 votes, and with it, the election. The Republican who extolled the virtues of the yeoman farmer and decried the vices of cities and finance snared the presidency by a whisker in the urban capital of bankers and merchants. President Adams was bitterly disappointed. Fairly or not, Adams blamed Hamilton for his defeat in New York. But he consoled himself that Hamilton had lost more than he had. Hamilton had destroyed his political career and elected the two men he most feared, Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr. "Mr. Hamilton has carried his eggs to a fine market," Adams quipped. Abigail, however, was relieved. "For myself and my family," Abigail wrote, "I have few regrets." She knew she would be happier at Quincy than struggling to survive in an uncultured and inhospitable southern swamp. In any case, the first family had no time to grieve over the election returns. In a tragic coincidence, the President received news on the day that the electors cast their ballots that his son Charles was dead from alcoholism. On November 7th, Marshall brought the President good news. France had agreed to a peace treaty ending the quasi-war. News of the treaty came too late to affect the outcome of the election, however. The election of 1800 was the first American election in which foreign policy played a major role. The long-running battle over Franco-American relations had bitterly fractured the Federalist Party, and Adams's policies were prematurely judged as failures. If the treaty had arrived a month sooner, Adams might have won in a landslide. Or if Adams had refused to negotiate with France and declared war as the war hawks demanded, he might have held his party together, but at what cost to the nation? Throughout their time working together, Marshall and Adams insisted on negotiating first. Their success represented the triumph of patience and reason over belligerence. But voters rarely reward patience or reason. On December 28, 1800, Vice President Jefferson, as President of the Senate, officially informed Secretary of State Marshall of the returns from the Electoral College. Marshall, of course, already knew the tally. President Adams had received 65 votes, his nominee for Vice President, Charles Cotesworth Pinckney, had received 64, and Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, had each received 73 votes. The Federalists had lost the presidency. But who had won it? Burr, who had run for the office of Vice President, refused to say that he would not accept the office of President if it was offered to him. Under the Constitution, a tie in the electoral vote between Burr and Jefferson meant that the House of Representatives would have to decide which of the Republican candidates would be president. Each of the 16 states' congressional delegations had one vote, which would be cast according to the votes of the members of each delegation. The candidate with a majority, at least 9 out of 16 votes, would be elected president, and the candidate having the second greatest number of votes would be elected vice president. The state congressional delegations were closely divided between Federalists and Republicans, and no one could be sure whether the Federalists would vote for Jefferson, Burr, or someone else. Republicans worried that the uncertainty would create an opportunity for the Federalists to undo the election results. Jefferson warned Madison that the Federalists were determined to prevent his election and would choose either New York Governor John Jay or Secretary of State Marshall as president. Rumors that the Federalists would contrive to elect Marshall interim president circulated throughout the South. One can only imagine how Jefferson felt contemplating the possibility of his upstart cousin usurping his presidency. If the Federalists were planning to select Marshall, he had no knowledge of it. Nevertheless, in the aftermath of Adams's defeat, Marshall emerged as the one man who could hold together the warring factions of the Federalist Party. Marshall was disappointed with the election outcome, but he avoided intervening in the House vote. He was already tired of Washington and looked forward to returning to his law practice on the day the new president was inaugurated. After 9 intense months running the government, he missed his family who had remained in Richmond. Polly wrote him only sporadically, and he fretted over her fragile emotional health. When his son Tom wrote to him without mentioning his mother, Marshall wrote to Polly, "This was a cruel disappointment to me, because I cannot flatter myself with respect to you that silence is an evidence of good health." Federalists in Congress feared Jefferson. Many conspired to throw the election in the hope that they could strike a deal with the unctuous Burr. But Hamilton wrote to Marshall, who had greater influence with moderate Federalists, asking for his help to stop Burr from becoming president. Hamilton, who had fought Jefferson vigorously in the cabinet and done everything in his power to save the country from what he called the fangs of Jefferson, regarded Burr, for good reason, as his private bête noire. He thought on balance the country would be better served by Jefferson. Marshall knew little about Burr, but Marshall had almost insuperable objections to Jefferson. For Marshall's whole life, from the poverty of his boyhood to his service in the Continental Army, to his political fights in Virginia, he had been locked in a bitter rivalry with the cousin who was born with all the advantages that Marshall's family had been denied. He had witnessed Jefferson at his worst, leaving his state undefended as its governor while fleeing the British invasion of Richmond, defending the slave trade in Virginia while hypocritically declaring all men equal, denying support for the Constitution during the ratification debates, undercutting President Washington by opposing Jay's Treaty and the proclamation of neutrality as Secretary of State, supporting the French revolutionaries and aligning himself with Citizen Genet against his own government, and repeatedly betraying President Adams as vice president. Jefferson was a radical ideologue, and Marshall had witnessed how French ideologues had undermined the rule of law. Jefferson lacked genuine empathy, and embodied precisely the kind of elitism that he attacked in theory. He could never be trusted to act in the interests of the nation. His foreign prejudices seemed to me totally to unfit him for the chief magistracy of a nation which cannot indulge those prejudices without sustaining deep and permanent injury, Marshall wrote to Hamilton. Jefferson would weaken the presidency, diminish his responsibility, sap the fundamental principles of the government, and put party and personal power ahead of national well-being. The morals of the author of the letter to Matsei cannot be pure, Marshall warned. This was a reference to Jefferson's inflammatory letter to Philip Matsei, which was published in an Italian newspaper in 1796, that attacked President Washington and the Federalists as a pro-British, Anglican, monarchical, and aristocratical party, whose secret agenda was to impose monarchy on the United States. Marshall respected Hamilton's opinion that Burr was a dangerous man, but "I cannot bring myself to aid Mr. Jefferson." Given all this, Marshall preferred to remain neutral. The House did not begin the process of voting until February 11th. In the meantime, Jefferson moved into Conrad and McMunn's boarding house on the corner of New Jersey Avenue and C Street. His daily routine began at sunrise. He breakfasted with his fellow boarders, all members of Congress, and then strolled the short distance to the Capitol to preside over the Senate. He pretended to remain aloof from the contest, depending on surrogates to move votes his way. Around him, the capital city buzzed with rumors about whether the Federalists in the House would line up to support Burr and deny Jefferson the presidency, or whether the Federalists intended to cancel the election altogether and transfer power to either Marshall or Jay. Monroe alerted Jefferson that the Virginia General Assembly was considering what actions to take to prevent the Federalists from canceling the election results. Monroe feared that, if the Union could be broken, that would do it. He continued that if the Federalists denied the House a chance to vote for the president, it would be sure to expose the usurpers to exemplary punishment. In a starkly candid moment, Monroe advised Jefferson that the Eastern people have no thoughts of breaking the Union and giving up the hold they have on the valuable productions of the South. Rather, they only mean to bully us, thereby preserve their ascendancy and improve their profits. Monroe concluded that the Republicans must remain firm and show themselves equal to the crisis. There could be no compromise, no backing down. The future of the Republic was on the line. Marshall and Adams began the transition even before the House chose the new president. Adams had little more than a month to name a successor for Chief Justice Ellsworth, who had resigned for health reasons. In late December, Adams nominated New York Governor John Jay to serve again as Chief Justice. He did not wait to ask Jay before sending his name to the lame duck Senate. Jay had been the first Chief Justice appointed by Washington, and he had resigned to run for governor. Marshall wrote to Jay informing him of the nomination. Jay had quit the Supreme Court because he was bored and frustrated by the court's impotence. It made little sense for him to accept the nomination now, with a hostile Republican executive and Congress. Besides, Jay had already decided to retire from politics. He wrote back to Marshall, declining the appointment, on the grounds that the federal judiciary lacked the resources and stature it deserved, and that the efforts repeatedly made to place the Judiciary Department on a proper footing have proved fruitless. If he accepted the position of Chief Justice, it would give some countenance to the neglect and indifference with which the opinions and remonstrances of the judges on this important subject have been treated. But just in case Marshall would try to convince him otherwise, he added that his age and health made it impossible for him to accept the office. On January 19, 1801, Marshall met with Adams at the President's house to discuss a number of matters, including the Supreme Court nomination. "Who shall I nominate now?" the President asked. Marshall suggested Associate Justice William Patterson. Adams did not think it wise to appoint a sitting justice as chief, because it would likely create jealousy among the other sitting justices if one of their colleagues was elevated. After a moment's hesitation, the President responded, "I believe I must nominate you." Marshall had never heard his name mentioned for that post, and he later claimed that he had never considered it. Too stunned to reply, Marshall simply bowed his head in silent acquiescence. The next day, the President nominated Marshall as the fourth Chief Justice of the United States. It is more surprising that Marshall accepted this appointment than it is that Adams offered it. The position of Chief Justice at that time was not the august position we now assume it to be. The Supreme Court in 1800 was insignificant, and few men worthy enough to be nominated were interested in serving. After John Jay quit to become the governor of New York, President Washington asked Hamilton, who declined, preferring to return to his lucrative New York City law practice. Then Washington named John Rutledge as a recess appointment pending the Senate's confirmation. Rutledge had previously served on the Supreme Court as an associate justice and had quit to become Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of South Carolina, which was regarded as a promotion. The Senate, however, rejected Rutledge because he was an outspoken critic of Jay's treaty, and, some alleged, insane, which may or may not have been true. Rumors of Rutledge's mental condition were later corroborated when he attempted suicide by diving into Charleston Harbor. Next, Washington offered the job to Patrick Henry, the Lion of Virginia, who demurred. Then he appointed Associate Justice William Cushing, who also declined. In frustration, Washington turned to Oliver Ellsworth, a Connecticut senator. Ellsworth lasted only 4 years, during which time he spent almost 12 months away on the peace mission to Paris. Only Associate Justices Patterson and Cushing had remained on the court longer than 5 years. The reasons no one was interested in this job were clear. First, the Supreme Court had a small and unimportant docket of cases. In its first decade, the court had issued only 63 decisions, and only a handful of those had any significance. The Supreme Court's jurisdiction was limited to a few classes of cases that mostly concerned admiralty law. There were occasional questions of federal law, but there were so few federal laws that interesting questions rarely arose. Most legal disputes were governed by state statutes and decided almost exclusively by state courts. Moreover, the Supreme Court had little authority, and it had never struck down a federal or state law. The Supreme Court did not even have its own courthouse. Worst of all, since there were no lower courts of appeal, the job required the justices to spend most of their term riding circuit. This meant that the justices were expected to ride around the country on horseback and listen to arguments by poorly trained lawyers. They had to eat and stay in rough taverns, and often had to share beds with strangers when there was no other room available. It was not a glamorous life. Compared to Marshall's tenure as Secretary of State, the Supreme Court was undeniably a step down. For a man of Marshall's demonstrated talents and ambition, there were higher offices to seek. Marshall's political career in Virginia was finished. By now, Virginia was solidly Republican. He could return to practicing law, but many of his clients had moved on, and his law practice seldom earned as much as the Chief Justice's salary. Money, however, was not the deciding consideration. Something else led Marshall to accept this challenge. Marshall saw himself as defending the Constitution against the onslaught of the Jeffersonians. Jefferson's populism profoundly troubled Marshall. He believed that the court's function was to uphold the foundational principles that the national government depended on against the political whims of the moment. Destiny had preordained that Marshall would struggle with Jefferson for the soul of the Union. He accepted President Adams' nomination out of a sense of duty. Marshall was committed to stand vigil over the principle of federalism, keep the country on the path of moderation, and resist ideology with pragmatism. Predictably, there were some Republican critics of Marshall's nomination, but most Republicans, and certainly all Federalists, thought Marshall's moderation and intellect made him an obvious candidate. The fact that he was also a Virginian did not hurt. Even Republicans did not question the authority of a lame duck president to name a Supreme Court justice in his last month in office. On January 27, 1801, the Senate confirmed Marshall's nomination, and his commission was issued on January 31st, with the Great Seal of the United States affixed by Treasury Secretary Samuel Dexter, who was acting in lieu of Secretary of State Marshall. The very day that Marshall's nomination was approved, Jefferson was presiding over the Senate. No doubt he flinched slightly when he announced the vote. Though Jefferson's own election was still in doubt, Marshall's confirmation would deny Jefferson the opportunity to appoint a member of his own party as Chief Justice. Now his contentious cousin had a lifetime appointment to spar with him. President Adams decided that for his remaining month in office, it made no sense to appoint an acting Secretary of State, so he asked Marshall to hold both positions simultaneously. Most legal scholars today would agree that for one man to simultaneously serve in the executive and judicial branches violates the separation of powers. But given the size of the American government and the improbability that anything Marshall did as Secretary of State could end up before the Supreme Court, it seemed prudent enough. History would laugh at that presumption. In the closing days of the Adams administration, Federalists manned the barricades against the revolution that they feared Jefferson would bring. President Adams had long before proposed legislation to expand the judiciary. Now faced with the prospect of a Republican takeover, Federalists swiftly approved the Judiciary Act of 1801, better known as the Circuit Court Act, which established 6 new circuit courts in place of the 4 existing ones, and reorganized the federal judiciary. The act created 16 new circuit judges to hear cases on appeal, and eliminated the need for Supreme Court justices to ride circuit. Second, the act reduced the size of the Supreme Court from 6 to 5 justices whenever the next vacancy should occur. While nominally this could be justified by the fact that the justices no longer had to ride circuit, it was a transparent effort by Federalists to deny Republicans the opportunity to appoint one of their own to the court. Third, it reorganized the federal district judges into 10 districts and expanded their jurisdiction to hear cases. In particular, the act opened up the federal courts to hear a broader range of claims by individual property owners and creditors, which gave Federalists some assurance that their property rights would be protected by the federal judiciary. In addition to the Circuit Court Act, Congress adopted an act concerning the government of the District of Columbia on February 27th. The District of Columbia Organic Act provided for the establishment of a D.C. Circuit Court with 3 judges, and it empowered the President, with the Senate's advice and consent, to appoint as many justices of the peace for the district as he thought necessary. The justices of the peace would serve for 5 years without salary, but they could collect court fees. 3 days later, President Adams nominated 42 justices of the peace. All the nominees were hastily confirmed by a breathless Senate the following day. There was no justification for the sudden urgency, apart from the fear that Federalists were about to lose power. It was a naked exercise in political patronage for friends of the Federalist Party. As Republicans hollered about the so-called midnight judges being rammed through the Senate by Federalists in the waning hours of the Adams administration, Marshall was busy both recruiting candidates for the new judgeships and issuing and delivering their commissions. As the crush of work in the closing days proved too much for Marshall, he ran out of time to deliver the commissions to the justices of the peace. Marshall's negligence in delivering the commissions would prove to be the triggering event of the single most famous decision ever issued by the Supreme Court, Marbury versus Madison. As Congress moved toward voting on the presidency in February, the whole country simmered with rumors that the Federalists would cancel the election and find some means to hold on to power. Monroe warned Jefferson that Marshall had issued an opinion that Congress could appoint someone other than Jefferson or Burr as president, and Monroe claimed that intrigues are carrying on to place us in that situation. In fact, there was no evidence Marshall thought that, but the rumors proliferated. From Massachusetts, Elbridge Gerry, still licking his wounds after the XYZ affair, sought to ingratiate himself to Jefferson. Though Gerry was a personal friend of President Adams, he expressed his outrage at the insidious plan of Federalists to elect Burr. Gerry frankly acknowledged that the measure does not proceed from any respect or attachment to him, whom they abhor as well as yourself, but from a desire to promote that division among the people which they have excited and nourished as the germ of a civil war. Anxious about the outcome of the backroom deals that were being struck, Jefferson wrote to his would-be vice president, Aaron Burr. It was to be expected that the enemy would endeavor to sow tares between us, Jefferson began, that they might divide us and our friends. Every consideration satisfies me that you will be on your guard against this, as I assure you I am strongly. In truth, Jefferson was deeply embittered that Burr had refused to withdraw his name from consideration for the presidency. Meanwhile, Jefferson, no less than Burr, was prepared to strike almost any deal to assure his election. Jefferson wrote to his daughter that he was worn down here with pursuits in which I take no delight, surrounded by enemies and spies, and perverting every word which falls from my lips or flows from my pen, and inventing where facts fail them. On February 11, 1801, the two houses of Congress met in a joint session, as Vice President Jefferson formally read and recorded each of the ballots of the Electoral College. As soon as the ballots were recorded, the senators were excused from the chamber, and the House locked its doors to begin voting on which of the top two candidates, Jefferson or Burr, should be president. The outcome was not a foregone conclusion. The first balloting by the House of Representatives had 8 states voting for Jefferson and 6 for Burr, with 2 states equally divided and therefore abstaining. The voting continued in the House for 6 days, while Jefferson sat anxiously in the other chamber, pretending to preside over a Senate that pretended to conduct business. Crowds gathered outside Congress to express support for each of the candidates. The press also fired volleys for and against Burr and Jefferson. There were threats of armed force from various extreme factions and rumors of an impending civil war. No one was sure what might happen if the deadlock was not decided by Inauguration Day, March 4th. On the 36th ballot cast on the 6th day, the single representative from Delaware, James A. Byard, changed his vote from Burr to Jefferson, giving Jefferson a bare majority of 9 states. Though Byard claimed that he had switched his vote when Jefferson agreed to meet certain Federalist demands, Jefferson later denied that. Burr was elected vice president. The drawn-out drama that Burr had staged by refusing to concede to Jefferson as the leader of his party now assured that the coming 4 years would be stormy between them. Jefferson had little reason to hope that Burr would be any less treacherous a vice president than Jefferson had been. On March 4, 1801, Marshall wrote to General Pinckney, "Today the new political year commences. The new order of things begins." Marshall expressed the hope that the nation would survive and prosper under the Republicans, but he feared that they are divided into speculative theorists and absolute terrorists. If Jefferson chose to align himself with the terrorists, much calamity is in store for our country, and if he opposed them, they will soon become his enemies and calumniators. In sum, Marshall's assessment was bleak. Jefferson woke early that morning in his rooming house to rework his inaugural address. He had had less than 2 weeks to draft it since the House vote. He slowly rehearsed his lines. "Every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. We have called by different names brethren of the same principle. We are all Republicans. We are all Federalists." He took a breath. He wished to set a tone of reconciliation after a divisive election. Having fathered the first political party, and having led the bitter debates over America's relations with France, Jefferson now wanted to put all that controversy behind him. If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this Union, or to change its Republican form, let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it. As the author of the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions, Jefferson had claimed that the Constitution was a mere pact among the states, and that the states were free to nullify federal law or decisions of the Supreme Court. He could hardly blame others if they challenged the Union. Jefferson left his rooming house just before noon, accompanied by a contingent of state militia. Presidents Washington and Adams had ridden in fine carriages to their inaugurations, but Jefferson insisted on walking in his plain dark suit the quarter-mile to the Capitol. He expected to be greeted at the Capitol by the outgoing president, but John Adams was already on his way home to Massachusetts. He had no wish to remain where he was not welcome. The ornate Senate chamber was full of distinguished visitors when Jefferson rose to give his inaugural address in his soft, girlish voice. He pledged that, though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will, to be rightful, must be reasonable. He sought to reassure the Federalists that the minority possess their equal rights, which equal laws must protect, and to violate would be oppression. After Jefferson finished speaking, he stood with one hand on a Masonic Bible and the other hand raised to take the oath of office. Standing opposite him to administer the oath of office was a familiar face, John Marshall, the Chief Justice of the United States, and the man who administers the presidential oath of office. History had predetermined their fateful collision. Two cousins who had stood on opposite sides of every public issue for a generation now led two branches of the federal government. Jefferson coldly stared past Marshall, and Marshall turned his back to the president in what many thought was a slight. Marshall commented magnanimously that he thought Jefferson's address was well-judged and conciliatory, giving the lie to the violent party declamation which has elected him. Then Marshall added that there was still reason to worry, for it was still strongly characteristic of the general cast of his political theory. Though they always displayed civility in public, there was little doubt that each man was determined to stop the other at any price.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.